Good morning. Welcome to Direwolf Digital Studios. I'm Andrew Baeckstrom, one of the designers here at Direwolf Digital, joined by my colleague Patrick Sullivan, here to bring you the 2021 Eternal World Championship. After a year of competition, 16 players have qualified and earned the right to compete for the title of Eternal World Champion and a share of that $50,000 prize pool that we have, actually $55,000 prize pool that we have up for grabs this weekend. We've got 2 days worth of action, and we're going to be getting started this morning with draft with our 16 players. Patrick, good morning. Welcome to the World Championships.
Thank you. Good morning. I'm really excited about this. I got my cup of coffee here ready to go with the sweet mug that Cassandra sent me a little while ago, so thank you for that. And I'm so excited. I mean, the World Championships is great no matter what, but what makes this really exciting this weekend is we're going to get to cover 3 different formats. A lot of the opens that we've shown, you know, the primary route that these players have leveraged to qualify for the World Championships, we've covered one format. We've done a deep dive. We're going to get to watch the best players in Eternal compete across all 3 formats, Draft, Expedition, and Throne, for their shot of $55,000, including a first prize of $15,000 and the title of World Champion.
Yeah, it's going to be an exciting couple of days, and we're going to be getting it started with our 16 players drafting. Let's take a look at the schedule of the formats for this weekend. So we're going to be kicking things off today, Saturday, with 3 rounds of draft. Players are going to be drafting the Cold Hunt draft format, kicking it off with a pack of Cold Hunt, 2 packs of the Eternal Draft Pack, and then a pack of Cold Hunt to round things out. They'll build a 45 card deck, and then they'll battle with that deck for the next 3 rounds of Swiss. After that, we'll move into the constructed portion with Throne, our format featuring all of the cards in the game's history. Our players will be battling with the most powerful decks they could muster for 3 rounds today. And at the end of those 6 rounds, they'll have a sense of where they're at, but then they'll need to come back tomorrow morning for the final 3 rounds of Swiss in Expedition. After those 9 rounds of Swiss, we will have a top 4, unless things are tied. If any of our players are tied for a top 4 record, we will have 1 playoff match for each tied slot in our top 4. After we resolve that and we have our final 4, we will move on to a top 4 single elimination bracket, Expedition decks, best of 5 matches, and then the winner of that will be your world champion. So that's what to expect this weekend. Myself and Mr. Sullivan will be here bringing you all of the action, but we're going to kicking it off this morning with draft, and we are going to be focusing the first draft on our current world champion, LightsOutAce.
Yeah, the first person to qualify for the World Championships as the defending champion gets an opportunity to defend their title will be watching LightsOutAce. And if you saw that slide that we just looked over, you saw Draft, Throne, and Expedition. If you're relatively new to the game, if you're coming back after maybe a period of being lapsed, we put together a variety of articles this week where you can go over and sort of get a sense of what's going on with the formats, what are the rules, what are the key archetypes. You can head over to eternalcardgame.com. Also, if you log into the Eternal client, there will be a pop-up there that can also direct you to any one of those 3 articles individually.
All right, and it's great to make sure that you have Waystone enabled and linked up to your Eternal Card Game account, as we will be doing Twitch drops all this weekend for folks who hang out with us and watch and cheer along these competitors. So starting off this morning with draft, it's going to be focused, as we said, on LightsOutAce's Draft. And when we talk about the Cold Hunt draft format, there's going to be a couple of different mechanics and keywords that are going to be important to the format. First off, we've got heroes. All of the units in the game that are iconic characters. You could see them as such with their special hero frame, and we'll be seeing if players take advantage of any of the synergies that you can get from drafting around a hero.
Yeah, so a lot of the heroes are among the individually strongest units anyway, and there are a handful of cards, particularly at Uncommon, that sort of lean into hero synergies and really pay you off for doing that. It's sort of a light dash, and again, since a lot of the heroes are individually so strong, it's not like a burden to do it, but there are a couple cards hanging out there that really pay you off if you happen to pair them with a hero. So we'll see if drafters are able to enable some of those sort of light synergies.
One of the other new mechanics with Cold Hunt is Inscribe. When a card has Inscribe, it means that you can play it as a depleted sigil rather than play it for full cost. And so it gives you that option if you're power screwed early to be able to smooth out and get that power drop that you need. How do you like to take advantage of Inscribe in Draft?
Well, one of the sort of the baseline feature way of taking advantage of Inscribe is by playing a lower power count than you typically do. A rule in Eternal is that a third of your deck at the minimum has to be power. So in a 45 card draft deck, 15 is the minimum. And typically, it's going to be different from deck to deck and format to format, but a good heuristic is 16, 17, 18 power, kind of depending on what you got going on. With Inscribe, you can go all the way down to the minimum. A lot of decks will feature 15 power with Inscribe as a way of sort of gluing it together. As Andrew mentioned, if you're light on power early on in the game, you can inscribe them. Another way that you can take advantage of Inscribe is by having some situational effects that are normally maybe not quite the cards you want to be starting, but have moments of being really, really strong. There's a couple of cards that interact with relics. Some decks have very strong relics, but not everyone does. Having a relic removal card with Inscribe is great because you have it in the matchups where it's important, and you can get away from it when it's not. Also, you see Inscribe on some bigger and more expensive and not necessarily very powerful cards objectively, but still have spots of being strong if the game happens to go long. A card like Rune Sword, a 7-cost 4/4 relic weapon, that's not a card you're bending over backwards to play typically. That's not really that strong of a rate. But on turn 7, like whatever, it's better than your average card. What's that old saying? It's good once it's in play. And the fact again that you can get away from it early on in the game at such a low opportunity cost means that there's a lot of ways to lean into Inscribe. Lower power counts, situational cards, and expensive and not particularly strong, but still having moments of being able to shine. You're going to see all of that on display during the draft rounds.
One of the other new mechanics is contract and debt. And when you play a card that has a contract, whether it's a unit or spell, it's an optional ability that allows you to spend more power to get an extra effect. And if you have power to pay it off in full right now, you pay it off right now. But if you don't, you can defer some of that power cost to the following turn. You go into debt. And it allows you to get a really big burst of power, of strength from your cards early on in the game. What do you expect to see from contract and draft?
Well, it kind of cuts into both directions. You do get a little bit of that Inscribe experience where, your 3-cost unit that's like most of its strength is tied up in its stats on the third turn with a modest contract ability is better than a 3-cost unit on turn 7 without it. So it does give you some ways, much like Inscribe does, of having a little bit of extra heavy lifting in games that happen to drag out. But it cuts the other way as well, as you mentioned, where you can get this sort of front-loaded burst of power, of strength from your card in spots where you're behind on tempo or you really need to catch up, or the card's giving you a 2-for-1 or some other advantage. So there's a lot of ways to play with both Contract and Inscribe. They are pretty simple modal effects, but the implications of having both of them at the same time is really, really complicated. And decks need to be sensitive about the amount of Contract and the amount of Inscribe that they have, because it does add up. It's not like it's free to play with a bunch of depleted sigils the entire game, and your hand can get jammed up if you're just contracting early and often. So some of these mechanics are on diminishing returns as well. The first one is a lot stronger than the second or third or fourth. And so seeing where the breakpoints are for these drafters, at what point do you stop taking maybe objectively stronger Inscribe or contract cards because you're just dealing with too much of it and you need to get some regular cards, is another interesting part of the texture of this draft format.
All right, so that'll be exciting to see how Lights Out Ace chooses to navigate this format, as well as, there'll be cards that we'll be seeing in the Eternal draft pack from Eternal's history that have been curated to round out the experience, and how they compare those cards with the strategies that they pick up in the first pack will go a long way towards determining how successful their draft decks are this weekend.
Right, and what's gonna be interesting to watch in part is that early decision of strength versus flexibility. All drafters approach it different. I think, historically I've been much more about, I know this particular archetype. I believe that some of these commons or uncommons are undervalued, and do a lot of what's called forcing. I know that a lot of top-level drafters usually go the other way, where they try to sort of defer a little bit and wait to see what's open and available before making a decision. But everyone's going to approach this problem differently. And very early on in the draft, a thing to watch out for is is Lights Out Ace just committing to their early pick? Do they open up something really strong that they're willing to draft around, even if it means maybe giving up some equity in the later picks? Or are they trying to be sort of passive and responsive, see what's open, and then draft around that in the draft packs, and then coming back to cold hunt in pack 4?
Yeah, it's interesting. When one of the things for draft is you can maybe have a preferred archetype or two, but if you open a bomb rare and maybe a faction that you don't enjoy drafting as much, what are you going to do in that moment? Maybe you open up something like a Serpent Hive, and now all of a sudden, well, you got to really think: do I maybe want to be primal this draft?
What is your preferred archetype in this format?
I like Rakano. I like trying to combine some of the contract effects that sort of push through extra damage, like Find the Moment, to just sort of get some beatdowns going. When I'm having the most, that's if I'm trying to win, I would say. My actual preferred archetype is to take advantage, is to draft like kind of 3, 4, 5 faction sort of nonsense draft decks where I'm taking advantage of Inscribe's ability to have cards that maybe you don't have a lot of sigils of that faction, a lot of ways to gain the influence necessary to play the card, but because it is inscribed, you always have the out of doing something with it. And so it really it opens up a very different style of 4 and 5 faction kind of deck where you don't have to actually bank on having all of the factions. You could just sort of give yourself a chance with the inscribed cards.
Right. Yeah, that's something that we touched on in the articles series about draft that we wrote about earlier this week about a lot of players see Inscribe as sort of licensed to be a lot more ambitious with the number of factions that they draft. It's not like 3 faction decks are new to Eternal. People do that all the time. But the default is 2. This format, the draft open that we covered, sort of monitoring the conversations about the format, a lot of people sort of default to 3 or 4 factions, and a lot of that has to do with Inscribe. One, it slows down the pace of games sort of generally. Both players are playing with more depleted power, and so you have more time to draw out of it, and it's more incentive to sort of just play with a bunch of individually strong cards. But the other element that you mentioned, you can get off the hook. Your Carnosaur Beta, that's another great example of, it's not like that thing's like particularly awesome, right? But it is really good once it's in play. And if the downside risk is, well, I just play it as a depleted sigil if I don't have time, or if the game's going at a certain pace, or I have a bunch of other 7s in my hand, it's a really low opportunity cost. So a lot of drafters might be viewing this format not as what's your preferred faction pairing, but what's your 3 faction deck of choice, what's your 4 faction deck of choice, and trying to add as much power as possible.
All right. So for Lights Out Ace, they'll be getting ready to draft in just a moment here. We'll be covering their draft live, and then we'll be checking out another draft, and then we'll be heading in and covering all 3 rounds of the draft action today. We'll take a little bit of break to get set up for our Throne rounds. We'll be covering 3 rounds of Throne action. We did a stream yesterday where we broke down some of the Throne and Expedition decks we'll be seeing this weekend, but it's going to be a lot of fun to see what sort of redefines the metagame. One of the big things going on for the constructed rounds this weekend is the release of Valley Beyond, our new set, 23 cards that delve into the Valley of Dinosaurs and everything that's going on there, and a lot of sweet new decks have emerged. We see a lot of people have brought cards like Furious Magniventurous, Dinosaur Nest to both formats, but for now our focus will be on draft. Let's get it started. Lights Out Ace has got their opening pack of the World Championships, looking at a rare of Petra Auric Launderer.
Well, it looks like we're hopping in a little late here with Lights Out Ace already selecting a Feral Serpent. Feral Serpent, an extremely strong card to start off a draft with. Very powerful on rate. It's a bit of a commitment here because it has 2 primal influence, but one of the stronger rares one can open. And to answer kind of before the question that I asked to you and was hoping to have asked that to me, spirit of politeness, I'm a Felon person myself. So this is a great start.
All right, taking Calderon Captain here. That 5 cost 4/3 gives all of your units +1 strength, and it has revenge. A nice way to start off the draft. A Sky Crag mid-range strategy emerging early. But, those are just the first 2 picks. We'll see now as we get to that 3rd selection.
Yeah, don't get too hung up here on the Feral Serpent. Obviously, you'd like to play it if you can, but it is a pretty significant commitment in terms of faction. And if Lights Out Ace is trying to be responsive to the pack, that might have just happened to be by far the strongest card in the first pack, but by no means ties their hands to Primal.
So taking a Warrior Monk here, That 6 cost, 6/5 Overwhelm has a contract that allows you to gain 5 health, so a fantastic stabilizing tool for bigger time decks in the format. Now looking at a pack with a Lotus Instructor. Lotus Instructor is a 4/3 with a contract to give any unit +1/+1 and Overwhelm. So starting to see some beefy units get picked up, as we've now got a second Calderon Captain, and this is looking like a sort of a bigger, stronger attacking deck.
Interesting there too with that Lotus Instructor pick, that there was a strong piece of fixing available in the pack with the Veteran Corps, which is a strong card on its own and really flexible in terms of trying to enable 3-faction strategies, or just if you don't know if you're willing to commit to time. So Lotus Instructor, a very strong signal here from Lights Out Ace that they want to pursue time.
This is a tricky thing. So after kind of settling and looked into Praxis a little bit, Fire Time, these next couple of packs have been very, very light, very heavy on shadow cards. They're picking up a Midnight Disappearance, one of the cards from the Invoke cycle, getting a second copy of Grenadin Rescue, and could pick up a Valve Silence, but looking at that Eavesdrop, so this is a great moment here where we're getting to see sort of being open to going into Shadow rather than taking maybe a card that Lights Out Ace thinks is a weaker time option.
Yeah, Eavesdrop could be a signal here of maybe 3 factions. It could be a signal here of, well, I'm really drying up on these fire cards, and maybe that Zenin is the archetype I'm looking at. So, I think at this point, Lights Out Ace is not really determined what faction pairing, what strategy they're trying to pursue here.
All right, so Copper Conduit is the pickup, and now getting past a Worm Calling. 3 costs, create and draw 2 7/7 Sandworms, and those Sandworms only cost 5. So just a really potent tool for setting up a very powerful force. And I think Lights Out Ace has definitely got to be careful about their curve and the fact that we don't have much in the way of interaction for enemy units as of yet.
Yeah, I mean, a big hole right now for this deck is there's just no answer to flying units, and the deck is very slow, and that's a very dangerous combination. So we'll see if Lights Out Ace is either able to find interaction or ways to shore up the early game some other way.
So taking that Rebel Sharpshooter over perhaps the Blitzstone, so that 3/3 gets quick draw if it has 4 strength or more. Now looking at a pack where this is a pretty light pack, I would say, for anything in the Fire Time direction. I'm not the biggest fan of Confiscate in this format. Not a ton of in the way of great attachments that you want to kill, and there's plenty of good expensive cards, so I'm a little worried about, and in this case you see, be a little worrisome for the curve. So taking that 2/3 killer, the Nectar Snare Lotus there for a 4.
And I really love the Snare Lotus pick there. Combination of just the best card in the pack, synergies with Calderon Captain, and a way to shore up some of the vulnerabilities to cheap, aggressive flying units.
All right. So now got another Nectar Snare Lotus in the pack. If they want to be open to a 3-faction deck, there is that Combust there for them. Pairs quite nicely with all of those copies of Grenadin Rescue that plays 2 1/1 Grenadins they grabbed earlier.
Well, part of the issue here is normally I think this is Combust not close, because you're not struggling to get to enough playables, and even if you only play the Combust 10 or 20% of the time, it's stronger than taking the Lotus, the Snare Lotus. That said, there's been enough early picks here that are sort of been spewed off here. All the primal cards are now hidden, that I'm not sure that Lights Out Ace could be that comfortable with their playable count at this point.
All right, so picking up a couple more fire cards and Dust of Brawler and Improvised Rebler to round out pack number 2 here. Now grabbing one of those 2/3s. A Malaise will go, I'm imagining, out to the pool section. Opening up a General Azaleo. 6 cost, 6/4 quick draw. Your other units have +2 strength. A really fantastic card with those Grenadin Rescue that we grabbed earlier. So really for Lights Out Ace, just a ton of highly impactful 5 and 6 and 7 cost cards. I think what we need right now out of these next 2 packs is some cheap cards that can block well, and some interaction for things like flyers and bigger units on the other side.
Yeah, I think the General Azaleo is an obvious pick there. It's by far the strongest card in the pack, but I wouldn't get too excited about it. It is kind of more of the same. This deck is not straining for strong plays as the game gets late. Much more about shoring up the early game right now, and I think we're going to see a lot of picks here that are very sensitive to the curve, making sure that Lights Out Ace can keep their head above water in the early game.
All right, so looks like maybe taking an Ancient Manual or a Spear Frenzy Warrior, a 4/3 Reckless Valor, and just taking that. So maybe leaning against playing Shadow, or maybe they just like the Spear Frenzy Warrior that much as a 4-drop.
I think it's just right now an issue of making sure you get to enough playables. I think that power there would have been great for Lights Out Ace, but again, when you're sort of not sure you're going to get to 27, 28 legitimate cards, sometimes you just got to take stuff you can play.
All right, Seed of Chaos, is that going to be the pick? All right, it is. So definitely leaning towards being all 3 factions, I would say right now. Getting a fantastic 2-drop there late in the Bloodspear Foot Soldier. And maybe now our second copy of Improvised Brawler. Nope, another Dusthoof Brawler. A Sanctuary Priest. It's possible that could make it, but nah, looks like that's going away. All right, so in pack number 4, unfortunately, we didn't open a rare in one of our factions, nor is there an uncommon. So we're going to be probably looking at commons right off the bat here. Not what Lights Out Ace was hoping for, but anything jump out to you in this pack?
I think the mature Averex is kind of the, right now this deck has a bit of an identity issue where it's a lot of cheap early plays and then a lot of 6s and 7s. Like, is this deck beatdown or controlling? It's not super clear. And Averex kind of bridges the gap. It's a flying unit. The body's not great, but as something that can kind of attack and also accelerate into later plays, it's a modest card. I cut it more often than not, but I think this deck is going to end up being a good home for it.
So a really fantastic pick there in Searing Fist. 2 costs, deal 4 damage to an enemy unit. Exactly the kind of card that Lights Out Ace needs against any kind of aggressive deck in the format where they're going to need to slow down an early unit, or just sometimes it trades up well with 4 and 5 drops. So a really great pickup. I'm sure they were thrilled with that.
Yeah, that's huge. I mean, combination of just a strong card that fills in a lot of gaps that this deck has right now. I think hopefully for Lights Out Ace, more Searing Fists to come. That's a huge pickup.
So right now, I think they like Lotus Instructor a little more, but the 4th copy of Grenade and Rescue maybe opens up some go wide strategy possibilities, but they're going to take the solid Lotus Instructor there. And there's no way around it. This deck is going to end up having kind of a heavy curve, and it's going to be really important to see if they can get past the early game. Call the Hit, a fantastic pickup, another cheap interactive cards. The only question will be, will they have the influence for it? But they can always inscribe it. Now taking a Thunderwing, Amerison's Legacy, another great 6-drop card. Plays a 1/1 deadly, a 2/2 flyer, and a 3/3 overwhelm.
Marison's Legacy is definitely a strong card, but the inflection point there of 2 factions versus 3 is huge for that one. If you're starting to play a couple Shadow Sigils and a couple of Shadow Inscribe cards, that card becomes a lot less reliable, and it'll be interesting to see during the build here if that informs whether or not Lights Out Ace is willing to play the Shadow cards.
One of the things that was really nice for Lights Out Ace was they picked up a couple of solid Inscribe cards at the end of the draft there. Dismantle, 1 cost, kill an attachment that costs 4 or less, and then that Lost in Thought, that it's a 2-cost card that bounces a unit that costs 4 or less. Both with Inscribe, both giving you the ability to sort of deal with an early card, but also giving you the ability to be able to hit their power drops, because Lights Out Ace is not going to be able to afford to miss power drops early.
No, not at all. And I'm really interested to see how this one gets built, because there's the first question of Shadow versus no. There were enough picks there that suggest that, to me, more than 50% that Shadow will be in the deck, and we'll see exactly what the details look like. The second thing is the card selected, there's a bit of an identity issue. There's a lot of cheap, aggressive plays that are at a pretty high rate, and a lot of expensive, more controlling plays also at a very high rate. But those 2 things don't necessarily play well together. You get a lot of disjointed hands. One of the ways, the most common way to glue together that sort of collection of cards is with a lot of removal. Because if you get your aggressive start, your removal plays really well there. And if you get your more controlling start, your removal plays really well there as well for buying you some time. And there isn't that much removal in the deck. So to me, one of the fascinating things here that we'll get to see during play is, does Lights Out Ace just say, I'm going to just play my individually strongest cards, even if it's a little bit incoherent, and just ride with that and see how that goes? Or am I going to try to actually direct the deck towards something a little bit more focused? I don't believe there are enough playables there to really choose the second option. My intuition here is that we'll just see kind of a jumble of strong cards that aren't particularly cohesive together. That isn't all doom and gloom. You don't get, I mean, that's draft, right? You don't get to like pick the deck that you're playing. You have to make do with what you've selected. But the pool of cards, a lot of really strong cards, a lot of gaps. It'll be interesting to watch what Lights Out Ace comes out with during the construction and then the games as well.
Yeah, for me, the sort of the thing that would push me the hardest to be playing with Shadow are just getting that copy of Combust and the copy of Call the Hit, and it's just two cards that just are so much exactly what they need given the way that the rest of the deck rounded out. They do, even something like a 2-drop flyer, or sorry, a 2-strength flyer is a really big deal for them to deal with, and having Call the Hit available for that even in the late game could really matter.
The Shadow card that really struck me as this is kind of perfect for bridging together all the disparate elements of this deck is Midnight Disappearance. That one is really, really strong if you are beating down, really, really strong if you are trying to play a control game, and if you happen to be doing a little column A and a little column B, plays really well there as well. So that one to me might kind of tie the whole room together. And as you mentioned, I think some of those individual Shadow cards are really strong. The fact that they have Inscribe, very helpful as well. I think the Call to Hit, the vulnerability to cheap flying units is really well said. But Midnight Disappearance is, I think, really just on message for what this collection of cards needs.
All right, so it's going to be an interesting deck construction here for Lights Out Ace. I think the best overall card in the draft format that they got is, I would say it's close from between just that Searing Fist, just absolutely exactly what they need, and just being a very consistent 2-cost removal spell, or Worm Calling.
Well, I think the best card in their pool is the Feral Serpent, but that one is unfortunately going to be watching the action instead of participating in it.
Yeah, I think we'll be very surprised to see if that one makes the final build. But yeah, Worm Calling, 3 cost, draw 2 5-cost, 7/7 worms. That's going to outclass just about everything that we see in terms of stats on any opposing deck, but anybody going against that might be trying to go wide and out-tempo him, or be going through the air to fly over those worms if Lights Out Ace does draw it in a game. But it's certainly the card I think that Lights Out Ace, with the exception of maybe Searing Fist, which just ties the room together so well. But if you're talking about a card which can single-handedly win a game on its own, Searing Fist is not going to do that. Worm Calling does have that capability.
And Worm Calling is another card that kind of speaks towards trying to glue both halves together. If you're starting off with an aggressive start, you're doing some token stuff, you've got it in your hits, and your opponent has just played like a 4/4 and your stuff can't attack anymore. Awesome. Your 7/7s can outclass that in a long game. Are you trying to sort of win a longer game and playing defensive? Well, Worm Calling, there are spots where you play the first 7/7 and your opponent is done attacking with non-flying units, and then you can play offense with the second copy. So again, a card that really plays well kind of no matter how Lights Out Ace's draws happen to come together.
Does the structure of this format affect how you would approach drafting? So that for this tournament, players need to get out of these first 9 rounds, and the first 3 of which will be draft, with a top 4 record out of the 16. Does that make you want to be more conservative, more aggressive in how you draft?
It's funny that you should mention this. There was a time that I was playing in a high-stakes draft tournament, and I asked an old pro, I know that card A is better than card B, but card B has a much higher ceiling. If I need a 3-0 here, should I be taking card B? And this old head said, no, the better card is the better card because it's the better card in the distribution of all the games. And the minute you start talking yourself into what I need to do I need to be riskier or not, you're telling yourself a story. Get rid of all of that. Whatever you think the strongest cards are, that's what leads to winning over time. And it doesn't matter if it's a 3-0 or a 2-1 or a 1-2. Focus on just taking the best cards.
Yeah, I mean, one thing you can always do is if you draft a solid deck and then your opponents get unlucky, maybe they have clunky draws, I would be, Lights Out Ace tried to navigate that draft. It was quite tricky, but it certainly could have clunky starts to their draft, and having just a solid attacking force on the other side could be enough to beat them. All right, so Watchwolf92, we're going to be checking them out and their draft here in just a moment. They're a friend of yours. You've known them for years, and we're excited to see what they've got. So let's see how their draft went here. So, kicking things off for Watchwolf92, they're going to be. We've got their draft recorded. They drafted at the same time as Lights Out Ace, so there's no concerns around any sort of advantages. And the entire broadcast this weekend, we got them on a 10-minute delay, so nobody gets to peek at what anyone else is doing during the games, of course.
That's good. Watchwolf, baby.
All right, so Watchwolf92, prolific CCG player, has had a lot of competitive success and multiple games now, and they've made it to the World Championships. They're getting ready to start their draft. And here we go. So opening card, rare, nullify, not what you're looking for. Negate effects, not typically the kind of thing that you want in a limited format. But for those uncommons, any of those jumping out to you, Patrick?
I think the strongest card in the pack here is Unseen Marksman, but 2 factions on an opening commit is something that a lot of people don't really want to do. I think Bang, Arachnoid Terror, and Namara the Pure are all pretty strong cards that represent a much lower commitment to doing a particular thing. But I think on just if you're talking setting aside meta considerations about how you draft or how flexible you want to be, what is the individually strongest card in this pack? My answer would be Unseen Marksman.
The most fun card for me is just Bang, Sheriff of Doonhill. Summon, play a random weapon on Bang, and take debt equal to its cost. So we can really go to the moon with that one. But the biggest whammy is when you play Bang and you hit a Mantle of Justice. So all right, Watchwolf's in for it. Let's go. Bang is the pack one, pick one. Now here, the best fire card in the pack looks to me like that Jeering Yeti, a solid 2-drop. A great removal spell, and Victimless Crime is also an option.
Yeah, I mean this is a really consistency versus flexibility. I think from my perspective, the pick here is Victimless Crime, not close, and it looks like Watchwolf agrees. That pick was made very, very quickly. You're not committed to Bang, and just the amount of power you're giving up taking Jeering Yeti over Victimless Crime, I just don't think it's acceptable, and it looks like Watchwolf agrees.
All right, Oni Inciter is the the third pick, and it's another fire card. Can pick up a Warhelm with its contract or kill an attachment on an enemy. A great job there by Watchwolf92. Now picking up a free fire. So being a Rakano card, we're kind of getting something that allows us to maybe pivot between Fire Justice, Fire Shadow, but still plenty of picks to go here. And now getting Find the Moment, a solid combat trick. So starting to settle in here. And now this is a kind of an interesting choice. You can go with a really big Inscribe card like Svetya's Decree, draw cards until you have as many as the enemy player. Maybe a very small Inscribe card like Warning Shot, 0 cost, deal 1 damage with Inscribe.
Well, the structure of this deck, I mean, if we're assuming that, we would be looking at Rakana or 3 factions in the event that Justice is in the deck, it's not really conducive to Svetya's Decree. We're looking at a bunch of contract cards. Those have a habit of sort of stacking up in your hand. You have a free fire, not exactly the smoothest thing with trying to get your hand empty, and so I wouldn't put a premium there on Svetya's Decree. I think Call the Hit is a much stronger, more consistent pick, and again, looks like Watchwolf agrees.
Yeah, so now an Unseen Marksman and a Stonebreaker Bow. So we're just sort of, and now the best card looks maybe like a Rakano card, Breach the Defenses. So really sort of bouncing around between all 3 of these factions. And it'll be interesting to see if Watchwolf wants to try to hone in on 2 of them, or is just happy to just get the best of all 3.
Yeah, there's no reason to answer that question right now. I think what we'll see in pack number 2 will probably clarify it quite a bit. But again, this is sort of what we were speaking to before we went on the air of being responsive, being flexible.
Yep, I totally agree with all of that. All right, so getting a late pick, Jeering Yeti. And now what are we looking at here for the options? So Dark Talon Wyvern, a Felon removal spell. A Felon Dragon, of course. It's a removal effect in that it removes your opponent's deck when you hit him with it, but it's probably not where Watchwolf's looking to go.
And this is an interesting pick here because I think the 2 cards here in terms of Gilded Flames and D'Angelo Racketeers, to me, are basically a coin flip in terms of how powerful they are. They're approximately equivalent in my mind. And so this will speak to where does Watchwolf think the draft is going? Because it's not like, in my opinion, again, maybe Watchwolf has a strong preference for one card versus the other. But if it's close on rate, do you want the fire card? Do you want the Argenport card? Where do you think your draft's going?
All right. So I think we're going to see Gilded Flames here, but yeah, just very solid. Doesn't really require any sort of special synergies like you do from that Argenport card. Now looking here at a pack where a couple of Justice and Shadow Uncommons maybe as the options. Also Execute, a pretty nice removal spell. So
synergies with Racketeer, there's only two: attacking and blocking. You don't need to do any of the, discard this for value sort of stuff. Nah. No.
all right. Now for the next pick, Iconic Torch in the pack in this draft format. Hey, if you're talking about one of the premier removal spells in Eternal throughout its history, Torch is that card, and is it going to be the pick here?
I'm struggling to think what the alternative would be.
Well, Watchwolf snaps it up. Now, taking an Obsidian Golem, that 2-cost Stonescar unit has Entomb to draw a +2/+2 weapon. So, a very solid early game unit that has late game potential as well. Now, grabbing a Magma Javelin. It sort of seems like we're moving a little bit away from Justice. It'll be interesting if we were to talk to Watchwolf92 right now, what they think of the probability is they end up with it. But picking up a Valkyrie Militant, they don't have a ton of the way of fixing right now for these three factions. There's a few inscribed cards in the mix, but otherwise this would be a pretty dirty power base.
Right, and things like Bang has 2 fire pips. A lot of your best Justice cards are kind of tied up in things that are cheap and or time sensitive, like Find the Moment and Unseen Marksman. It's not really a structure that's conducive to splashing right now. That can all be cleaned up in packs 3 and 4. The draft can go in a lot of different directions, but I think the Justice is, less than 50% at this point.
All right, so look at this. Impending Doom here is the rare in pack 3. That very powerful 4-cost 5/5 flyer. The only downside is at the end of your turn, it deals 1 damage to you. Will that be Watchwolf's pick? It is. Really solidifying now into Stonescar. They've still got a couple of Justice cards floating around. Possible they will be a splash, but just getting powerful Stonescar card after powerful one. And now here we see a Stealth card maybe as the option, Evoker. Stealth is our mechanic from the set before called Hunt, Revelations, where those units, when they come into play, they're hidden from view from the opponent. And some of them, like Evoker, have an ability where at the start of your turn, you flip them up and then they do an effect. In this case of Evoker, it plays a Ruinous Burst, which means you get to deal 1 damage to 2 enemies.
So that's a great card kind of in its own right, but it's exceptional here. A vulnerability that these sort of strategies can have is to large units. You see Magma Javelin, Stonebreaker, Bow, Torch, all really strong cards, but there are some gaps when you start talking about really big units, and Evoker is just strong on its own and can be used in conjunction with some of these relic weapons to take something down that's a little bit bigger.
All right, wow, taking an Umbran Coaxer there. 5-cost, 5/2 lifesteal pairs really well with having a bunch of removal because it allows you to maybe get multiple hits out of that 5-strength lifesteal unit.
Oh, and a combo with the Embezzler. That's my kitchen right there, is those two.
You're talking about Cabal Embezzler, the 6-cost 3/4 we might see in pack 4 with that contract of give another unit +3 strength and unblockable this turn. Yeah, a really fantastic pairing would that curve be. All right, Agile Strike and Spitfire are going to round out the options here, going for that Spitfire. And taking an Ensnare, maybe they want to have a cheap answer to Flyers as we head into pack 4, and we're back in the Cold Hunt pack portion of the draft. Opening up an Aurine Scepter, a Toxic Wisp. We're going to take a Volunteer Core. That's the first piece of premier fixing we've seen Watchwolf get this draft, so they're quite happy to, considering how many great cards they've got across 3 factions.
It's an interesting pick there. I mean, it really speaks to how likely do you think you are to play Justice? Because Toxic Wisp, if you were for sure, I'm just Stone Scar, I'm not really considering these Justice cards anymore, I think Toxic Wisp is the pick there. If Watchwolf is taking the Volunteer core, that suggests to me they think that these Justice cards could still end up in the deck at the end of the day.
All right, so maybe an Alchemy student here. 1 cost, 1/1 with Contract 2, give a unit +1/+1 in lifesteal. One of my favorite combos is when you give Impending Doom lifesteal, because then when it's dealing 1 damage to you at the end of your turn, well, since it's lifesteal, it all washes out as it gains you 1 right back.
Well, it's also washed out by the 6 you pick up by attacking, so it's more rub-ins than hedging. But yes, it is definitely a satisfying pairing of cards,
yes.
No question.
All right, I don't think we're going to be going that into time for Scythe. A fantastic card, though. But looking through the options, and I think this is the spot where you have to check what your fixing is going to be like if you're going to take Unseen Marksman over a more reliable Stone Scar card. But Watchwolf is feeling good about getting into all 3 factions. And now here, another Unseen Marksman. How much do you like Defend the Treasury? Kill a unit with an even cost.
Well, I think if you were just Argenport, Unseen Marksman is the stronger card, in my opinion, not particularly close. But Defend the Treasury is a lot stronger if you think that your Justice may not be that reliable on turn 2. You draw your Justice on turn 6, let's say. Unseen Marksman, not very strong. Defend the Treasury, much better in that spot. So, again, I think it's a flexibility versus power pick. And I think it looks like Watchwolf still thinks that even with Justice as the splash, the gap in power level between those 2 cards is just too big.
All right, now for Watchwolf, look in there at that Sensari Trident potentially. Maybe find a moment as another combat trick or one of these shadow removal spells, and they're going to go for Call to Hit. It's really nice. So the Justice looks like a little bit more of a splash, but even that Call to Hit being a shadow card with Inscribe, maybe it lets you play more Justice Sigils, fewer Shadow Sigils, and you know you can always get your Shadow with your Inscribe cards.
Right, and that's another one where there was a concession there on power versus flexibility. I don't think Call to Hit was the objectively strongest card of the pack, but Watchwolf definitely trying to thread the needle here in a lot of these picks of having enough just strength, enough raw card quality in the deck versus making sure there's enough flexibility, enough of Inscribe, enough fixing. It's very hard to thread that needle, but I think Watchwolf has done honestly a brilliant job, and this deck is shaping up to be quite strong.
Yeah, I'm loving this deck, and I think what they're doing right now is they're counting how many cards they're happy with starting. If they've got a ton, I would think that makes it a slam dunk Rune Sword, because that means that you're going to be able to really substitute more or less a Justice Sigil with that 7-cost 4/4 relic weapon.
Yep. Yeah. I mean, I don't even imagine. I can't even tell what the competition would be in this pick.
I think Midnight Hunter is a pretty solid card. It's one that I'm quite happy with, just because you can have a lot of removal that deals with units with like 4 or less health in these factions, very smaller units. But then somebody can get really big, and it's like it doesn't matter how many Call to Hits and torches and breach the defenses you have. It can be hard to kill them.
I want to walk that one back. I underestimated the amount of. I mean, it's not a token deck per se, but Alchemy Student, Obsidian Golem, Volunteer Core. There's a lot of. I wouldn't necessarily describe them as synergies, but a lot of cards that play very well with Midnight Hunter.
Yeah, and Watchwolf agrees. Picking up that 6-cost 3/2 flyer with that fantastic summon of Sacrifice a unit to kill an enemy unit. Now looking here at Hypnotic Elder, Accordion can exhaust an enemy unit if you pay the contract, and then Eavesdrop. 4-cost shadow spell. The enemy player discards 2 cards from their hand. Then you steal their void.
And again, I think the Elder is probably the strongest card of the selections, but it's possible you just want another Inscribe card here. And that's why you see Watchwolf here constantly just going back and doing a playable count. Do I have enough here? Do I need to fill out with just a low opportunity cost Inscribe card? How many expensive cards do I play? Would I even play Hypnotic Elder in the first place? It's all part of the check here.
Yeah, so they're going to take in the Eavesdrop, and wow, look at that. They just snatched up that Cabal Embezzler. That was the card you mentioned earlier in the draft. You'd love to have one, especially to combine with that Umbran Coaxer, but it's really just fantastic at pushing damage, and it's one of the best ways to break up any kind of board stall if you find it in the format, because it gives you that immediate big hit with another unit, and then you have a 3/4 unblockable for future turns. So it's just one of the best finishers we've ever seen for Shadow in a draft format.
And it's just a really great tactical piece too, because there's exactly that. There's the play it, punch through a bunch of damage. The card itself is actually a pretty good blocker the turn afterwards as a 3/4, and then the following turn it becomes an unblockable thing, and maybe the thing that you gave the unblockable to then becomes your blocker. So in terms of being like both very bursty and just like anytime the game is just about attacking and blocking, kind of racing, it's really hard for that card to be bad.
All right, so we're going to step away here and get the players set up for that first round of draft. We'll be back soon with the action. We'll be checking out Lights Out Ace and Watchwolf92, seeing exactly how they built their decks and their games. It's going to be a fun couple rounds here of the Cold Hunt Draft Hunt portion of the World Championships. Stay tuned, and we'll be back with more action soon. Welcome back to the World Championships. I'm Andrew Baeckstrom, Patrick Sullivan. You did a nice job during the break breaking down some Pack 1 pick ones there. Thanks for keeping it up.
Oh, yeah, I was actually kind of floating around in the Twitch chat right now, and it's funny, too, because everyone's shouting out their picks. And then when mine matches, celebration. And when mine doesn't, it's like, oh my god, what is this guy talking about or whatever. So it was fun to get to watch my picks either agreed with or critiqued, depending.
Yeah, that's one of the my favorite parts about limited is it's it's really hard to say anything is truly right or truly wrong, and especially it matters. It's going to come down to how you use the cards as well. Like you and I can have a difference of opinion about how good we think a card is, but if one of us isn't going to use it the way that makes the most advantage of it, it's definitely not going to be the right pick.
My pick of Find the Moment over Ramba was not well received. Say that.
He's a big boy.
Yeah, and Find the Moment makes everything into a big boy. So
This is true.
You know, like
Everyone gets to have their moment.
exactly.
Yeah. All right. So to recap where we're at, we have no games have been played so far. So all of the actual in-game action still to come and going to be starting very soon here. But so far what we've gotten to see is two of our players draft their deck for the draft portions. First, we started off the day with Lights Out Ace drafting a fire time deck that has the capability of splashing some shadow for removal like Combust and Call to Hit. I would say that it was not the best deck that they've ever drafted, and the one that they're the most happy with. But you know what? It's one of those things where it's like they're not going to win the tournament over these next 3 rounds. Nobody is. The thing you want the most is give yourself a chance getting into the constructed rounds.
Right, and even though the deck is, you know, I use words like disparate and incoherent and whatever, it has the offense, defense, early game, late game stuff. That deck is not without really good matchups. I mean, if you're trying to just like grind with units on the table, mostly on the ground, I think Lights Out Ace deck is very, very strong. There's some noticeable weaknesses, and there's going to be some draws that are a little awkward to sort of piece it all together. But there is something to be said for a lot of individually strong cards and a deck that is capable of playing games early and late, and that could easily add up to 2 or 3 wins.
Yeah, and there's no shortage of big stats in Lights Out Ace's deck, and so one of the big things that we're going to be looking for when we watch their games, we'll be starting off with their match, is can they survive the early turns, and then once they get those bigger units down, how effectively can they manage trading, attacking, and sort of breaking up double blocks, things that will allow their big stats to sort of rule the battlefield.
And I think there's something to be said for having these big units, particularly in this format. A lot of the marquee removal, a lot of the cards that people are taking very early, Stonebreaker Bow, Torch, Breach of the Defenses, stuff in that space. Those cards are really, really strong. There's a reason that they are taken highly. But a lot of people do end up with decks. This has happened to me quite frequently, where I have this like great curve of stuff and these strong cards, and someone plays a unit with 5 or more health, and I go, oh, this is really bad. Like I my deck is just not equipped to play this sort of game. And there's the Justice Common, the 3/5 Endurance Valor card. There's the monk that with the contract that gains all the health. There's some really strong 5 health units floating around at lower rarities, and just kind of like junking the game up with that sort of stuff is a way to beat ostensibly more powerful, more efficient premium cards.
All right, and then we also got to witness Watchwolf92's draft. A pretty smooth experience, I would say, in that they kind of took some Fire, Justice, and Shadow cards, especially some multi-faction ones early, and then it was just sort of a matter of, all right, I'm going to get enough fixing, and I'm going to get the best card out of those 3 factions out of every pack, and it really worked out that way.
And I think there's a common thought of, you know, you remain flexible early, and then you sort of commit. And what stood out to me about Watchwolf's draft there was never really a commitment. I mean, at the end of the day, that deck's 3 factions, and that's a function of the picks that were made. But there was a bunch of opportunities to either really drill in on, I'm for sure 3 factions, or really drill in on probably playing Stone Cigar. And he never really made that call. I mean, I think up until maybe the last 6 or 7 picks, that was still a little bit up in the air. And that showed a lot of discipline there. I think people can get nervous in these spots of I've got to be picking one way or the other. And Watchwolf the entire time was just responsive to the cards and the packs as they came. Sort of threaded the needle there between raw rate versus flexibility. And I think at the end of the day ended up with a great deck. It's maybe a little bit lighter on fixing than you'd like to see, and it does make me nervous that you have a double fire card, a double shadow card, and you're splashing justice. It's not the most reliable power base, but in terms of navigating that draft with a lot of really hard calls well, I think Watchwolf, there's very few, if any, critiques that I have of the decisions they made along the way.
Yep, and one of the things you get from having a deck the way that they drafted it, where it's got a ton of great options all along the early spots of the curve, is they can be a little bit pickier when they're redrawing hands in the opener. If they see a hand which maybe has all three factions but is just very slow, their deck is really solid enough that I think you can redraw a hand like that and try to get something that will flesh out, have good early plays, and know that sooner or later your deck will come together, but you won't be too far behind.
I think that's a great point. I think something that is an underrated or underappreciated element of draft formats and drafting well are the mulligan decisions you had to make with three faction decks. Because there's a lot of times where you draw up an opening hand with all three factions, but it's not a good hand. And you say to yourself, well, the downside risk, if I mulligan and now my hand's only got the two factions and the cards of the third, I have to keep hands that are not good because the floor on my hands is so low. And Watchwolf is not jammed up the same way.
All right, so Lights Out Ace getting their campaign started to repeat as world champion. So far, we don't see any shadow cards in the grip or shadow influence, so maybe just went straight Praxis. Nonetheless, they're up against Law Warrior here, who has kicked things off with the Cabal House Cat Zito. And the Grenadin are going to get in there. I imagine Law Warrior is going to trade off that Cattle Revenge back into the deck. This cat's got 2 lives. Not quite 9 lives, but it's got 2.
And Law Warrior with a very strong attrition-oriented hand here. You see a killer unit, you see an eavesdrop, an ice bolt. That Zito is floating around in the top 10, now top 9 somewhere. And so a really good mixture of cards for playing a defensive and card advantage-oriented game.
All right, so Lights Out Ace pokes in with the Grenadin. Going to play out this Spear Frenzy Warrior, 4-3. Does Law Warrior want to snap off that Ice Bolt now? It's going to get Lights Out Ace another power. They do.
And I think the tiebreaker here for Law Warrior is their turn 4 and turn 5 is already kind of committed. And so what would you be doing with that Ice Bolt? It's going to take a long time to be able to play it if you think you're going to be playing your killer unit and your eavesdrop the next 2 turns. So even if that's a more modest unit than you'd like to kill with an Ice Bolt, I think it's on balance the right thing to do.
All right, so Lights Out Ace forced to discard 2, holds on to Cold Aaron Captain. This 5-cost 4-3 gives all of your units +1 strength, and with Revenge, it's very durable against all of this interaction from Law Warrior. Wow, the House Cat is back, making the Blitzstone go away, so Law Warrior is just chipping away at Lights Out Ace. Got them down to no cards in hand, but in terms of who's ahead on board right now, it's Lights Out Ace.
And, as good as the start is for Law Warrior, there's a lot of vulnerability here to just big units off the top. You have a killer unit, and the rest of the hand's really nothing. You have a Kidnapper you can't play and that you kind of don't want to play, and then a Vow of Silence, which is doing a whole lot here. So as bad as this start has looked for Lights Out Ace, if they just draw units for another turn or 2, very good chance they could run away with this before Law Warrior can stabilize.
All right, a fantastic pickup there for Law Warrior. This Sandcrawler, 3-3 Overwhelm, matches up quite nicely on this board. They can't play out the left-right Kidnapper in hand, missing that second Shadow Influence. Lights Out Ace picks up a Rampaging Commando. Both units are going to move on in. Trade is in the works. The Rebel Sharpshooter drops Law Warrior down to 13. And now we've got a fun decision here for Law Warrior. They can use this 2-3 killer in hand to go after the stealth unit, and you see that shimmering glow over it. That means that Law Warrior can't see what that unit is exactly.
And also picking up an indifference here. So we know, because we can actually see, that the Snare Lotus plus indifference play is really strong, but it is a lot of risk here if this happens to be a 3-3 down.
It wasn't, and so the Snare Lotus gets to trade, kill the Rampaging Commando, and stick around. Another Rebel Sharpshooter is picked up for Lights Out Ace. So Law Warrior is certainly has run out of things that they can do with their hand. So for Lights Out Ace, a couple of 3-3s might take the game. Time Sigil off the top is not going to be any help. And just a very solid draw of just all these cards. Attack has made it so that Law Warrior, who had a good number of pieces of interaction, is just kind of dying to the leftovers. Now the sharpshooters are coming in once again. It's not quite time for Law Warrior to chump. I love that decision. A 3-1 Valor comes down. Finally, Law Warrior picks up the second Shadow Influence. Has to play this left-right Kidnapper. Doesn't gonna get anything out of the hand.
Ooh.
And that's gonna... Oh, Lights Out Ace missing Shadow Influence. Can't play that Midnight Disappearance. So we'll see all of these units trade off. The last Sharpshooter brings Law Warrior down to 1. Lights Out Ace gets to draw a card.
Oh.
Wow, a humongous draw. Kuno the Chronomancer. That's a 5-cost 4/4 ambush with a contract that can put a card from your void back on top of your deck. Law Warrior is both going to get to potentially eat this Sharpshooter and set themselves up for a great next draw.
The Lights Out Ace drawing very big here. 6 power unlocks Marison's Legacy, and if it happens to be Shadow, it's both Legacy and Midnight Disappearance.
So a huge moment here. Law Warrior is potentially thinking about playing this on their turn. Not sure what they would get from that. I guess they're going to play out the power. The 6 power there unlocks the Marison's Legacy for Lights Out Ace. But first, let's start off with a lethal attack. There's Kuno ambushing in. And looking through the offerings in the void. They're going to need to put the right kind of card on top of their deck. Otherwise, they're going to die to this Marison's Legacy that they don't know about.
Well, it's tough because it's kind of mopey to draw an Ice Bolt next turn. You'd ideally like to get back a big unit, but I don't think that's in the offering.
Yeah. So here's Marison's Legacy play out. A Deadly Scorpion, a 2/2 Flying Locust, and a 3/3 Overwhelmed Sandcrawler. A Graviturgist. They got to take that out of Lights Out Ace's void earlier and put it into their own thanks to the Eavesdrop. Unfortunately, that card is not going to help them stabilize. It can only deal with 2 of the units, and they were going to die to an Xaxes attack.
Well, it's interesting there. I mean, that decision with the Chronomancer is really hard, and it would have been really challenging to beat Marison's Legacy there regardless. I think my intuition there would have been to put Zito on top, because you kind of need to chain together like a lot of things in a row to be able to get out of that spot. And with Lights Out Ace sitting on 2 cards, it's likely that something in there is live. I don't know if that would have been good enough to do it, but as it stands, Marison's Legacy is able to go wide, get through that final point, and Lights Out Ace is up a game.
Yeah, and if it wasn't for that left-right Kidnapper, Lights Out Ace might not have gotten to all of the power they needed in time before Law Warrior could have stabilized. So a very close game. Law Warrior was just on the edge, it felt like, of sort of crushing Lights Out Ace, but they just kind of, their last card in hand, that Cold Aaron Captain, did a ton of work for them.
And just the draw steps there of just unit. We're not talking the most impressive stuff, just 3/3 sharpshooters, but just enough to keep the pressure going. Something that was large enough to attack through the 2/3. If those draws are power or just something that trades off with the 2/3, probably a very different game. But as it stands, Law Warrior are able to get across the finish line there, and is up a game here in the World Championships.
All right, so both players looks like they've got some pretty solid looking hands here. Law Warrior will get us started here in Game 2 of this best-of-3 set here in Round 1 of the World Championships. Meanwhile, for Lights Out Ace, with that Ancient Manual in hand, they know they have access to all 3 factions of influence. And this is a lot of the good cheap cards in Lights Out Ace's deck, so this is all working out very nicely. What will we see go away to the Contracted Cat?
My intuition here is Miner's Musket.
All right, Miner's Musket.
Close.
2/1 Relic Weapon. Summon, reduce the cost of the top unit or relic of your deck by 2. Next up for Lights Out Ace, they're just going to be unlocking some influence. And Law Warrior will be spending this turn paying off the contract from that cat. Copper Conduit is picked up. And now Grenadin and Rescue, 2 1/1s. This sort of trades with the cat, but, you know, the cat does its thing.
Well, it's at the cost of a lot of power, too. So one of the ways to sort of manage Zito with this sort of deck is just get on top of the game and make the act of paying the contract, paying the debt really cumbersome, which is basically what we saw in the first game.
All right, so Blitzstone is going to take out the Thunderfist Striker. So Blitzstone is a relic. It deals 2 damage to an enemy unit, and then the next time you play a unit, you sacrifice Blitzstone, and your unit gets +1 strength and charge that turn.
And there's a, that card's just kind of good on its face, but in addition, some really synergistic units in hand to be given charge to.
All right, for Law Warrior, they've got a Dune Phantom, 3-cost 0/6 Flying Ambush. Could do a nice job of soaking up a big unit here in the future from Lights Out Ace. But for Law Warrior, do you want to just eavesdrop this turn?
I do just want to eavesdrop. I feel like, Lights Out Ace kind of needs power and units to make everything hum here. And that's really hard to do down the 2 cards.
So a tricky decision for Lights Out Ace. Could be, to me, I would maybe ditch the Sharpshooter and the Copper Conduit and just kind of go all in on this Lotus Instructor.
I would pitch Power and Copper Conduit.
All right.
Because you have your turn 3 rolled up regardless, and the biggest risk with this hand is just drawing too much power.
Love it. I think you're right. I think that was a great decision. And, drawing power off the top, we would have been flooding in the line I proposed. So now you get the Sharpshooter. It gets to punch in. And now Lights Out Ace is going to hold the power in hand. Very savvy play, knowing that there was a Zito potentially coming back with Revenge from the top of the deck. So now they get to ditch that Fire Sigil, and at some point they'll top deck another power, and then they'll get to throw down the Lotus Instructor.
Yeah, just really great work by Lights Out Ace here. It's not a good spot by any means, but they are doing the best to sort of manage the situation as best they can, not be too leveraged, and now drawing pretty effectively to power and non-power cards.
All right, so Law Warrior chose not to play the Sandcrawler so they can throw down the Dune Phantom and soak up the Rebel Sharpshooter. For Lights Out Ace, they're going to have a decision here about inscribing on this Vow of Silence so they could play Lotus Instructor next turn. They are. And now Law Warrior grabs a Lethrai Kidnapper. That's a really great draw.
And, you don't exactly know what got inscribed last turn, but given Lights Out Ace's situation with resources, it would imply that the last card in the hand is something good. Whether or not that's a unit or non-unit, that's still up in the air, but it seems very unlikely the Lights Out Ace would have inscribed to anything if the last card in their hand was a power. And so this Kidnapper probably has a good shot at actually snagging something.
Wow, so the Kidnapper does not get played. Law Warrior didn't want to maybe risk that there was nothing and then a big tempo play happens if there's a removal spell in hand. So now Lights Out Ace gets to play the Lotus Instructor, and they've sort of gotten to dodge to the Lethrai Kidnapper. But for Law Warrior, picking up a 6/5 Towering Terrazon, that is really going to dominate this board if that's the play.
I mean, Law Warrior's perspective there, I think I probably would have played the Kidnapper there. It's close. But in a position to be really, really risk-averse. Like, all right, so I have an 06. Is whatever they're going to play next turn going to be bigger than that? Almost certainly not. And there is some risk of playing the Kidnapper. Your opponent draws a removal spell, and now they're kind of able to go around you here.
All right, so Lights Out Ace can attack with both of their units. It might prompt a trade with the Sandcrawler, and the Dune Phantom would soak up the Rebel Sharpshooter. So it looks like, yeah, that is going to happen. They played out that Grenadin Rescue first to potentially see if maybe there was a combat trick on the other side. There wasn't. So no damage gets across, but we did make the board a little bit smaller. And now that trade theoretically opened up attacks for the 1/1s. Unfortunately, the Towering Terrazon is going to have something to say about it.
Yeah, now Lights Out Ace pretty effectively ground down here. I mean, there's no attacks coming, and Law Warrior has a lot of flexibility to kind of play offense, defense with the Terrazon as whatever makes sense.
Yeah, how aggressive does Law Warrior get? If you were to do something like play Lotus Instructor and put Overwhelm onto the Terrazon, it would trade for their entire board. As it stands, this is a cheeky play because if Lights Out Ace doesn't block with both Grenadin, a call to hit is a huge blowout, breaking up the double block. The Terrazon eats the Sharpshooter. Just a really terrible exchange there for Lights Out Ace.
Yeah, and you know, it's not free to put the extra Grenadin in there on that block, because if Law Warrior says okay, you've just thrown away the Grenadin for no reason. So a really sharp attack there from Law Warrior.
Missing again on power means they can't play the Warrior Monk. So just about everything can get in this turn. Yeah. Law Warrior just thinking maybe if they want to attack with the Lotus Instructor or not, as Lights Out Ace could trade their whole board with it. They will. But meanwhile, the other unit's just dealing a ton of damage, dropping Lights Out Ace to 8. Midnight Disappearance gives us a shot because we can now maybe bounce the Terrazon, shrink it down, find something good off the Invoke. All right, so here we have Midnight Disappearance. Puts a unit into the enemy player's hand, gives a -2/-1, and then you can invoke Shadow or Time. An Entrancer, I guess, is kind of nice because it would trade with one of these left-right kidnappers, but they don't take it. They take the Warrior Monk, wanting to avoid the health gain from that contract ability.
Yeah, I mean, this sets up for just lethal next turn.
All right, well, Call the Hit can threaten to trade with the Sarasaur. And now if these kidnappers attack, you are getting to draw a card. So we're still in this, Patrick.
Yeah, I mean, we're in a lot of trouble, but, you know, looking at a card here, looking at a card next turn, you know, you answer the 2 units. Even if you can answer the second kidnapper and find something to block, like, it's not inconceivable. It's a bad spot, to be clear, but...
Well, 2 Fire Sigils off the top is not what Lights Out Ace had in mind. Law Warrior is going to take this game down and even up this best-of-3 set at 1 game apiece, sending us to a pivotal Game 3 for this first match. Now, of course, this is just the first round of the day. Players, we got 9 rounds to go, but there's nothing like starting out with a win, and it really, you know, players have been testing and preparing for this for months now for this event. It does not feel great to start off with a loss.
No, it doesn't. And I think a very innocuous card, seemingly innocuous card, but a real key to this matchup was on display there in the Doom Phantom. You know, what we saw in the first game was it's not hard for Law Warrior to generate a lot of card advantage. Zito, Eavesdrop, just like stuff that generates multiple cards. The problem is blocking, of surviving the turns where you're trying to transition from I've run you out of stuff to now I'm taking the game over. And game number 1 couldn't find anything that could just stop 3/3s, much less the larger units. But that game, the 06 was great at sort of just swallowing up the biggest thing for the entire game and giving Law Warrior the time and breathing space to deploy their more powerful cards.
All right, here we are in game number 3 of this match. We will have our reigning world champion, Lights Out Ace, on the play here with their 3-faction build. And both of these players are playing 3 factions, but it's a little bit of a splash in both cases. For Law Warrior, they're sort of splashing Primal into their Xenon deck, and for Lights Out Ace, it's splashing a few Shadow cards into this Praxis build.
This is a really risky keep here from Law Warrior. Just a hand that has a lot of gaps, a lot of depleted sigils, and is really only equipped to play offense in a matchup where he is very plainly the defensive player.
All right, so Grenadin Rescue for Lights Out Ace. Law Warrior chooses not to play the Thunderfist Striker, rather just plays a depleted Xenon Banner to get things going. Now we'll see a Rebel Sharpshooter as the follow-up for Lights Out Ace. Lights Out Ace is going to need some power soon, both for the 4th for their 4 drops and a Shadow Influence for that bust. Now a Miner's Musket is the pickup here for Lights Out Ace, and I like the idea of clearing out that Thunderfist Striker.
Yeah, that's going to get probably swallowed up here by the Indifference. But really, at the end of the day, that's not too bad. I think that I would guess Lights Out Ace's perspective here is if Law Warrior wants to play like a damage racing offense game, great. My deck is way better equipped to do that than theirs is.
So the Valor for the Thunderfist Striker boosted up to a 3/3, and then they trade. Valor is a battle skill that means when this unit is blocked, it gets +1/+1 this turn for each blocking unit. All right, so Lights Out Ace picks up Shadow Influence and the 4th power, potentially in the form of that Eavesdrop that they can inscribe. They will do so. I don't know that that Battle-Wise Warrior is good enough to actually warrant the combust, but it's Lights Out Ace has got to be appreciative that they're going to have that card available to them in future turns.
This is probably the first spot where I've would have done a different line than Lights Out Ace. I think I would have played that Conduit last turn.
As a 3/3?
I think so. Your power's just tied up for so long here.
Yeah, that makes sense. Now the Battle-Wise Warrior gets in for 2. Law Warrior could throw down a Lotus Instructor, a Nectar Snare Lotus. It's always tricky when you have a 2/3 killer and they've just got some 1/1s. It's like, do you want to use it? What if there's something better waiting in hand?
I guess from, the argument for waiting here from Lights Out Ace is they are, if they draw a bunch of power in a row, it's obviously better to have the Conduit back. And there is still a Miner's Musket trigger floating down there. So it's not inconceivable that this hand, as jammed up as it is right now, could actually end up long on power somewhere down the line. I think another tilt for the Conduit is, playing the Conduit there is, if Doom Phantom is involved, which we saw in the last game, there's no timeline where that's suddenly going to matter.
All right, Calderon Captain got cost reduced down to 3. That's a great draw there for Lights Out Ace. And if they want to have a really big turn, they could just play Calderon Conduit or Calderon Captain and combust away the Lotus Instructor, get an attack. But they're going to hold on here, potentially wanting to try to take advantage of these Grenin as blocker now that they're 2/1s.
Well, there's not really a great block to be had right now because it's a Valor unit or a double block. I think that I would have just played the 4-drop that turn, the Warrior, and try to sort of sandbag how strong the hand was in terms of immediacy, because Combust plus Calderon Captain is just a sudden, huge shift in the board, and that Warrior having Reckless is only going to get worse over time.
All right, the Calderon Captain immediately revenges back for Lights Out Ace. That's why they're the world champion, right?
Yeah. That's exactly how you do it right there.
All right. So it can't attack this turn, but here's Copper Conduit coming down, spending all of its remaining power to buff it up that much strength and health. So now it got to be a 5/5. Calderon Captain makes it a 6/5. Ooh, that was a fast-moving attack there from Law Warrior, but I think they're going to need to pump the brakes, and they do. Another copy of Grenadin Rescue. It's tough. They're just going to be a little bit small as it stands against these X3s on the other side.
Yeah, right now there is a really good block available to Law Warrior against the Conduit of 2/3 and 4/3 in front. It is very risky.
Well, you get to keep both. It's a 6/5.
Oh, no, you're right. Yeah, you're clean. You're clean.
Yeah, potentially, though, the Copper Conduit could just trade with the 2 smallest units, the 2/2 Battle-Wise Warrior and the 3/2 Oasis Seeker. And Lights Out Ace doesn't have any fast spells to break that up, though it's certainly going to feel a little risky for a Law Warrior. No blocks, and so now Lights Out Ace gets to play out a Spear Frenzy Warrior. And with that Combust in hand, they're really, and a Graviturgist to come, there's going to be a turn coming up here where Lights Out Ace just pushes a ton of damage.
And a lot of it's concealed, too, which makes it even harder.
A tricky contract decision for Law Warrior. If they contract this Lotus Instructor this turn and top deck power next turn, they can't play that great Warrior Monk in hand. But how much do you want to hedge against maybe just whiffing for future turns?
I think you just gotta, you gotta. I don't know if the buff really is getting you anywhere further here.
Here we go. Here's an attack with 3 units coming in for 10 damage. Can Lights Out Ace set up a lethal attack on the way back? I'm sure that's what they're calculating right now.
I think they're short. I think they're short. Because it's Combust plus Graviturgist, and Law Warrior still has 2 blockers back. And, once you're not presenting lethal next turn, I think you want to get the Oasis Seeker just off of this calculation.
So now we're going to see from LightsOutAce Grenadin Rescue into Graviturgist, and then an attack with maybe Copper Conduit and the Graviturgist. No power up, so it's all on the table right now for Law Warrior. You can trade both of those units with the Copper Conduit. The question is, are they going to want to?
I think you're sort of priced in, right? Because you're not racing on the way back. Your next turn is already essentially spoken for due to the contract payment. And so you just need to hope that you have a unit with 3 health. Hopefully that can hold off the Grenadins in some way, and then maybe you can start leveraging your monk the following turn.
So Law Warrior did finally hit that power, so they're going to be able to play Warrior Monk next turn, but for this turn, they're not. LightsOutAce could have combusted the 4-3 and then swung with everything, but they chose to hold off there. And so Law Warrior is going to try to get a chance here to stabilize with this Warrior Monk if they contract especially. Contract 5, one of the most expensive contracts, but it gains them 5 health, boosting them all the way back up to 14. Yeah, that attack won't go anywhere. A Warrior Monk coming right back from LightsOutAce. So some big swings here for the health totals. Both of these players were in range of one more big attack wiping them out, but these Warrior Monks are really helping.
And that's an interesting play there from LightsOutAce, because I actually think there's an argument for not combusting there to try to conceal the strength of your hand and the immediacy of it. But you're playing against someone who has at least 1 copy of Zito and Eavesdrop. So if it's close, just play your stuff.
Yeah, that makes sense. And so no risk of that great combust getting Zito'd. They did get down to the Warrior Monk. Law Warrior, this was the turn they were going to really have to take off for paying for that expensive contract. And so no plays from them. Now going back to LightsOutAce, they're smelling weakness. Everything's going to attack in, and this is a really tough moment now. That 2-2 is chumping the Warrior Monk with Overwhelm, so a lot's going to come across, dropping Law Warrior all the way down to 1. But they've got a Lumen Defender. That gets him back up to 6, Patrick.
And then that Lumen Defender can trade off with the Warrior Monk. Oh, I think that does it right there.
The Overwhelm... Oh, if you attack first, the Overwhelm is so much more... if you Searing Fist first, you get a lot of Overwhelm damage.
Yeah, I think Searing Fist first is just lethal. Assuming that there's nothing that can happen with the 1 power level.
So, LightsOutAce content to get them down this low, and then play for the following turn. I'm not seeing a path for Law Warrior to survive here, Patrick.
Yeah, Law Warrior needs to make 2 plays, and I don't see a path to that.
Yep, with 3 units on the other side. If LightsOutAce's next turn is an A space, no play in Law Warrior's hand will counteract that. So is there any way that they can bluff here? And they're going to get a look at the hand, see no units, and then they're going to concede. So LightsOutAce, our world champion, gets on top to start off the day. They are 1-0 with their draft deck, and that's kind of what we expected to see. Those Grenadin Rescues did a nice job of sort of being some kind of early play, and then it sort of made way for in the mid-game, just like playing a bunch of like 3-3s and 4-3s and trying to find ways to push that damage through.
And I think just a really great job from LightsOutAce there of both the strategy and the tactics. I think at a top-level game 3, LightsOutAce sort of identified, look, if you want to play an aggressive game with me, I'm going to get the better of that. The strength of your deck is the top end. The strength of your deck is the attrition. If you want to be racing me with 2-2s and 3-3s, I'm going to get the better of that. And LightsOutAce just like had a lot of respect for their ability to win the game on those terms. And then a lot of the discrete little pieces of interaction and sequencing. I think there was a lot of trying to get KG with that combust of the amount that I can swing the tempo of this game with a combust plus a charge flying unit or whatever is largely concealed. And if Law Warrior makes plays assuming that they have a lot of cushion, if I can keep these cards back, they might take a tactical line that ends up just setting them way, way, way behind. And I think you might have saw a little bit of that contract with the contract on the Lotus Instructor. That took the Warrior Monk off the table the following turn. And then the turn after, the Warrior Monk had to pay debt off. Lumen Defender was the draw. That Lumen Defender being delayed a turn could have been the difference between swinging that game around, because the leftovers in Law Warrior's hand were capable of stabilizing and turning that game around very, very quickly. And so I think the concealing the combust, being very patient with it, along with Law Warrior paying that contract in a spot where, whether right or wrong, the subsequent draw steps were about as punishing as they possibly could have been. Really great play there from Lights Out Ace, and starting off the World Championships with a win.
Yeah, absolutely. So, all right. So Boxer and Iron Man are still playing. They are in between games right now. The Boxer is up a game, so we're going to be checking out that match as soon as they get into game number 2. That is the last match of the round outstanding. So they must have had quite a game 1 if that's where they're at.
Bit of a grind fest, although that match was fairly long, and it wasn't like we played 15 turns.
Yeah.
So, there's just a lot of complicated decisions. It doesn't necessarily mean that we're in some sort of 4-faction controlled mirror, when we'll find out here in a moment.
All right, so we'll be checking out their match as soon as it's up, and then we'll be getting on with the day. When we get to the conclusion of this match, we'll take just a few minute break, get set up for the second round of draft, and we'll be trying to see who's got the this draft format on lockdown before we head into the throne rounds later on today. Lotus Instructor, you're mentioning that card. Definitely one of the cards I've seen where it is the hardest to make the decision about whether or not you want to take off the contract. And it's not so much that it's like you can't give up the +1/+1. Very often I find it's because of the overwhelm bonus and how juicy that is of being able to create some kind of threat that can just continually get through damage, because you're going up against some decks with token makers, some decks with revenge units. So when your units don't have overwhelm or flying or unblockable, there's a good number of tools to be able to keep them at bay for a while, and getting something going with overwhelm is a great way to get around that.
I find the most complicated contract decisions to be the ones where you are paying for a combination of offense and defense, because it's pretty hard to often what you're getting is a function of tactical things that are going on in the game at that moment, and not sort of this broad macro strategy. And as far as the low rarity cards go, I think it comes up with Lotus Instructor more than any of the other ones. Because to sort of not have all of your eggs in the one basket or be behind on the tempo, you kind of want to be cashing in on the spot. You want to unlock an attack that was not available to you prior to the +1/+1 and overwhelm, but then you're taking off a lot, maybe all of the following turn as a result of the contract if you're doing it early. And so it's a really complicated decision. It's often like you want to just sit and wait for more clarification, or for the board state to shift in such a way that now the +1/+1 and overwhelm is particularly important in this moment. For a card that's seemingly very, very simple, I mean, it's one sentence, it has some of the most basic mechanics in the game, the decisions involved with that card are really, really hard.
All right, so a lot on the line here for Iron Man and the Boxer going into this next match of the draft. All right, so it's going to be getting going here, and we'll be starting off with Iron Man on the play. So we got a whole new set of decks to be looking at. Both players, funny enough, have the same 6-drop time rare in their draft decks and in their opening hands. Expedition Gear gives all of your units +1/+1, and then when you play more units, they get another +1/+1 bonus. So a lot to like about the top end for both of these decks, but Iron Man's going to get us started. First play of the game, Tower Lookout, 3/2.
Interesting also to see the Boxer here sort of defer the decision with inscribing Carnosaur Beta or not to somewhere down the line here. The hand was so top heavy that it's pretty easy to say, oh, well, I'll just inscribe on the first turn. But it is, keeping it back there is a hedge against just drawing too much power. And so if you know that you have gaps in your curve, if there's no chance of it being disruptive, you can actually wait a turn before making the call.
So the Boxer trades off with that Tower Lookout. Now the question is, do they want to use Searing Fist on this stealth unit? Nurturing Sentinel has an ultimate. At the start of your turn, you reveal it, and you draw a sigil of your choice from your deck. So very nicely done by the Boxer to get that out of the way, and that would have helped Iron Man get closer to that expedition gear.
And that's a spot where you don't know exactly what's down there. That's the nature of stealth. But that the no attacks and blocks is pretty suspicious. It implies, one, that I care about this card, and two, that a 1/4 makes a lot of sense, because that is something that cannot block a 3/1 Valor unit effectively. And so Boxer kind of stiffing it out there and deciding that the Searing Fist is good enough. If they've seen a bunch of expensive cards, it makes sense.
All right, so Iron Man picking up that Minotaur Gunslinger. It's got a nice little ultimate of when you play a unit on it, it can stun an enemy unit. So Iron Man could get started here with that Expedition gear. They are, but in the future, that Star-Kissed Wings will be great on that Minotaur Gunslinger. All right, so the Expedition gear, look at this, buffing up the units. We got a 3/3 Explorer now, a 2/4 Explorer with charge, just lots of great things happening from the Relic, and the Boxer's like, hey, look at that, I got one too. Now, both of these players are playing for a very expensive contract 6-year, and yeah, they're going to be sort of staring back and forth at each other now as they have to take off a turn and reload on power.
And I want to go back. I don't know if it's going to make that much of a difference in this game, but the Boxer really getting paid off for that decision to defer on the Carnosaur beta. At the time, it looked very unlikely that it could get to this spot, but the cost was low to at least wait. And wouldn't you know, it got to that spot.
So Iron Man making, yeah, I don't think Iron Man wants to make this block with that. Okay. They're giving up such a great combo with the Star-Kissed Wings, and they're going to have to trade 2 units here, but it does preserve their health total well.
I think you gotta kind of race here if you're an Iron Man spot. Not a huge fan of that block. Your leftovers are really, really weak, particularly when you no longer have the 3/3 with the stun associated with it. You're playing against someone who has not made plays for a bunch of turns, has 3 or 4 cards in their hand. The odds that their leftovers are better than yours are extremely high, and we're seeing that bear out right now.
Yeah, these tower top patrols are getting buffed up to 2/6 by the Expedition gear, but I mean, when you look at that 6/6 Carnosaur beta and what the Boxer is going to be able to do with the contract here, buffing it up to a 7/7 Overwhelm, this is exactly what we talked about. You know, Iron Man's got plenty of units to slow it down, could do some multi-blocks, but a 7/7 Overwhelm is just so much to contend with.
And you know, to go back, the downside, one of the risks there is the ground getting locked up there, and you're naturally insulated against a Reckless unit without Overwhelm, because if the ground gets locked up, those units that you have from the Expedition gear aren't that valuable anyway. Those are 2 chump blocks or maybe a judicious double block down the line. And I think giving up the Star-Kissed Wings synergy there, both to race and to stun, at a certain point you kind of have to make this guess of like, who has the better hand right now? It's not clear. You don't know what's in their hand. But there's circumstantial evidence to suggest that the Boxer has a much stronger hand than you do, that your hand is really well equipped to play a short game, not a long game. Theirs is likely to be the opposite. And in that spot, I think you just got to focus on trying to truncate it.
Yeah, one thing that I like about what the Boxer did was they just had some very nice follow-ups that took real advantage of sort of being in a longer game with that Expedition gear, a revenge unit. They had a flyer in hand. They had a unit that in Lotus Instructor that gave Overwhelm. And I think from Iron Man's perspective, I think they were expecting the 2/6 tower top patrol with flying to do a really good job at stabilizing the board. The only issue with it is just what happens if there's something that card can't contend with. We saw it, and the game ended very quickly.
Well, also just with the Boxer at 15, I mean, if you're playing defense with the patrol, okay, now we're just in a holding pattern where the Boxer, again, probably just has better cards on average in hand at that point. And if you're playing offense, it's like 7 turns. It's not going to be like, okay, now I got him in 2 or whatever. So not a huge fan of that block there, but the Boxer had a very strong hand anyway. Not clear that trying to race there would have been effective, but as it stands, the Boxer also picking up the first win of the day.
All right, so we're going to take a couple-minute break here and be back with round number 2 of draft. We'll be checking out Watchwolf's deck next. We got to see that draft earlier, so stay tuned. It's going to be a fun couple rounds as we wrap up the draft portion here at the World Championships. All right, so we are back in studio. Andrew Baeckstrom, Patrick Sullivan here to kick off round number 2 of draft here at the World Championships. This is the second of 3 rounds. We got to see in round number 1 TheBoxer and LightsOutAce win their first match, getting themselves off to a good start on their quest to be in that top 4 on Sunday. This round, we're going to be checking out Watchwolf92. We saw their draft earlier. They drafted an FJS deck, so a lot of players at home, I'm sure, are fans of the FGS archetype in Constructed, and I would say that what they've got going for them in this draft deck is not too dissimilar. You know, great relic weapon like Stonebreaker Bow, really solid and interactive unit like Unseen Marksman, kind of everything that you want in that sort of FJS archetype.
Right, let's get a game on the table, and I'm confident that I can get the better of it. A lot of interaction, solid curve. You know, the power base here, in my opinion, leaves a little bit to be desired, but given the circumstances, I think Watchwolf did a great job of sort of blending the power versus consistency sort of questions that were coming up throughout the draft, and ended up with a deck that I feel is very strong.
Yeah, no doubt. I mean, they don't have any sort of like big, huge, splashy, over-the-top card that's just going to like decimate opponents. But when you've got everything, all the kinds of like unit removal from everything from like Searing Fists and Breach the Defenses all the way up to Midnight Hunter, which can, you know, kill anything, you're going to have a lot of bases covered. And then if you just have a very high quality, you can sort of rely on that to win with what's left over.
One way to sort of, you know, dampen the efficacy of opposing bombs is a really good curve with some broad strokes answers. It's very hard to be caught against a card where you say, "There's literally nothing I can do about this. I'm just cooked." And you know, Watchwolf has some really broad base removal. As you mentioned, you know, cards like Midnight Hunter, Victimless Crime, Execute. Those are things that give you a lot of coverage against a range of things. You back that up with a really solid curve, interactive units, and that's a recipe to be able to hang with people who have, you know, ostensibly stronger, more splashy cards.
Yeah, and that's something I thought that LightsOutAce did particularly well in their match. That one game where we saw they had Combust and they had played a Grenade and Rescue. And oftentimes the temptation in a spot like that is it's such a great combo, right? You've managed to figure out a way to really mitigate that drawback of Combust that you need to sacrifice a unit to kill anything. And so you just kind of fire it off as soon as you can hit a good unit. And you know since it only costs 1 power, you could probably do something else that turn. Have a really great turn. But LightsOutAce recognizing that, you know what, any turn that I use Combust and play something else is going to be a good turn. I want to have a great turn, a truly great turn, and that's what they were able to do.
Right, and you know, LightsOutAce was playing with, you know, some, let's call them underpowered cards or whatever. The way that you're going to be able to win with decks like that is by generating those like huge tactical turns. And as you mentioned, LightsOutAce identified there was no pressure to do it right away. It wasn't going anywhere. And so you can wait until the perfect moment where you're trading off the most efficient in terms of power, where you're unlocking the most powerful attacks, whatever the circumstances might be, and able to just get across the finish line before Law Warrior in that previous round was able to stabilize with their bigger and you know, again, stronger cards.
All right, so for Watchwolf92, we'll be checking their match out and their opponent as soon as they've queued up here. And they're going to be up against Karnage here, so not sure what Karnage has drafted yet. I've got the draft pools on my phone, Patrick. I'll get us a peek here. Anything else? Any other notes on what to expect for this upcoming match?
There's a sort of a asymmetry in information right now.
Because I've got the deck pools here on
Right.
my phone. All right, so Karnage. All right, then we're heading down here, but looks like they've got a bunch of copies of Mod Ready Drone. Looks like a Fire Justice Rakano aggro deck. I mentioned that was my favorite deck to draft in the format. Multiple copies of Star-Kissed Wings to push these units into the skies. They've got Aijin Mithril Daimyo. That's got to be one of the premier cards that they've drafted, and I'm sure that awesome 4-drop Oni hero will be fantastic if they can get it into play in any of these games. But here we are here with Watchwolf, getting things kicked off with, wow, this is a clunky-looking hand, Patrick.
Yeah, I had to go down to 6 cards. The second 7-card hand looked a lot like this. And, you know, had to try to find something that could, you know, play at least 1 card. And had to go to 6 cards to try to find it.
Boy, just so many nice looking cards up there for Karnage. Iron Priest, Miner's Musket, Breach the Defenses. These are all cards we frequently see a lot of in constructed and high-level competitive play. Gonna get things started with this Tower Lookout. It'll eat the torch and kind of open things up for the Iron Priest and that Miner's Musket to do real work. So Watchwolf does get that second Shadow influence for the Cabal Embezzler in a few turns. It's going to be really nice if they can draw a unit to play on turn 5 to work with the Cabal Embezzler.
And Molten Feet there, a great pickup, but not clear in which direction. There's merits on both sides here. Because you do have the Forge Smith along with the Miner's Musket. That's an incentive to just inscribe that and try to play to that sort of late game. But with your opponent not doing anything, there's also a case to just, you know.
I love this play from Karnage. Play out the Miner's Musket, play out the Fire Sigil, and then you can hold up, breach the defenses. You could inscribe the Molten Feet. All of this stuff is moving you towards the Oni Forge Smith, but you're not sort of locking yourself out if you just play the Molten Feet of being multiple power away. So they are just going to play the Fire Sigil. Yeah, it holds up, breach the defenses. A great turn for Karnage, and Watchwolf92 is slow going to get that first unit of the game down.
And I mean, we're at a point now where Karnage has to be worried about, is there some sort of sweeper, is there some sort of bomb, because Watchwolf's draw here has just been so passive that it's giving off some threatening signal.
All right, so the Molten Feet does get inscribed, giving Karnage power number 5. Now we'll see a Cabal Embezzler. No contract this time with nothing to buff. But Karnage can Searing Fist here and just keep on attacking with that Iron Priest and the Miner's Musket.
Yeah, there's an argument that this is a really good spot to cash in the Finest Hour by just attacking first, but that's so... The block is almost kind of locked in at that point where you're kind of just giving away the information. A lot to be said for just waiting one more turn.
So Watchwolf92 picks up a Victimless Crime. You certainly don't like using it on a card like Iron Priest. So, yeah, Watchwolf's going to just take it. A very patient player. Recognizing it's not important that they have a good turn, but that they win the game. And they're going to be quite rewarded here. Is that Last Light Refugee is definitely a better thing to take. All right, so we're going to get a big turn here from Watchwolf92. They're going to get to play an Oni Inciter, put a Warhelm on it, Victimless Crime, maybe the Last Light Refugee. Oh, interestingly, looks like they just passed.
Yeah, I think Watchwolf was trying to set up a trappy block there.
Oh, wow.
With their Find the Moment.
Because if you find the moment, you both get to absorb the Relic Weapon hit and then dissuade any attacks from the units in play.
I really like that play there from Watchwolf. I think it's likely to be coming in a losing effort here. But when you're this far behind, identifying what is the highest upside play? What is the thing that actually, if it works, I could conceivably be back in this game, is an important thing to have. It didn't work out that time, but the ceiling on Watchwolf's line there, if everything went the right way, was really, really high. And that's, you know, it's unorthodox and it's not a thing you're supposed to be doing all the time. But when you're losing by that much, sometimes it's like, what's my spot to get lucky? What's my spot that gives my opponent the ability to make a mistake? Just turned out to not work that time.
Yeah, so Watchwolf92, they'll be on the play in game number 2, needing to kind of turn things around. You know, just one of the best heuristics that you can always use when you're playing a game like Eternal, any deep strategy game, is what play is going to improve my chances of winning. The most easy and obvious way to play the game is just like, what is the best thing that I can do this turn? But once you get sort of a mastery and a sense down of what's possible for a turn, what would be a good turn, start looking into the future. How does the play you make this turn and which cards you use impact the likelihood of you having a good turn next turn and the turn after that? Because ultimately, especially when you're losing, it's usually going to take a couple of good turns in a row, not just one good turn to get back into it.
And I think something you're going to see a lot of during the World Championships is the 1%ers. When I'm 99% to win, what does the 1% look like? How do I cut it off? When I'm 1% to win, What does that 1% look like? How do I try to manage the game so it ends up going that way? And, you know, if it's a 1% or either way, it's not going to come up a whole lot. But with the stakes this high, with the players as good, you got to give yourself every opportunity to try to hit it.
And the same applies to your 5%ers and 10%ers. Even those frequently get rounded down by players into 0.
Yeah, oh yeah, for sure.
It's easy to give up. All right, so Karnage kicks things off with a little inscribe action, and Watchwolf92 going to be able to get to the board first this game. It's just a question of which to drop. If it's Fire Sigil, it's going to be Obsidian Golem. If it's a Justice Sigil, we'll see that Unseen Marksman show up.
Yeah, now there's the complexity here is sort of the immediacy of playing a 3/3 versus a 2/2 versus the upside of maybe deferring the 3/3 and being able to pick something off of the contract.
All right, so Watchwolf92 has now got the choice. Do you want to attack into that Iron Priest? She's got the ability, when she goes to the Void, you draw a weapon equal to her stats. In this case, a +2/+2 weapon that costs 2. And funny enough, if Watchwolf92 were to trade off, you know what Obsidian Golem gives you when it dies?
Also a 2/2.
Also a 2-cost weapon. So Obsidian Golem going to get through here thanks to Call to Hit. It'll kill the Iron Priest, drawing the custom rail driver, and now we'll see Unseen Marksman.
And I really like getting aggressive here, even though it's, you know, ostensibly negative card advantage to use a removal spell on an Iron Priest. Watchwolf's hand is really well set up to race and to compel Karnage to block, and then those tricks get to be phenomenal.
Yeah, and we'll see just that if Karnage makes a block here after playing that 3/3 mod-ready drone. So now Watchwolf92 could fire off a free fire here, give a unit +1 strength, quick draw, and lifesteal this turn, and you get to invoke Fire Justice. So right now choosing between 3 Fire and Justice cards to add to their hand. So just a ton of value off of this combat trick, gaining 3 health as well. Just loving everything that's going on right now for Watchwolf92.
And really great there to use all of your power that turn and take a Granite Acolyte, which is not the splashiest card, but again, rolls up all of your power for next turn. You have power number 5 along with a 3 and a 2.
All right, so Watchwolf92 got to decide how they want to approach this stealth unit. They don't know exactly what it is. So thinking about just making the attack. They've got a Granite Acolyte in hand. That 3-cost 2/1 has summon play a +2 Iron Sword on one of your units. And no blocks from the Rampaging Commando. But I think we'll see why in a second here. So at the start of your turn, reveal Rampaging Commando, play Rampage, a +3/+1 Overwhelm trick. And now if we were to do something like put that weapon on it, from the Iron Priest, and with the Alchemy Student give it lifesteal, it's going to be an enormous swing back for Karnage. Here we go. Custom rail driver. Wow, no Alchemy Student played.
Well, I think
I'm a little surprised about that.
Nah, I think Karnage was trying to trap on the block there, because there's the possibility that Watchwolf has something that allows to trade off, like a trade up, and then the Breach of the Defenses is just the full clear out. If you play your student there and play all of your power into the contract, and Watchwolf has some way of trading up, you're actually kind of behind now. So I like Karnage's play there in terms of, I think it's both simultaneously the highest floor and the highest ceiling.
All right, here we go. We're Voltroning now. Karnage is making an 8/5 lifesteal flyer, and it is going to dominate this board. If Watchwolf92 doesn't find a removal spell, something to knock that out of the air in the next few turns, this game is going to be unwinnable. Because I mean, 8 strength lifesteal, Patrick.
But the other side of that is if Watchwolf finds an answer, Karnage is on empty. So a critical draw here, a victimless crime or something of that nature, and execute, and the game could just swing right back to Watchwolf's favor.
So it's going to be a very, very important next turn's draw for Watchwolf92. They're thinking about this turn because one of the things that could happen is if they were to go like Inua's Fury, Unseen Marksman, take on that contract 3, they would have 1 debt floating into next turn. And if you had a 6-drop in your deck that could answer that 8/5, which they do in the Midnight Hunter, you can't go that deep into debt.
Well, there's also the question here of, are you supposed to snipe off the 1/1, or is there anything that changes about the math if you shrink a point of health? For example, if Searing Fist is in your deck, maybe you want to knock off the 8/5 down to an 8/4 to open up the range of things you could draw to get out.
Watchwolf92 about to have a draw that could get them back into this match. They're going to need it. Miner's Musket's going to take out the 2/1. Watchwolf92 gets a Gilded Flames. That's going to deal 2 damage, but it will not be enough. I don't see anything that Watchwolf92 can do right now. But yeah. So that's the risk, and you know, we talked about that during the draft when Watchwolf92 picked up the Midnight Hunter. They've got a lot of good interaction, and Gilded Flames is one of those. But if you end up getting into a spot where your opponent has built something very large, some of those removal spells just don't do it.
Yeah, and you know, Watchwolf had some coverage there. There were some answers in the deck, obviously, but you know, you go back to the first game, and you know, Watchwolf had to go down to 6 cards, and then had a hand that the first play was turn 6 embezzler, not great draw or whatever. That game was all 3 factions. Turn 2, going first, turn 2, 2-drop, quality 2-drop. Turn 3, removal spell plus another 2-drop. Can't complain about your draw there. Karnage's deck looks fantastic. Combination of good synergies, good curve, a lot of individually strong cards. And, you know, that first game, you walk away from that a little bit frustrated. You know, it happens some amount of the time, but to bring, you know, about your best draw to the table there in game number 2, going first, and to lose like that is really a demonstration of sort of the gap in power level between those 2 decks.
All right. So we're going to be checking out Dark Revenger and Iron Man in game number 2. Iron Man's up a game here in round number 2 of the draft portion. All right, we got Dark Revenger up a game here. Look at these units crunching in, and looks like things have gotten a little bit wonky here as we came into this mid-game. Looks like a little bit of a visual hiccup here. We'll do our best to make sense of the action here as Valkyrie Militant is attacking but not moving around too much. Looks like Iron Man is in a very dominating position with these Pillar of Mars and the Dormant Sentinel crashing in. Maybe Dark Revenger, we saw they had a Disarm and a Cloric Mix in their hand. All right, so they're going to pick off one of the Sentinels. All right, we're going to pop out for a second here just to try to get things cleaned up. Sometimes, especially when you hop in the middle of combat when units are moving around on the screen, every once in a while things get a little wonky. So we'll just get that cleaned up and we'll get back into the action in just a moment here. But looked like a pretty classic battle of some really giant time beaters versus some Huru removal spells, disarm kills an attacking enemy unit. Cloric Mix throws a ton of damage at attacking enemies. So we'll see if Dark Revenger's got what it takes to hold off Iron Man there.
Yeah, pretty classic battle there insofar as, you know, the primal player with a lot of cards that punishes attackers, and the time player with a lot of cards that don't really need to engage with attacking to be effective. Sort of take your time with it.
So right now the question is, can Dark Revenger survive to get another turn? They've got this Cloric Mix and this Finest Hour. And it's looking a little... Okay, so they're going to Cloric Mix one of these units. It's going to get saved by Finest Hour. It does open up a line here where I think they're going to be able to survive, because if they go... Yeah, they can do this, and now Finest Hour. It's a little unfortunate to have to give up the flyer here.
Right, because it's not just about surviving, it's getting yourself in a position to be able to crack back.
A Bannerman is not what the doctor ordered for Dark Revenger. Iron Man picks up game number 2 there on the strength of Pillar of Amar. You know, a classic card that we do see appearing in the draft pack, and it's one of the fun things about Eternal Draft is the draft format is always a mixture of 2 packs of the newest set, and then in the middle we get that Eternal Draft Pack, which changes each set. We bring back some old favorites from over the years, some cards from older sets that complement well with the synergies and themes of the draft format. And in the case of Pillar of Omar, we brought back Empower cards. That one, Empower play a 5/5 Sentinel. We were very enamored with how the Inscribe cards being able to be played as power would work with Empower cards in the late game. And yeah, if an Inscribe card turns into a 5/5 Sentinel, that's a great deal.
Oh, darkrevenger's got all your favorites.
Yeti Intellectual, a very sophisticated Yeti. You see that 4-cost 2/2. When the Yeti Intellectual attacks, draw a card. And yeah, I mean, it's, you know, it's not everyone's cup of tea. Some people like units with stats that can play defense, and other people are gentlemen and gentlewomen of refinement who enjoy drawing cards.
Did you two test together here?
I mean, like I said, it's very obvious if you appreciate the finer things in Eternal if you enjoy a Yeti Intellectual. Meanwhile, Iron Man is just loading up here with a Yeti with a Nurturing Sentinel, and then they've got a couple of fantastic 4- and 5-cost units in hand, like Last Light Refugee and Lotus Instructor.
You gotta get the Intellectual. I'll tell you this, it ain't getting better later. So you got.
Well, sometimes because you could put Starkist Wings on it. You can you can give it unblockable with Cabal Embezzlers if you're playing Shadow. We should just do an entire segment later on all the combos with Yeti Intellectual.
Single card strategy article.
Something like that. All right, so the Lotus Instructor is going to come down, and it is going to contract. And now the Nurturing Sentinel thought about it.
You don't want to get into a tussle with that Yeti Intellectual.
No. So let's see what the blocks are like here. You can use the Scale Hide, but then you don't get to play anything else. Okay.
Let's pick up this conversation in a moment, is what the Intellectual just said there.
I mean, you know, we got to play a card, we got to draw a card, we got to, well, not do damage, but, you know.
Yeah. Well, you know, you got to shoot your shot, you know?
Undoubtedly. I don't know what else you'd be doing. You miss 100% of the ones you don't take.
Yeah, that's indisputable.
All right, so a 4/3 is coming in. It looks like a good spot for our Cloric mix. The only question is, do you contract it? Because if there's a Finest Hour on the other side, which there is, wow. So Dark Revenger contracting, even though they didn't need to technically, just to play around a Finest Hour, and it worked out. Hey, and a Finest Hour of their own. You know what you could pair that with?
Yes. Whoa, wait. Yeah. Wait, whoa. All right, here we go.
If there's a double block on the Intellectual, Iron Man is the world champion in my book.
So, okay. So the upside is a double block here would be pretty awesome.
Yes.
The downside of the double block is I'm actually not sure it would be better to lose the 3/5 because this is just the full lock. Like, this plus Finest Hour is just...
This is going to be a tough game.
You can have all the book smarts you want, but sometimes it just comes down to muscle. Intellectual, and again, just you got to just...
Yeah,
there,
you got it.
You got to send. The attack with Intellectual, draw a trick that punishes attacker sequences have been a little hard to watch.
Yeah, it works well if you can get the Intellectual flying, but when it's just on the ground,
Yeah.
it's not the best. Oh, look at that double block from Iron Man. Very nicely done. If you're playing in a faction against a faction that has a deadly trick, that can be a really dangerous play. But against a Haru deck, it's so unlikely 10 health worth of units, you're going to lose them both.
And let's just say that the previous Yeti Intellectual attacks have represented some level of softness, such that it would be weird to be rolled up with a million tricks that punch through the 6/10 there.
No. But if you're wondering does my co-caster here make fun of Yeti Intellectual as much when we play test with it or when I play it on live against players? The answer is yes. All right, so we got a kickflip monk holding down the skies now. Iron Man is just so rolled up. This is, yeah. Dark Revenger is going to have to draw some ridiculous rare. Otherwise, I mean, just like it's 5 good cards against none in hand right now. Which is weird because Dark Revenger had the Yeti Intellectual, so you figure they'd be up in like the card advantage race. All right, we got to learn to bite here. Transform our unit into a 5/5 Carnosaur with Killer. Not only does that take out the Last Light Refugee, that Goliath Axe can't kill it. Beautiful.
The dive bomber, though, unfortunately.
Nah, it'll be fine. All right, so Iron Man got Finest Hour and a Forestall as tricks here at the ready. We got a First Frost Shaman. Gonna buff up the health of that Carnosaur.
And this pushes it through the attempt here from Iron Man to trade off with the Finest Hour.
Good news is Forestall. Prevent all damage of your choice. For me. And look at that, even getting in the block with the 1/3 lifesteal. Beautiful.
Love to see it. Absolutely love to see it.
All right, now we got a 7/7. Another Scale Hide. Let's go. Oh, for the record, Dark Revenger's got a Hojin Beloved Son in their deck.
Very good with the Intellectual.
Yes. But the Intellectual's dead. We've moved on. We're about that Carnosaur life now.
Well, we can still mourn and remember fondly.
Oh, we will. Just one copy of the Intellectual in their deck, unfortunately. But if we go... Oh, you know what? We're already in Game 3. But maybe in Round 3. Anyway, moving on. They've also got an Island Fearless, so that's going to be the top deck they're really hoping for most in this spot. The Dormants... And that would explain a little bit about why we have been a little bit reluctant on Iron Man's side to snap off that Dive Bomber.
Right. Just an insurance policy against the one card that could conceivably get Dark Revenger out of this one.
It would not be absurd for Iron Man to consider themselves ahead in this game. All right. Dark Revenger's going to hold off on using that Scale Hide. They could have used it to eat the Crown Watch Legionnaire, but, you know, that's not the biggest concern right now. An Expedition Gear is picked up from Iron Man. That is very concerning.
Why?
You know, stats, units, charge, +1/+1, and that is going to do it. Iron Man defeats Dark Revenger in that 3-game set, and boy, Last Light Refugee holding it down against the Intellectual. What was the unit they buffed up that was also the Nurturing Sentinel?
Body 1, mind 0. That's
Yeah.
what we settled. That's what we settled there. Sometimes in these streets, it just comes down to muscle.
Yeah, yeah.
Can't outsmart your way out of everything.
I thought we were making a skill game, but I guess I don't know. All right, anyway. All right, welcome back to the booth. Here we are going to look out, see if we can find another match to show you as we wrap up round number 2 here of the draft portion of the Eternal World Championships. What'd you think of Iron Man's deck? Combre looking good.
Very strong. You know, it seemed like a very solid curve. Maybe a shade on the top heavy side, but just like a ton of awesome cards, ton of interaction. Looked very, very good. Was able to effectively engage in combat with 2/2s for 4 in spite of a card being drawn at the beginning of combat.
Yeah.
To like,
Will we get to draw 3 cards there?
well, it depends how you want to define it. Like the act of the top card of the deck entering the hand, yes. How one would describe drawing cards as now I have not just I've drawn a card and then immediately had to play a card out of my hand to try to engage with the same play the following turn. 0 or -1. I have to go back and look exactly, but it was a new record for a number of times the Yeti Intellectual has attacked, I believe, without ever dying in combat or killing anything else with cards out of hand. New record. see something new at the World Championships every time, so that was awesome.
All right, let's check out I'm Straight and the Overmaster here. They're in game number 3 of their match, and we got a board that's rocking and rolling. I'm Straight a little bit ahead on the health total race, 16-11. You look at the Overmaster's hand, and we got some good stuff coming. Pillar of Mar, Cloudline Shaman, a Chloric Mix, and yeah. now a Raging Jackal appears. The Overmaster is experiencing the full range of the curve, the full range of the factions.
Yes. A sampler platter.
Yes. If you were wondering what are some of the most expensive time cards in the draft format, we got Pillar of Mar. But if you would also like to know what are some of the cheapest Fire and Primal units, Rooted Observer and Raging Jackal are here for you.
Yeah, they play really well together because your opponent uses a card at some point to trade, and then it just clears it open for the Pillar.
Yeah. We're still a little short on time influence for the Pillar, so we'll get back to that one.
Well, we're short on time influence and power. But we got other stuff going on, you know?
I think there was a Midnight Disappearance because there was
Yes.
a 1-0 Rampaging Commando in I'm Straight's hand. Kind of stranded right now. As soon as they play it, it'll die. But, all right. Old Saddled Sarasaur going to give that Cloudline Shaman killer. And it's going to killer attack that 2-3. Now, the Bullseye would be able to deal damage, but Aegis just would prevent that. So, the Overmaster just making it all happen right now. There we go. We got a little Grenadin rescue action. And it feels like the Overmaster is going to be able to pull this one out over the next couple of turns. Just throwing everything in the kitchen sink right now at I'm Straight.
Oh, come on, Rooted Observer. Stop observing.
Yeah, that's...
Start getting active.
What Mandrakes aren't just for hanging around. I love it. The Overmaster is in the tank. Well, one thing also that the Rooted Observer represents is a chump blocker against something with charge.
We have a Chloric Mix. I don't know. It's just more fun that way. That's fine. It's fine.
All right.
I guess because all of the 1 health units have Valor, it's kind of an awkward block, and the Rooted Observer is a clean trade for I'm Straight, even setting aside possible charge units.
Right. Yeah. There's not a lot of great blocks here. Like the Centaur could block the 3/3 Aegis. You could double block one of those 2/2s. But I'm Straight might be trying to figure out. See, look, I think this is them trying to say, I'm going to top deck something sick and win the game on my next turn. It's going to be very hard to do against Chloric Mix.
You mean Flame Blast? Yeah.
Yeah,
Guess
no.
No, that ain't it.
Bloodspare Foot Soldier. It is looking good right now for the Overmaster. Is this will induce a Chloric Mix? It will. The Grenadin comes in for a point. And now I'm Straight is going to play the Rampaging Commando. The Rampaging Commando is kind of off it, and it's going to the void. All right, so congratulations. The Overmaster picking up a win here in this match. How we looking on matches? All right, looking like the last match of the round, so another fun round of draft in the books, and we got one more of those to go. We'll take a few minutes, and we'll come back with the last round of draft, and we'll find out who'll be advancing into the constructed portions with a 3-0 record.
Lot to love that round. Had a great time. Can't wait to get back to wrap up our coverage of draft at the World Championships.
Yeah, maybe we'll get to see some more Yeti intellectuals. Fingers crossed. We'll be back in a few. All right, welcome back. We got round 3 here of the draft, and we're going to be finding out this round who will be advancing into the throne portion with a 3-0 record in draft. We'll be starting off with one of those matches between our 2-0 players. If we want to take a look at the leaderboard right now in the event, we've got, these players have completed 2 of their matches, and we see 4 players with a 2-0 record so far: ddddd, JNL, Karnage, and TheBoxer. Those 4 players will be squaring off this round. Obviously you got to feel fantastic if you can get out of the first format of the day with a 3-0 record.
Yeah, I mean, even a 2-1 at this point is, that's a great start to the tournament. But looks like we're going to have a pair of undefeateds here after this round, heading into the throne portion of the tournament.
And we're going to be starting things off with JNL. And they've in JNL fashion, they've got a nice primal beatdown deck for us, I believe. They're going to be up against TheBoxer, and they've got multiple copies of Rooted Observer, 3 copies of Frostburn. That's going to be very, very nice. That 3-cost Skycrag spell deal 2 damage to 1 enemy or deal 1 damage to 2 enemies, and you get to invoke Fire Primal. We saw JNL qualify for this event with a very nice Skycrag beatdown deck in Constructed, so we'll get to see if they can go undefeated as well in this limited portion.
Yeah, Frostburn, one of the premier non-rares in the format. One of those cards where the ceiling is just through the roof. The opportunity to take down 1, even 2 units sometimes and invoke for your troubles is awesome. And also the floor is super high too. I mean, worst case scenario later on in the game, just sort of just burning it off on your opponent, invoking, get some damage in it isn't even that bad for 3 power. And that's as bad as it gets. Typically it's going to at least trade with 1 unit and get to invoke for 3 power. Just a great deal.
So for their deck, they've got Fire, Justice, and Primal cards. I imagine we will see the Frostburns showing up in some fashion. And it looks like they've got a really nice set of Justice units as well, so I expect them to be in the mix. 3 Mod-Ready drones, multiple Last Light refugees, Star-Kissed Wings, a couple copies of Harutum to help smooth out the power, as well as some more Scribe cards that work. And they'll be going up against the Boxer here in just a moment. Unfortunately, 0 copies of Yeti Intellectual drafted for their deck today, so they're going to be it's going to be an uphill battle, but I'm sure they're going to give it their best shot.
Right. I mean, it's one of those things where, it's a common, right? But like, if it's not in the pack you open, you're probably not seeing it because everyone else is scooping them up.
Yep.
So, it's tough, but you make do with what you can make do with. That's the fun of draft.
For the Boxer, we're going to be looking at a very solid looking Praxis deck, ramping up nicely with cards like Mature Averex, going all the way up to an Expedition Gear, Wyatt Trashman, a couple copies of Warrior Monk and Dormant Sentinel. So they're going to be definitely the more controlling of the 2 decks. Similarly to Lights Out Ace, they've got some Grenadin Rescues to try to stabilize early, as well as 2 copies of Searing Fist.
Some more Praxis stuff.
Yeah.
Seen a lot of it.
Yeah. I think the classic issue they're going to be running into is you don't necessarily have great answers for flyers, so you're going to be relying on those Searing Fists, the 1 copy of Torch. They've got a Warning Shot as well to be able to interact with any flying threats that might come out of the Huru FJP deck that we're going to be seeing from JNL this round.
It's extremely charitable for you to call out Warning Shot. What's your answer to flying units? Well, for some of them, I have Warning Shot. For most of them, I do not.
It works well against 3/1s.
Right, yeah. It's got some good
2/1s.
spots,
Yeah.
Cost is low, like opportunity cost is low. Obviously, the actual cost is low as well, but it's just very kind of you to call that one out. It's been very accommodating.
So as soon as the players have joined the match, we'll be heading down to it. Do you want to give your take on the proper way to play with Warning Shot?
Okay, so this comes up a lot where, let's say your opponent has no power up, and you're going to play multiple cards in 1 turn. Maybe you're going to Warning Shot and use a Torch to take out a 4/4, or maybe you're just going to Warning Shot as among your sequence of doing things. The Warning Shot is first. And if there are 2 Warning Shots to be played in the turn, they are first and last because you are warning them ahead of time of what's coming the following turn. That's the correct sequencing. So if it's ever a spot where it's a wash, it doesn't really matter what the sequencing is for any reason, and you don't Warning Shot first, don't let me catch that. Don't stream that. It's disrespectful to the game. It's disrespectful to our work, and to your opponent as well, because you didn't even warn them. You had an opportunity to warn them and you didn't. It's not very generous.
Yeah, we don't like being disrespected.
No.
All right. So the Boxer and JNL, getting ready for them to get queued up here. Just take a brief look here at one of the other deck lists here. So DDD is one of our other 2-0 players. They've got a Delif Free Profit in their deck, as well as going all the way up towards Marison's Legacy. So we'll be checking out DDDs and their deck in action, but we're ready to go here on our feature match for this round. JNL and the Boxer playing for the right to be undefeated in the draft portion of the World Championships. JNL got all them factions rocking and rolling early with a Wild Azri, a 2/1 flyer.
One of numerous flyers that are killed by Warning Shot.
No warning shots in the draw for the Boxer. Do they want a torch?
Oh, you also, if the sequencing doesn't matter, you warning shot before you play your power.
They are. Now, they have that tower top patrol, the 1/5 flyer that could do some blocking of the 2/1 flyer in a couple of turns, but the Boxer, recognizing with Lotus Instructor and the hits that could come in the meanwhile, that it's very nice to just get that out of the way.
Yeah, there's some charm in trying to wait there, but the downside risk is really, really, really high if you just sit and wait and then something happens to your patrol.
All right, so now JNL made a 2/2 with their mod-ready drone. That card gives you the option to make a 3/3 on the ground or a 2/2 flyer in the air with that Sentinel. And they went for the 2/2 flyer. And now they got an interesting decision because to us at home, you just Frostburn 1 to the Rampaging Commando and 1 to the face. The only problem with that is if it's a 2/2, that would be a very silly decision as it's a stealth unit.
Well, also, even if you send both points, depending on the exact stealth units in the Boxer's decks, there are some 3/3s and 1/4s floating out there. So, this is a pretty high upside as far as it goes. You can snipe off the 3/1 now with the Frostburn safely, or you can send in both, and if the 1/5 blocks the 3/2, then you can clear out the much more threatening patrol.
Yeah, that's an interesting decision here. So JNL can kill either of these units, but they're going to go at the tower top patrol, deal 2 damage to it. Now they get to invoke Fire Primal. Looking for a good play for next turn is they've got that 7-drop in hand, but nothing else going, and it is a warning shot.
All right, so yeah, we break up the sequencing here a little bit because the card came afterwards, but that's a really good spot for warning shot. As much as I appreciate the aesthetics, I don't think it's good to wait a turn there. A lot can go wrong, and so I can abide by it, I guess.
Oh, baby. We got a Wind Cloak. 2 cost relic, pay 4 to give a unit flying this turn. Let's go, Tower Lookout. And now the Boxer can just completely destroy this board. If you go Saddled Sore and Searing Fist, well, you got to do it in the other order, because now you're in debt.
No, because I think the Boxer's perspective is like, go knock yourself out if you want to be spending your turn just throwing the Tower Patrol in the air.
Yeah.
Just save the Searing Fist for something that's, sorry to be curt, actually good. And if they want to try to race that way, that's fine.
I don't believe you're sorry about being curt.
Okay,
honest.
fine. I'm not. You're right.
You're from New Jersey. I'm from New Jersey. We both know what the deal is. All right. The Boxer clears out the board with Searing Fist, but now it's time for a Rakhtadon. 5/6.
Can't say enough of a Rakhtadon plus the. Is that? Oh my! Is this lethal in 2 turns? Can't do it. Can't do it. That die on the crackback.
Yeah. So JNL could use Torch here to pick off the Saddled Sarasaur.
Nah, we wait. Holding the card back in hand is way more likely to make the Boxer think it's not safe to attack than torching the 2/2.
Right, because as it stands, it's a great attack, but you're pushing a lot of damage, but you are giving up a lot. So now Wyatt is coming down. The Trash Man. There's a Wind Shaper.
That's a combo.
With the Gust Cloak?
Yeah, you throw that Rakhtadon on way up in the air.
Like you just don't care.
Like it just don't care. It definitely cares though if you look at the art.
Yeah.
These have been just incredible rounds of draft. We're seeing the full range.
Yeah.
Multiple times here, and this is coming as someone who's worked on this game since it was in closed beta. I had multiple experiences in these rounds. If someone plays a card, I go, I don't think I've ever seen anyone play that card. Which is just really great, you know?
Yeah, it's so unfortunate JNL's at 9 here because
I know it's on the precipice of just this great backdoor Wind Shaper or Rakhtadon, throw it up in the air kill, but as it stands, just losing to normal cards that are useful.
Well, and specifically for this block, you'd love to just be able to block 2/4 on 2/2, 5/6 on one of the 5 strength units, and then you take exactly 9 on the way back. This is just going to make it so hard here for them to stabilize. Scale Hide. JNL.
Love the
Drop skin
flavor.
number 1.
Love the flavor there, but not super useful.
Of scale hide on an arachnodon, a dinosaur,
Yeah.
a animal known for having scales.
Right. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's awesome.
Yeah.
I appreciate people, some great scale hide moments in this tournament too. I mean, we're probably going to unfortunately have to put a pin in it as we pivot to Throne Expedition, but scale hide at early start of the show, I got to say, it's been awesome.
3 cost +1/+3
with inscribe.
Oh yeah.
Been never inscribed. We're just no, we're gonna set this up somehow. It's been wonderful. Great rounds. Great rounds.
Yeah. World Championships. Everybody's getting a piece of the action
Look,
this weekend.
it's different. It's different. When you're in the queues, you're playing against people who haven't drafted a ton. Oh yeah, look at this 10th pick Stonebreaker bow. Look at how good I am. Here, I'll tell you this. I had a lot of experience with this. Tested for draft tournaments and what have you, where I got to the main event, I got to the big show with the best players. Suddenly, I was playing with some cards I'd not played with before. There were debuts of a couple, and it wasn't just 1, 2, 3, 4 copies of stuff that before it was like, oh yeah, obviously I get to cut this. Water runs dry around these parts at this time of the year.
You do whatever it takes.
Yeah, this is not a beauty pageant.
No.
We're not. We don't judge on looks. We just now, unfortunately, of course, the cards that we've been calling out have been corresponding quite a bit to losing. So there is some relationship there, but you do it however you do it. It's not. There's no judgment here, as much as it might seem like there is. Yeah, Lake Frostburn into Warning Shot. That was wonderful. A lot of warning shots. Not played in the right order, of course, but.
Well,
what are you gonna do?
They invoked it. What do you expect?
No, I know that part was that. There's nothing you could do about that. I mean, you could wait a turn and then try to, but it would have been bad.
Yeah.
Would have been 3 points for no reason, and the downside risk of it not being at 1 health when you get back to your turn. But are we trying to tell a story or not? Where's the match, Tom? Where's the match at? We're waiting on the boxer apparently.
Yeah. He goes back to his corner. He's got his water guy. He's got his cup man. He's got his towel guy. They're psyching him up. You've been to a boxing match.
I boxed a little bit.
Did you?
Yeah. I wasn't very good at it.
No.
And it's a sport that it does. It's not great to be bad at it.
Yeah.
Apparently, the boxer is not actually a boxer, but the name comes from a Simon and Garfunkel song or album. I don't know. I'm not familiar with their canon very well.
No. I like me and Julio Down by the Schoolyard, but that's just a Paul Simon solo joint.
Right.
Yeah.
I get them confused with Hall & Oates a lot too, who made a bunch of bangers. Because they're just the names are sort of similar, and they were they're both from the same era, which I mean by born before I was bands before I was born. I think.
I thought it was one person for a while.
With Hall & Oates?
I thought his name was like Holland.
No, it's two people.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tom, what's going on with the match?
So if you've been enjoying these last couple minutes, you could thank the boxer, and if it's not quite your cup of tea, you can send your notes to the boxer. Find them on social media. No, we don't.
No,
need more.
don't pull up those
No.
my picks or whatever. Let's get back to the match.
Let's do it. Game number 2, JNL versus the boxer. The boxer is going to be redrawing their hand. JNL keeping this one, but this one's only got 2 power. Got 3 primal cards, and I'm not seeing any primal cards, including any primal cards with inscribe. This is a little tenuous here.
It's okay. Start hitting.
Started. Well, when we get Searing Fisted, we will not be hitting. Goodbye.
And again, maybe a conservative Searing Fist here. But
Off top.
you look at 3,
nothing.
4, 5, 6 all accounted for. I like just using
JNL swing and a miss. The boxer, rampaging commando. They are going to be throwing down very hard to deal with units, and this is going to be very ugly if JNL doesn't draw right now. Frostburn.
If by very hard to deal with units, do you mean any unit at all? Because JNL is
All
unable
right.
to play any cards.
We're going to be getting back to the Hall & Oates discussion soon.
Warning shot pre-combat.
Oh, yeah. No, it's going to...
You still, okay. I'll talk to the boxer after this on Discord. No warning shot pre there is malpractice.
It's hard to say who was more disappointed in how that game ended, JNL or us. So, for JNL, a 2-1 record in limited. That last one not as great, but
a lot to be said for being able to play your cards.
yes,
The boxer, both games, you could say whatever you want. They were able to play the cards in their hand, and that just goes a long way.
And we will continue to say whatever we want. All right, so the boxer is now 3-0. We're going to see if we can check out DDD versus Karnage here to see our other 3-0 match if that one's still in progress. Ooh, they're 1-1, Patrick.
Sick. All right, great.
Who's winning? That's my favorite Ferris
Tom.
Bueller.
I don't know though. I'm not familiar with the work.
Ferris Bueller?
Yeah.
Oh man. All right. Well, we got something for the team to do next week.
Okay.
All right. Next up, DDD versus Karnage. 1-1 here. A pretty gunked up board. My favorite card in Colon, Arachnoid Terror.
Oh, this is my favorite kind of game right here. Is
Yeah.
one player with the Arachnoid Terror, and they're ahead, and they're just trying so hard to unlock the Arachnoid Terror. It's one of those things where if you just ignored that you had the card, you would be playing better. But there's like a mini game of like, I need to get one attacker blocking with this thing. How can I possibly make that happen?
Yeah, the terms. The term sub game is a little pejorative when it comes to the Arachnoid Terror.
Yeah.
All right. So, for Karnage, wonder if they've got any weapons in their void. Maybe we'll get a chance to see here in a moment. But if they can, that Oni Forge Smith will dig it right out with its contract.
I love the Arachnoid Terror.
Yeah.
It's just so singularly, like, weird, but it just does some stuff. It's not like hard to understand. There's just the game just has a different sort of tenure to it, a different sort of pace. You care about different things, and it is just so weird. Like it is the type of card that really delights me.
No
All joking aside.
no one can accuse us of ripping off previous work with that one. All right. Tower Lookout coming down. Nothing to wake up. I haven't seen that one get contracted. We've seen that one be played a bunch, and I think we're now 0-4 on that one getting contracted.
Well, here there's not a lot to be gained by it, but it is the contract does come up against a potential Arachnoid Terror.
Oh, sure, because the Arachnoid Terror's contract kills exhausted units, and you can ready
and
all
then
your
execute
units.
too.
There you go. Also, Curfew Patrol.
I know.
Silences an exhausted unit.
Yeah, so it's like, okay, so we're the board's at a stalemate right now, and DDD has a lot of cards that kind of only work if they're able to induce the other person to attack.
Yeah.
How do we go about? Oh, Moderator Drone. That could be that could unlock all the puzzles. 'Cause that's just a unit with flying.
Yeah, there's no way it's not. I mean, one of the things going on this board is like DDD is like just got most of the better units. They've got like all these 4-3s and 4-4s, but they've sort of been trying to build up large enough so that way when they do start attacking with them, there's fewer double blocks coming at them.
Right.
Now for Karnage, they can use this breach the defenses to finish off the relic weapon, but they're not going to be able to save the Moderator Drone here.
Well, there's also the question of like how much do you care about the Rune Sword following up and killing anything else? Because none of the units here are particularly
Oh, it could
critical.
kill the 6-4.
Yeah, but then what? Then what?
That's the only unit that even clean trades with those big ones on the other side.
And then we're a hope and a prayer towards unlocking Arachnoid Terror. I guess that's something.
Yes. You got to watch out. Once all the 4-strength units go away. All right, so now DDDs. I imagine we're going to see an execute on the Forge Smith. Karnage was trying to go for the dub there. So one of the things that's going on is DDD's wants to play somewhat conservatively. They're only at 10 health, and if they ever were to attack with too much stuff, you know, a removal spell, a pump spell there, and oh, I guess I'm dead. So.
Yeah, I mean, especially playing against Rakano, some sort of charge, double damage, overwhelm sort of sequence is not out of the question. So even though their board position right now is very commanding, with Karnage at 31, it's sort of like just be measured about this. Eventually, you can take a turn off, throw the Volunteer Core up in the air, start hitting that way, and then, you can kind of at least start applying a little bit of pressure here in a way that's safe.
Yeah.
Because when we're talking about all that, this like charge, overwhelm, double damage sort of sequence, keep in mind that if you attack on the ground here from DDD's spot, the Iron Priest dies. And then whatever that theoretical card is becomes way more dangerous if there's a 2/2 unit weapon involved in the mix.
Yeah, one of the things that we're seeing from DDD right now is they're really prioritizing being able to end all of their turns with that teleport up, and that just really helps them if there's any kind of flying trick to try to push additional damage through. So very measured play. I mean, we could also see teleport at some point pick up the Arachnoid Terror for another go-round on that contract. But
yeah, but we'll wait.
No need for that quite yet. Yeah, we're going to get an interesting decision here. I'm sure at some point Karnage is going to use a removal spell on that Volunteer Core. That's pretty nice to pick up because you get to go back and contract it again and ultimate again. So,
well, I actually don't. I think using a removal spell on the core here, my guess, based on the way that ddddd is playing, just let that go. The teleport is just insurance policy against some backdoor way of getting killed out of nowhere. It's not about, all right, I get my card back, now I'm reestablishing an attacker in the air. It's just an insurance policy against who knows what.
Well, DDD is about to play units 10, 11, and 12, so a completely full board. At some point, DDD's got to start weighing the possibility that not attacking is just giving Karnage more time to dig themselves out of this hole. Next turn, we could definitely see some action.
Yeah, and now that we're at the unit cap, too, I think, I think the 2 flying units are clean to attack with. I wouldn't be surprised if they go out of their way to find a 3rd thing to attack with on the ground, start pushing this down a little bit, start to trade off on the board a little bit, shrink the length of the game, all that.
Well, a Call the Hit is going to do a lovely job of breaking up any potential double blocks here. So for DDD, this is an important turn. They're definitely quite far ahead in this game, and this is one of those spots that we talked about earlier. This is definitely one of those like 90-95% style of games where the exact particulars for both players will determine whether or not Karnage is going to get an opportunity to top deck their way back into this game.
Yep.
I mean, one thing is that if at all possible, Karnage is going to try to avoid using Breach the defenses here, just because that spell can go upstairs.
Right, exactly. That's an effective, 10-7, and if this whole thing is predicated on, a charge unit, a flame blast, whatever, holding back the breach for as long as possible and trying to save that as another potential source of direct damage is important for Karnage to have a shot at stealing this one.
All right, a mod-ready drone is going to go up into the air. That 2/2 flyer can now threaten to trade with the Volunteer Core or the Locust. For DDD, do they want to maybe fire off and in a turn call the hit on that bad boy?
I think so. It's probably not getting a whole lot better, and even seeing if there's a response window is useful information in the spot.
Drone bites the dust. Now Cabal Embezzler would be over the unit cap. You want to push damage. As a note, if we were to Cabal Embezzler the Arachnoid Terror, it would be able to attack.
Oh, that's a lock to happen. So after the Arachnoid Terror has killed something with the contract but is unable to attack or block.
Yeah.
When I'm world building, when I'm telling a story in my head, I say that the Terror is napping after a snack.
Oh.
It'll wake back up in a little bit.
I believe it.
If you're looking to RPG while you play.
Yeah. I'm usually listening to some like Hall & Oates or something while I play, but I can mix it up.
The Holland Oates.
Hall & Oates.
I would have sent in one Amber Act.
Every Dutchman's favorite band.
Yes, exactly.
Curfew Patrol, 3/3 Aegis Lifesteal. Karnage has managed to draw another Justice Sigil, which is actually... No, actually, it's not the thing they needed. Yeah. Yeah. These spots are the spots where you do a little bit of tanking sometimes just to, like, make it seem like you're close to setting something up, but you don't want to go too over the top to the point where your opponent just finds your pace of play so obnoxious they'd rather just attack than have to sit through it anymore.
Well, I like tank. Searing Fist, a thing. Tank. Weapon on 1/1 and only 1/1. It's the most attacker that's most likely to induce a misclick. So it's still, I don't think, correct to target the Arachnoid Terror because like a pump spell could lock it out or whatever.
You put it on the Curfew Patrol, and getting 6 health is just so big.
Yeah. But a lot more boring. So it goes.
Oh, yeah. Whoa, everything now. So,
except for Arachnoid Terror.
I mean,
Still
there is no chance of survival here.
No, this is
if
so...
you're Karnage, you could first start and look and be like, can I do anything about the Curfew Patrol or gain health? You can't, so you're going down to a virtual 2, and then it's just like over by a million. So,
all right, congratulations to ddddd.
Yep, joining TheBoxer as our 2 undefeated drafters this weekend here at the World Championship. So they're in prime position as we head into the throne rounds to qualify for the top 4. As a reminder, we're going to be taking a break after this round. If we've got any more matches, we'll check them out. And we've got Overmaster versus Law Warrior. We previewed Law Warrior's throne deck yesterday, and let's just say that they've got Rat Cage and Zende the Heartbinder in their
Rat
deck.
Elves.
Rat Elves.
Rat Elves.
Have we made an elf rat yet? No.
The only one that would have been a possibility was the Rat King, right? And the Rat King's not an elf.
Yeah, we messed up. All right.
Well, we didn't. I mean, if we had known that this was happening, we could have gone back, but we didn't know until we moved.
All right. Well, we're making more cards, so squirrel that one thought away. All right, the Overmaster here got a Rooted Observer that's been kicked up into a 4/3 thanks to playing that Launching Azuri. The Launching Azuri, if they can play another stealth unit while the Launching Azuri is hidden, it'll emerge, gain Aegis, and flying. But as it stands, we're going to get to see some Kuno the Chronomancer action if this attack happens. That's my prediction.
Every time I've watched Law Warrior and Draft, first thing I do is I check out the health total.
Yeah.
This deck is very slow, very powerful.
Oh, yeah.
With breathing space, got time to leverage a lot of stuff. When it's been tighter timeline, not so much.
Kuno has contracted for 3, gets to put a card on top of their deck. Looks like that was a Frostburn from the Overmaster that they got off an Eavesdrop. So that combo's come up a couple of times now for Law Warrior, where they've gotten to put cards on top of their deck that they stole into their Void with Eavesdrop. Yeah, that's Frostburn, but fortunately, once you steal a card, it removes the influence requirements, so they'll be able to actually play that one. Now the Kidnapper is going to get in. Yeah, that's a dangerous attack by the Kidnapper. I mean, I know you don't want to trade it off, of course, but man, when you look at the hands, if Law Warrior can live in this game, they got lots of goods coming.
I was going to say, what's going on with no Ice Bolt there, but lack of primal influence.
Yeah. Ooh, Indifference. All right, so we're going to kick things off with a Frostburn. Now, normally Invoke cards do keep their influence requirements, but anytime a card is created from a card that's been influence stripped, it will also be influence stripped. So we're going to get to look at some Fire and Primal cards, and anyone that Law Warrior picks up here, they'll be able to, they won't have to worry about the influence. As they're making that Invoke selection right now. And it's a Touch of the Wild, a fantastic combo with Ice Bolt. So that 3-cost spell gives a unit Overwhelm and then gives a unit or spell in your hand Overwhelm. Ice Bolt deals 7 damage to a unit, and if it has Overwhelm, the rest is going to spill over. Very nice.
I do not find it plausible that that was the best card in the Invoke array, but it's definitely the most fun. So just play it where it lands.
Yeah, I'm all about it. Now we got another Indifference coming. And yeah, this Ice Bolt, Soul Feast, Touch of the Wild Hand means there is just an enormous amount of face damage coming through. Right now it's kind of 9 points. So Overmaster is like a lot more close to dying than they might have thought. Bannerman, Lower, still whiffing on Primal Influence. So that whole combo will have to wait though until Lower can find Primal. But for now, they could just keep poking in with the left-right Kidnapper. The Indifference does a nice job of protecting it, and then Soul Feast can go face at any time, or could just hit one of these units.
How can I?
Grizzled Guard. Playing that stealth unit, powers up the Rooted Observer. Now we'll Soul Feast it, gain 3, and kill a 4/3. A great little exchange there for Law Warrior. Still whiffing, and keep in mind also the Overmaster has a Cold Aaron Captain that I believe has Revenge that'll be coming back sooner or later.
Well, Law Warrior's hand is now just a dead end. I mean, I think it's still correct to attack this turn, but you have a Touch of the Wild, which is, you know, not the easiest thing to align. An Ice Bolt you can't cast, and a Difference that only is really going to do anything if there's a block to be had.
Warning Shot. Once again, going to try to kill a 3/1 flyer, but look at this Indifference. This is a card Indifference we'll be seeing in the Expedition rounds tomorrow. A bunch of players have brought that card to protect some of their good Xenon units in that format.
Absolutely love the Warning Shot pre-combat. Just to, you know, warning.
All right, so we can get the saddled Sarasaur down. And we're not going to contract here, I imagine. You would only be able to give Killer to the Kidnapper, and then you wouldn't be able to play that Touch of the Wild. Oh, we are. Interesting.
Oh, okay. Well, I guess you could, if you draw Primal next turn, you can still touch an Ice Bolt. Doesn't affect that.
Yeah, the only risk is once you lose all of your units, you can't play Touch of the Wild. Because right now, all that Law Warrior has to do to win is make Ice Bolt playable. Dune Phantom, though, it looks like this game is just going to be won by Kidnapper just attacking. Yeah, if the Overmaster doesn't top deck here, we're never going to get to see that lovely Touch of the Wild Ice Bolt combo. Cold Aaron Captain, well, they're going to get to draw another one, Destiny. Time Influence, and looks like Law Warrior is on their way to tying up this game, assuming we see the Dune Phantom come down and a successful block of these units by Law Warrior. I guess the one question is there any chance you don't block the Bannerman just to ensure that the saddled Sarasaur is still there? Whoa, whoa. You better undo that block, play the Dune Phantom. Once you start blocking, you can't play any more units, so they undid that block, played the Dune Phantom. We're good to go here. No, we don't need any misclicks here at the World Championships. So we're going to see those two smaller units trade off. The Dune Phantom absorb the blow from the Grizzled Guard, and then Law Warrior will just need to make an attack on their turn. If they finally draw Primal Influence there. It looks like they were just never going to this game. So left-right Kidnapper combined with a couple of Indifferences, a very nice combo from Law Warrior. That is an incredibly juicy unit to kill. It's a 3-strength flyer. It has Entomb. The enemy player draws a card, but Indifference kept it around.
Yeah, it's a nice piece for this deck. The Kidnappers are certainly the top of the reason, but those Kidnappers are also just a little. They're not the ideal piece to have in a deck that's trying to play a really controlling game. They're fairly easy to kill. There's a lot of downside risk of, you know, you played this long game, you've already stripped their hands with eavesdrops and Zetos, and now you draw this and it's like, do I even want to play it in the first place, right? And having Indifference does a lot to shore up that sort of weakness.
All right, so these players are going to be playing a game 3 here in round 3, the final round of draft. After this, we'll take a little break to get the rounds of Throne set up, and then we'll have 3 rounds of Throne to close out day number 1 here at the World Championships. As a reminder, we'll come back tomorrow with the expedition rounds of Swiss, cut down to our top 4, and then we will be determining a world champion tomorrow. But for right now, these players need every win they can get. And what in the world is going on with these hands, Patrick?
Well, the Law Warrior's hand's kind of just some stuff. That's like it's a little dissonant, you know. The offense-defense split is not my favorite. The Overmaster's hand looked like 7 randomly generated cards, so I like the mulligan there quite a bit.
Well, they've got a very slow hand, but they're going to have all 5 power for these 5 drops. And now we got a 3-drop here in Rampaging Commando.
Now we're cooking. Now we're cooking.
The Overmaster, if you're wondering why they haven't played Seek Power yet, it's because they don't have either Shadow or Time influence yet.
He wanted to defer the decision, much like in Scribe, except not as common of a case.
Yeah. Molten Feet. Feeling hot, hot, hot. Now we got a Rampage Commando.
Real heads might recognize that song from Hall & Oates.
All right. Law Warrior picks up a left-right Kidnapper. They don't have the second Shadow unless they inscribe that call to hit, but that would also be depleted this turn. So none of that's going to be happening this turn. We're going to see an attack from the Thunderfist Striker. It's going to meet a trade here with the Rampaging Commando. Yeah, that seems like a great play considering how fast the Thunderfist Striker grows up. When it hits, it gets +2/+2 until the end of your next turn. So if you can stop it on that first attack, all the better. Meanwhile, Molten Feet. It's gotten in there and met with a Doom Phantom. Now for Law Warrior, they're going to play a left-right Kidnapper, and they're going to see Grizzled Guard and Cloudline Shaman. They'll make Overmaster discard one of these units, and I think it's going to be a clear taking of the Cloudline Shaman as that 3/3 Serpent that card could make with its contract would be quite threatening to Law Warrior's ability to attack.
Just a great spot there with the Kidnapper, with the Overmaster, with 2 units in their hand. One of them extremely strong, and one of which loses a lot of value once you know about it.
All right, for Law Warrior, they're going to have to start playing some of these Vow of Silences inscribed, and there might be some regrets on their side about not choosing to do so earlier in the game, because now it's going to jam up their ability to play a Towering Terrazon this turn or the Warrior Monk next turn.
Yep. Although, you know, with the pace of the game being what it is, it's not necessarily the worst thing. Like, the Terrazon is likely to just be staring at an unattractive double block anyway.
Whoa. All right. So, Law Warrior did that just in case there was like a really juicy, expensive stealth unit. And so the Vow of Silence did pop it, its Aegis, and flip it up. So all the better for Law Warrior. Now the Molten Feet will get in, and the Overmaster has picked up a Rooted Observer, which will do a nice job of showing up after the stealth unit was played. But, you know, it'll be a potent top deck for them if they draw any further stealth units. So now Law Warrior is going to attack with the left-right Kidnapper. It is going to be met with a Chloric Mix, which will kill it, and now the Overmaster gets to draw that card back, and they pick up a stealth unit in the form of a Gnashing Displacer. 5-4 Overwhelm, so a really lovely turn here, getting to play both of these units. And, yeah, Law Warrior is now finding themselves kind of behind on the board, but they've got some good cards still in hand with Warrior Monk and that Rune Binder.
I mean, you can just send in the Terrazon here. You have an Ice Bolt to break up a double block if that happens. I actually prefer this play that we're seeing here from Law Warrior, because that sequence of try to attack with a 6/5, if it trades with one big thing, fine, and then Ice Bolt on a double block, that sequence is so much more powerful when you have a second eligible attacker to sort of set up the same thing, just because of the likelihood of big thing goes in front of one thing, double block somewhere else, and then you just clear out everything.
Well, the late turn Raging Jackal, not one of the better top decks for the Overmaster, but, you know, they're doing a nice job of getting a big wide board, and at the very least, this is going to make it harder for a Law Warrior to want to send in with any of their units. I mean, one of the things that you'll see here is the possibility that the Overmaster might try to trade up with 2 of their smaller units rather than having to trade off any of their bigger units.
Right, and I like that not playing the killer unit there from Law Warrior before combat. You could have ostensibly done something. But in the event that the last card in Overmaster's hand is some sort of live trick, it's possible that you'll want to use that killer after the fact to finish off a unit that has become larger. And there's really not a whole lot of upside to doing it first, right? Like, you chip off the Bannerman. That doesn't really change the blocks all that much. So I think this is a really good... The risk-reward balance here of just attacking as the first order of business here, I think, is really strong.
So some interesting blocks here from the Overmaster. They put the Gnashing Displacer in front of the Terrazon, and then they put 4 units in front of the Warrior Monk. And what they're doing there is they're trying to make the block as solid as possible in front of the 6/5 Overwhelm. So even if one or 2 of the units gets killed, the Warrior Monk would still go down.
I mean, this block right here, I'm not exactly sure what the Overmaster is playing around, but it is basically the perfect block against Law Warrior's hand. This is really sharp.
Yeah, I think if you're Law Warrior, I think you just accept it and kill the Rooted Observer and the Molten Feet.
Right.
And then you get to throw down some of the units in your hand.
Right, you play the killer and clean off the Bannerman, you play your Oasis Seeker, and you still have a big piece of removal and a deadly unit to follow up with. It's not bad. This is just... There's a lot of ways that the Overmaster could have just gotten their doors blown off on this block, and instead it went about as well as it possibly could have. That was really great.
So a lot of trading of material there. Now the Runebinder comes down and will contract to deal 2 damage and gain Law Warrior 2 health. The Overmaster just top decking a power. I mean, you could attack with the 2 smaller units if you'd like. It would maybe force a trade, but for now, I think the real question is, do you want to try to Ice Bolt that 4/4? It doesn't feel like it opens up that much. We will see the 2/3 killer come down and pick off one of these 2 strength units. I think the Jackal is the better one, but they're pretty comparable. How does a 2/1 Valor and a 2/2 compare for you, Patrick?
I would probably clear out the 2/2.
Okay.
There's enough, eavesdrop into weirdo stuff where, and also the Overmaster's so far away from attacking.
Pivotal moment in the game here for Law Warrior. If they want to try to push damage, you Ice Bolt that 4/4, and then the Bannerman could trade with the 3/2 or the 1/1, but now damage would really start coming in from Law Warrior. But if the Overmaster has anything left in hand of substance, it could be really bad for you to use that Ice Bolt. So
I actually I guess the problem with the Ice Bolt is if you attack and the Overmaster blocks your deadly unit, you suddenly have just so much exposure to one big thing. And your state here is not weak against one big thing. You still have your 06, you still have your Ice Bolt. And with the Overmaster at 20, you're so far away from winning, even if they don't draw anything for a while, that I think just sort of it was right on the line, and it's definitely worth thinking about. But I think Law Warrior made the correct call there, and I'm going to bide my time here a little bit.
all right, so Eavesdrop clears out that 2 power, but it doesn't even though Law Warrior knows the Overmaster's got nothing left, they're still going to hold on to that Ice Bolt. Call the Hit is a great pickup here. Takes out Dune Phantom, and now we could see attacks here. Anytime you got Carnosaur Beta in the mix, you don't mind that one trading with anything, really. Yeah, I'm surprised if that one isn't coming in. But maybe you just want it as a good blocker? The double block here on the 4/4 seems so much worse for you than attacking with the Beta.
Right, that's the concern that I have with this is, I guess the theoretical hope is I can get the deadly unit to trade off with the 4/4 and then the 5/5's clean, but that's just not the case. And also, given the pace of this game, both players at just 1 million health or whatever, just trading your Beta Revenge Trigger with kind of anything is good.
So Warning Shot takes out the Runebinder. Now we are going to see almost everything come in, just the Beta and the Foot Soldier. feels like... Oh, we're gonna wait on the Ice Bolt. Okay. And Law Warrior just keeps on drawing power here. At a certain point, they're gonna have to start using their unit and using that spell in hand, but they're gonna take it again. Very patiently played by Law Warrior, and the top of their deck is not rewarding it. Now, Concealed Veteran, a 3/3 with Stealth is drawn.
Yeah, we've hit the point. I didn't mind waiting the first turn on the Ice Bolt. The second, maybe a little conservative by my accounting. Here, you just can't take the other hit.
Yeah. So they delayed as long as possible the Carnosaur beta, Revenging back into the deck. When a unit with Revenge dies, it goes into the top 10 cards of the deck with Destiny. But this is just a 2-turn clock here from the Overmaster. Law Warrior needs something to survive. And Indifference is not going to do it. If the Overmaster makes another attack, that's going to do it. But Law Warrior has seen enough. They're going to pack it in. The Overmaster takes down Law Warrior, picking up a win in our last game of draft for the World Championships. So a great way to start off the World Championships. You know, the Swings of Eternal, you got to plan for the unexpected, and sometimes that means it's being a little bit more. Sometimes being patient is really rewarded. That's a case there where maybe a turn or two earlier with that Ice Bolt gives Law Warrior enough time to dig out of that. But
well, yeah, it also just depends. We didn't have Law Warriors list in front of us, and just what are you drawing to? If you have some sort of steal effect, just something like there's stuff on the edges where it's actually better to be patient there. Don't know the list, but in the event, Law Warrior with too many power in a row there at the tenuous spot of the game and takes another loss.
All right, so that's going to do it here for the draft rounds. We're going to take a little bit of a break here. We've got an interview cooked up with our world champion, Lights Out Ace. So that'll be fun for you all to watch. We'll get a quick breather and fuel up as we're going to head into the throne rounds, and we'll be digging into what our players have built for us this weekend. So we got a lot of fun, couple of decks queued up, and it's going to be a great rest of the day. So come on back for the World Championship action in about 20-30 minutes, and we'll be seeing you for throne action next. All right, we got a special treat today. Andrew Baeckstrom here and Corey Burkhardt, and we're not the special treat. You guys see us on these broadcasts all the time, but today we have the Eternal World Champion joining us for an interview. Lights Out Ace, welcome. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing great. It's always fantastic to be on camera, especially with fine fellows like yourselves.
Just to get things started, you are our Eternal World Champion. You won the 2020 Eternal World Championships. So we know that about you, but why don't you tell everyone watching at home a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and really sort of who you are.
Okay, well, I've lived in
All right, we got a special treat. All right, we got a special treat today. Andrew Baeckstrom here and Corey Burkhardt, and we're not the special treat. You guys see us on these broadcasts all the time, but today we have the Eternal World Champion joining us for an interview. Lights Out Ace, welcome. How are you doing today?
Hello, I'm doing great. It's always fantastic to be on camera, especially with fine fellows like yourselves.
Just to get things started, you are are Eternal World Champion. You won the 2020 Eternal World Championships. So we know that about you. But why don't you tell everyone watching at home a little bit about yourself, where you're from, and really sort of who you are?
Okay, well, I've lived in Wisconsin my whole life. I grew up near Eau Claire, and I live in Madison now. I'm an actuary by trade, but that's a thing I do. Who I am is a strategy gamer. I play lots of board games. I play lots of card games. I play lots of survival horror games, and that's kind of what I do.
Who is LightsOutAce? Where did that name come from?
So there was a website in the early 2000s with message boards called GameFAQs.
Yeah.
Back in the old like player's guide days, it was like
Yeah.
hard to find video game walkthroughs, and GameFAQs was the place to go. And when I signed up for those message boards when I was, I want to say 12, I thought it sounded really cool. Like Lights Out is kind of a cool phrase, like Lights Out, gotcha. And then Ace is just a cool high flying name, so Lights Out Ace. And then I used it when I organized Melee tournaments in college, and so it was just always attached to me. So then I just kept on using it as I'm 31 now, and I still use my name I made when I was 12.
How did you first get started playing Eternal? Do you remember what year it was, and how did you first hear about the game?
I remember it exactly. It was July 2016, back when it was still a closed beta. One of my friends was playing it on his tablet in between rounds of a local Magic tournament, and he was showing me one of the really cool things in Eternal was the stat modifications persist between zones. And he was playing a Haunting Scream Dark Return deck, and I just thought that was so cool. And he had an extra closed beta key and gave it to me.
Do you remember what some of your early favorites were? What were some of the first cards that jumped out to you? You mentioned Dark Return and Haunting Scream. Were there any early closed beta cards that you still have fond memories of?
My favorite card was definitely Channel the Tempest. It was removal and card draw all in one. There was a quote bot on my old stream channel, and one of the quotes was, "I want to find somebody who looks at me the way Lights Out Ace looks at Channel the Tempest."
If Channel the Tempest is, the first real card that jumped out to you, is that your favorite card? What's your favorite deck as well?
My favorite deck is definitely Scrappy Hour. A deck that I had a large portion in making. I'm definitely not the only person to make it. I'm definitely the one who popularized it in a certain build. Super fun. I love grindy shadow mid-range decks. It's definitely my favorite archetype.
If you had our powers for the day, if you had the powers of the Direwolf devs, and you could change any card in Eternal, what would you change and why?
Well, I really miss playing those grindy sacrifice decks, so I try to change something to sort of bring those back into prominence and playability in Throne. So the card that would probably help the most would be Unfamiliar Interloper, revert the nerf on that. So you can play all the factions you want and have an excellent fodder card early on.
So you talked about it earlier, really enjoying the mid-range shadow decks. Is that your favorite faction? Like, what faction do you say that you identify with the most?
Oh, definitely Shadow. If I looked in-game, my Shadow is at 99, almost 100. And my other ones are like in the high 80s, early 90s, except for Fire, which is like 78.
Sure.
So I'm definitely a Shadow gamer.
So battle skills. Do you have a favorite battle skill in the game? And then if you could have a battle skill in real life, what would it be?
So my favorite battle skill in the game is definitely Warcry. I think it's super well designed to encourage attacking. I think that the animation where you see like the little horn and it blows is super satisfying and goes over your deck. You're like, oh man, like I wonder what got buffed. I sure hope I draw that soon. It's just a very exciting mechanic. I think it's one of the ones besides like the stat persisting through zones. I guess it is an example of stats persisting through zones. Just an excellent showcase of the digital only mechanics in the game. Just such a fantastic mechanic. But if I could have one, I definitely choose flying, because like if you could fly, why would you not choose flying? Like being overwhelming is cool and all, but I'd rather just fly.
Yeah.
I think I would want to have Berserk to be able to eat twice, but yeah, Lights Out Ace, your choice of flying a little bit more effective there.
How does reckless translate to eating?
I figure getting to attack twice, I'm just like, well, I'll take one bite out of you, and then I'm going to come back for more. Maybe not the best analogy I can think of, but that's how I always think of it.
Yeah, I'm just going to go with revenge. My enemies aren't getting away with it. Turning our attention to your World Championship run. So taking it back to ECQ Strangelands, do you remember the deck that you qualified for to get to the World Championship?
Oh yeah, it was that classic LOA garbage. It's the big grindy shadow mid-range deck that can play the game forever. At the time, Tazbu was the best card in Expedition, so it was a super shadow heavy. Like the only justice sources were 8 duels, 4 seek power, and 1 justice sigil.
You qualified pretty early on in the year, back in January of 2020, and then had to wait quite a bit of time before the World Championships. And in that time period, what did you do to stay sharp and start getting yourself ready? I mean, that's kind of a big ask, is like, you now know that you have all this time to make sure you're at your best to try to win a huge tournament.
Yeah, mostly what I did is just freed up some weekends. Like the only tournaments I played from then on were all the quarterlies, because I had like 75 points, whatever it is, to get buys. So it's like a pretty easy shot into the top 64 from there. So it's like really high chance of getting into top 8 and winning more money. And then I played one more ECQ with Skycrag Chonkers, which is a deck that was involved in the development of, and I really loved that deck. That was the only other ECQ I played.
So for the World Championships, it was a two format tournament last year, Expedition and Throne. And in Expedition, you brought Skycrag Sling. Can you talk a little bit about that deck and what drew you to playing it?
Yeah, so Sling was the obviously most powerful card in Expedition that I think that whole format revolved around. And there was a popular list at the time that was FTP, which we really hated. It just like, it had a really inconsistent power base. It played a lot of cards that we just thought were absolute garbage, like Guardian of Spring. That was a huge trap, because if it ever died, you were just so far behind, you could never block again because your opponent had Eye of Winter. So we trimmed it down to just 2 factions. We added better cards like Torgov and Geminon. I think we kind of misjudged it. The TJS deck that several people brought was definitely a really bad matchup for us. But we didn't focus that much on Expedition since top 8 was thrown and more of the Swiss rounds that mattered were thrown. Like you could make top 8 without winning a single Expedition if you swept Throne. So we spent probably 6 times longer on Throne than Expedition. We just found a deck that was good enough that we liked, and we just played.
You guys had just an absolute breakthrough performance. Everyone who was playing this Justice Primal Splashing Fire Controlless, a pretty close to unitless. You guys had Genève Merchant and Jotun Hurlers. Who was responsible for most of the development of this deck, and what went into tuning it?
So until 2 hours before registration, so like for us, it was the decklist would do at 5 o'clock on Friday night. And until 3 o'clock on Friday night, we were going to play this even Xenon deck that was heavy time for Twin Spitling. I put the deck on Eternal Warcry like after the tournament, so it'd be like, this is what we almost played. And it was like very heavily teched for Elysian and Kira, which we thought were going to be popular. At the last minute, we're like, why aren't we just playing this control deck? Like the Xenon deck is great if the field is exactly what we expect. But if there's anything we don't expect, or like anyone plays control, the Xenon is never beating control. And we had played a bunch of the control deck earlier in the week, because like the first thing you want to do is just write it off. Just be like, all right, Yetis is going to be a popular deck because it's the best aggro deck. And it just gets completely smashed by it just completely smashes control, right? It's like control is unplayable, and we played it, and it's control won every single game. Like it just beat Yetis over and over and over and over again. We're like, okay, so like control actually does beat Yetis, so like maybe we can play that. But then we just kept on working on Xenon until right before the tournament. It was just like, does anything actually beat this control deck? It beats the mid-range decks. It beats Yetis. If you draw Stormhall Knife, it beats Elysian. And so we just registered it, and it really worked out.
Do you remember who was responsible for Savage Incursion, how that card ended up in your market? That card seemed like such an important piece of technology to give you more action against enemy sites.
Let's see. I'm pretty sure he pulled a random list off Warcry, probably from like the Burgund or somebody who uploads a million FJP decks. So we just kind of took that list off Warcry and probably changed 3 or 4 cards, and then redid the power base with such master touches as a single Huru Vow as an extra justice source.
So you go through this whole tournament, you end up making it to the top 8, you end up winning the tournament. What's the first thing you do when you win the tournament?
Well, I went out of this back little computer room into the living room to tell my wife, who was taking care of my son at the time, that I had won the tournament. And she was tired, and she said, finally, let's go get some pizza. So I got in my car and I drove to Papa Murphy's and I got a couple pizzas and I came back and I baked them.
So it's not running around your room screaming, jumping up and down. It's, all right, babe, we can finally go get pizza.
I probably had like an emphatic like yes and like stood up sort of thing, but there wasn't a whole lot of running around screaming. There was mostly getting pizza, and then while I was in the car, then I was just like, I'm the world champion. I'm pretty great.
Are there any matches or memorable moments that are going to stand out to you from that World Championships?
I think the most memorable match, the one I think about the most, is the semifinals against Collector, which I think is the most fearsome player in the game, besides myself, of course. He won an ECQ both years. He made top 4 of both World Championships. The ECQ that I won back in January, I beat him in the finals. And then I played him in the top 16 to get into the top 8 and again in the top 4. Like, those matches are all super close and super intense. I remember I thought I was super far ahead in one game, and then he dazzled 2 Honor of Claws, and then suddenly he had more cards than me, and I died. And just like, I can't believe I lost that game. Then I ended up winning. It was super relieving and exciting to have won that match.
So as far as like sort of getting good in Eternal, you mentioned you play a lot of strategy games. Sort of when you first started playing Eternal, were you just smashing people right away? Sort of how did you get better at the game and becomes maybe the best player in the world? Well, right now you are, at least.
Yeah, well, a lot of the skills from Magic definitely carried over. Like, I made Master my first like real month playing the game, and I think I was in the top 10 the last couple of months of closed beta. Granted, there weren't that many players then, but it's still like I was up there. So my getting good process kind of happened years before. But if you want to get good now, the main thing to do is just like get on the Discord, get talking to people, get on streams of people that you respect and talk to them and ask them if they make a play that you don't understand, be like, why did you do that? And they'll probably be pretty happy to explain to you why they did a thing. Or if you see a deck list and you're like, why are you playing those cards? People usually have reasons why they're playing those cards, and they'll share it with you, and you can get opinions from a lot of different people, and you can really grow that way. It's just like asking kind of pointed questions with actionable results is the way to do it.
If you were to, help a player out who's in your stream, asking you questions through the Discord, what do you think is the most common, question or mistake somebody comes to you with?
So I think the biggest mistake and level up moment from becoming like an average player to becoming a good player is knowing that you don't always have to play your cards. A lot of times it'd be like, it's turn 2. This is when I cast my exploit, or my opponent has a unit and I have a removal spell and I'm not going to spend my power on a unit this turn. I should use my removal spell on that unit. But a lot of times you're just supposed to do nothing. Like, if the card that beats you costs 6, you should use that exploit when your opponent has 5 power. If your opponent has a 2/2 and it's going to hit you for a little bit, but you're going to play a 3/4 next turn, just take 2 damage and play the 3/4 and save the removal spell for something scary with an ability or a bigger unit. So just like not playing a thing because you can, I think, is the biggest difference between the average players and the good players. And that sort of the whole thing folds into there. It's having a plan of like, how is this game going to look?
So sometimes it's about maximizing your cards. Sometimes it's about just getting what you can out of them. That makes a lot of sense. So as far as in continuing to improve, if you are a newer player who is looking to sort of start playing in some more Eternal tournaments and being able to compete, do you have any recommendations in terms of what kinds of decks you should try? Should you play a lot of different decks? Should you try to focus on one and getting better with it? If you were somebody who was trying to get better and make it to the World Championships, what kinds of things would you be spending your time doing?
So playing all of the decks at least a little bit to know how they function is definitely great. Like, if you have the resources, I would definitely play some games of Yetis, play some games of Kira, play some games of Elysian, play some games of Sling. It's just like try everything. But if you don't, like if you're a new player and you're like, you have, your new player cards and you drafted 5 or 10 times, like, you probably can build 1, maybe 2 decks. So then I would say focus on building one of the good decks, learn what opening hands you can keep, learn how you win each matchup, learn when you want certain cards out of your market and when they're good and bad. Like, for example, that Elysian versus Unitless control matchup. Like we played that so many times on both sides, and we learned that like, so what Collector is going to do is he's going to play his merchant, he's going to get mirror image, so he gets 2 Aegis threats, and with the mirror image he's going to get Sodi Spell Shaper, so he can start drawing cards with that, and that way he can keep up on cards with the Honor of Claws and the Wisdoms, because I have to spend 2 cards on each Aegis unit, and you get to draw more cards. So like learning your plan like that for each of the popular matchups, and just jamming forever. That's how you get better. That's how you make the top 64s and the top 8s.
Yeah, I like that you called out going onto the Reddit, going onto the Discord, because there are a lot of helpful people on there. I know I've messaged players, just asked them for their deck list online, and most people are just genuinely pretty helpful. You know, you can never control human beings, and they might do weird things, but I found them, most players in the community are just generally pretty helpful.
And really excited folks just to have other people to be able to like, oh, cool, you want to talk about this deck too? Like, let's, bounce ideas back and forth for 10, 15 minutes. And, then you get to go battle some games and come back and talk about it again. And that's how you end up making some of, these relationships that end up forming like, yeah, this is my testing partner, and then grows into something like you guys had Lights Out Ace for Team Rank Star, where all of a sudden you guys just had like this sort of team can blossom out of something like that.
Corey, do you have any more questions for Lights Out Ace?
I don't. In fact, let's open up the floor. Lights Out Ace, do you have any questions for us?
Do you guys pay attention to the community decks at all? Like, do you try out decks that people win tournaments with or put on Warcry or anything like that?
Yeah, we definitely do. We play ourselves on ladder to see some of what's going on, of course, and while we're testing, so we can make sure when we're making balance changes we're in tune. We have analytics here that we're looking at to get a sense of what's going on, but sometimes it's always fun when the analytics diverge from the tournament decks, and sometimes a deck that the community is like super sold on for the tournaments and the competitive play, we look at it in the analytics and it's like, well, it's winning an okay amount.
Do you have an example of a deck like that? I guess like an older one.
Well,
like
the classic one is probably Yetis. I mean, at this point, I think the secret's out. But Yetis was basically the winningest deck in the game for a lot longer than it was ever given credit for being like a serious competitive deck. And at this point, we could pretty safely just say this. Like, we generally don't want to be like trying to influence too much about like, oh, the numbers say this deck's really great. So now everybody goes and just all starts playing that, and then it becomes swarmed. But yeah, Yetis was like always just winning a ton, basically more than anything else.
What is your favorite card if you had one in Eternal?
It's usually something that we're currently working on. But as far as like my actual favorite, all-time favorites, I think I just have to go with Privilege of Rank. I mean, that was the card when I first encountered the game. I started working on the game when set 2 was just about to come out. And that was the card that sort of blew my mind and made me want to just try all kinds of crazy things and just got me sort of hooked on the deck building experience.
Mine's always been Aramat's Machinations. As you called out, the Dark Return, Haunting Scream, caring about different stats through zones. This one allows you to do it in so many different ways that if I can reduce the cost of my units, I can change what I'm getting back. Getting overwhelmed to a unit that's growing in size, if I can grow it further, that scales even harder. If I can maybe give double damage to it or lifesteal, that scales in just a totally different way. Usually if you run into me in the queues, I'm playing some sort of Aramat Machinations deck, even if it doesn't actually end up being the best thing.
Every month now, you've been having the patch notes with. I've been liking the nerfs a lot, and the buffs always come out of left field. How do you pick what old cards you're gonna buff?
Yeah, it's first of all, I would say that it is harder. There's sort of 2 general things we're looking for. One of which is things which have maybe old stuff which we knew was once popular and fun that people enjoyed, but maybe has fallen out of the limelight as newer cards come into the play and maybe pushed it out, and giving that a second chance. And so sometimes the cards will fall into that category. And sometimes it's just a real creative, just if anybody has inspiration. And sometimes we will literally just be, looking at community sections, suggestions and feedback, because there's ideas that we maybe haven't considered for a card to buff. And we're generally trying to make it so that there's something new to explore and not just make it so that it feels like we are trying to dictate what is good in the game. We want to make sure that with each live balance patch, there's hopefully something that no matter what kind of player you are, if we're going to be doing some buffs, that makes you go, oh, I kind of want to go and check that out.
And we like it that some cards are good and some cards are bad, and it's fun to explore which is which. So obviously, we always get the sort of the complaints, the classic complaints of like, this card is terrible. What if you made it slightly lot less terrible? And sometimes that's appropriate, but sometimes it's kind of dangerous, or maybe it wouldn't be that much fun if the card doesn't show up as often. Sometimes it's cool that there's a bad card in the game that somebody just gets to have be their pet thing, that they're the only one who knows how to make it even like medium when it's just terrible most of the time.
When we do live balance cards, particularly when we're making buffs in general, when they're not, I would guess, aimed at Expedition, more of this is for Throne, is there needs to be something to think about, something more for you to want to go down the rabbit hole of like, well, what if, this now combines better with X card, and X card makes me want to play Y card. And if that opens up the door for somebody to build 4, 5, 6 different decks, that's like one of the best candidates that we can ever find for buffing something.
And then I have one last, this isn't a question, this is just a request.
Yeah.
I want to play with the diesel cycle on Expedition someday.
Oh,
Please
yeah.
make it happen.
Yep, they could definitely show up in Expedition someday. Yeah.
Those cards are fun, and they're just not quite good enough anymore.
All right. Well, I want to thank Lights Out Ace for joining us today. I really appreciate all of the insights into sort of what made him the Eternal World Champion, how you could maybe become the Eternal World Champion this year as we get our Eternal Organized Play 2021 season off and running. If people want to check out some of your content, are there any places that they can go to see some of it?
I think all the article websites have been taken down by this point. I haven't done much since my son was born. I've been a lot busier, not streaming as much and not writing articles. But if I'm plugging my stuff, it's twitter.com/lightsoutace or @lightsoutace or whatever. YouTube, and lightsoutace1.
All right. So Corey, thanks for joining us as well. I see you every day, but it's always good to hear from you. And thanks, Lights Out Ace. And Lights Out Ace is qualified for the 2021 Eternal World Championships by being our defending champion. So they will be back later on this year to defend their title as world champion, and we're excited to see that. Welcome back. Andrew Baeckstrom and Patrick Sullivan here. We are getting ready to start the constructed portion of our World Championships. We are all fed, we got coffee, and we're ready for another couple rounds of exciting action on the first day of the World Championships. As a refresher, maybe we could take a look at the format schedule, just recap where we've been so far. We'll take a look at the standings, we'll get into deck lists, and then we'll be starting with the games in about 5 to 10 minutes. So,
We've concluded our rounds of draft. The players have played 3 matches. You know, even if you're 0-3 at this stage, a 6-3 run the rest of the way is probably going to get you at least into a tiebreaker for the top 4, if not the top 4 outright. So nobody's been really eliminated yet, and certainly nobody's qualified for our top 4. But the players, these next couple rounds is where players are going to be positioning themselves for tomorrow. They'll either be in prime position heading into those expedition rounds for a top 4 finish and making it to that stage, or they're going to have a lot of work to do. And in some cases, some players will be eliminated, what we see.
Essentially, yeah. Now, no one is actually eliminated from the tournament. There's no day 2 cut here. All the competitors who are playing today will have an opportunity to play tomorrow for additional cash prizes, no matter what their record ends up today. But I think, of course, we haven't done the math, and it depends on the particulars of how certain things go. I think your projection of 6-3 gets you to the playoff at least is probably correct. And so anyone who walks out of here today, 3-3 at the worst, can at least potentially rip off a 3-0 expedition run and get towards the elimination rounds. We're done with the draft. We're washing our hands of that. As Andrew mentioned, no one's eliminated from the tournament at this point for top 4 and eventually winning the whole thing. But now we're going to pivot to Throne to round out the remainder of day 1.
All right, so why don't we take a look at where the standings are at as we leave the draft round. So as we saw, ddddd and TheBoxer picking up that 3-0s, and then we've got a host of 2-1 players for you, including our world champion, LightsOutAce at 2-1. And as we head down farther into the bracket, we see the players who have got some work to do, all the way down to Collector, darkrevenger, I'm a straight. So, like we said, players got work to do, but no one's been eliminated quite yet. So, let's start talking about the decks that we're going to be seeing for these best of 3 throne rounds. And let's start off with our favorite deck that we got in. The deck we're going to get to see for our first feature match. Let's take a look at lawwarrior's Rat Elves build. We always like getting to show off some cool brews when they show up in competitive events, and this is one of the sweetest decks that we're going to get to see this weekend. So, Patrick, it's a Rat Cage deck, but what else do we got going on in the mix here?
Well, there is a long history of relic-centered decks built around Rat Cage. There is a slightly less long history, but still a long history, of elves that care about relics. You have Tavia Lethrai Raid Leader, which is also a pretty efficient way of generating tokens. You have some elves, like Elvish Swindler, that can find key cards, like Rat Cage and Dinosaur Nest. And so you very naturally blend this all together into Rat Elves, which is the deck that we see in front of us and that we will be covering here in just a moment.
Yep. A lot of cool synergies going on with this deck, and they've got a host of relics that they can tutor up, both in the starting deck with Display of Knowledge, but then also with those 4 copies of Great Valley Smuggler can go and grab like a Thicket Trap. That's one of the new cards from Valley Beyond that allows you to deal 1 damage to the enemy in each of their units, but also it makes it that the enemy can never have more than 1 armor, and that can be big when you're up against cards like Furious Magnaventress and Stormhalt Plating. One of the nice things about this deck is the new addition of Huntmaster Vikram as an elf that Sunset Stone can find with its activated ability, and it pairs really nicely with rats because they're not great at attacking through lots of things, but what Huntmaster Vikram does by stealing an enemy unit and not really caring what faction it is, what size it is, you only get to keep the unit for as long as you have Huntmaster Vikram, but especially that first turn, that really can open up the table for a big attack.
Well, an issue that Rat Cage strategies can occasionally run into is a vulnerability to large units. Your rats naturally can't attack through something big, and they also can't block. And so, especially against some of the iconic time threats like Sandstorm Titan or Moonstorm Vanguard, a big endurance unit is just a pretty big problem. You can get jammed up there very easily and just not be able to attack or block. These decks typically play a little bit of removal and interaction, but that only gets you so far. Huntmaster Vikram really changes that quite a bit. So it's an elf. You can find it with all of your elf searching stuff, and it leans into those synergies. But for a deck that can occasionally struggle with 1 large unit, like Andrew said, even just having that 1 turn is really, really nice. Another thing that is happening here with Huntmaster Vikram is the Rat Cage deck, historically, very good against individual pieces of spot removal. because you are just playing with a bunch of rat tokens. You don't care about random annihilates and slays messing up your day. Because this deck is leaning into the elf synergies, you naturally pick up some exposure there. Now your Tavias and such, your Great Valley Smugglers, can be killed by spot removal. And since you're already drawing out some of that stuff with your 2 and 3 cost units, Huntmaster Vikram has a much greater chance of surviving than it would in sort of the traditional Rat Cage shell.
Well, yeah, and in the power base, getting access to common cause is great. When you're playing a tribal deck, you get the ability to play an undepleted power that just gives you whatever influence you might need, just by virtue of having 2 cards with the same type in your hand. Next up, let's check out Colacoma's list. They've got an interesting take on a Skycrag sling build that'll be fun to highlight here, as we're just a few minutes away from the round starting. Colacoma, so Skycrag was one of the biggest decks in the format a few weeks ago, and then the change to some of the Fate cards like Zhou and Jotun Hurler have knocked them out of this archetype. I mean, this is a deck where you in the past would be very rarely ever not see them because of how well they work with Strategize, Crafty Occultist. But now going back towards Sling of the Chi as a big card drawing engine and a way to allow you to clean up the board, going all the way up to Geminon, the Double Helix, Roast the Waking Glosher, and even Thunderstrike Dragon, which gives you not but one, but multiple cards which can proc the backside of Sling, where at the end of your turn, if you have a unit with 6 health or more, draw a card. Being a 5/6, a little too small, though, to get the damage part going.
Right. The Thunderstrike Dragon is an interesting inclusion in this deck. I mean, you could just play with Zhou. Zhou still has 6 strength and is capable of triggering the front side of Sling of the Chi. But Thunderstrike Dragon does do a little bit of that Jotun Hurler, old show sort of proxy work of being something that you can pitch to Honor the Claws, put to the bottom of your deck with things like Strategize, throw away to Crafty Occultist, swap out of the mark with Genev Merchant, all of those synergies, while playing passively enough with Sling of the Chi. Again, it's not really, you're not getting the front half of it, but often when you're at the spot where you're playing 6 cost units anyway, you're not that much interested in killing additional stuff. You really just want to keep the card flow going. And so even though Thunderstrike Dragon doesn't trigger the front end, there's enough synergies going on here with Sling of the Chi and some of the ancillary material shifting stuff that it's good enough to play here, including Overshow, which, as mentioned, has 6 strength. It's ostensibly a more synergistic card with Sling of the Chi, just not as good with the other pieces of the deck.
Yeah, one thing to keep in mind anytime you're building a Sling deck, very often they're trying to go as heavy on primal influence as possible because Roast the Walking Glacier has 5 primal influence. So even if you had a Zhou, you inscribe it, it plays as the depleted Fire Sigil, that's going to be a little bit of an awkward synergy there. So a very well-crafted and well-tuned deck here by Colacoma, and we'll be potentially seeing that in action. We are going to start off, though, with Law Warrior. The players have received the invitation to join the round. As soon as both players have queued up, we'll be heading down and checking out their match, and we'll be seeing who their opponent is. Because these are Swiss rounds, the players don't get paired until the round starts, and it looks like it's going to be Phoenix who's going to be their opponent. So we'll be checking out that match in just a moment here as soon as both players are ready to go. For these throne rounds, we will be again seeing best of 3 matches, and then after these 3 rounds, we'll be taking a break for the day. For the throne metagame, we've got some Xenon decks floating around. There's a Hurukira strategy. But the format is definitely a lot different than it was a couple weeks ago, to say the least. So not sure who's to say what'll come up on top.
Yeah, the combination of Valley Beyond just releasing a lot of individually impactful cards that weren't necessarily natural slots into what would be assumed to be the 3 or 4 most popular decks, and Throne is a big part of it. The live balance updates to Zhou and Jotun Hurler have really changed the way that, specifically Skycrag decks, but I think decks of all forms and fashion have to work a little bit differently to interact profitably with the market. Before, it was sort of a solved issue of how do I synergize with things like Honor of the Claws and Howling Peak Smuggler and all that stuff. It's a little bit different now, and some people are trying to leverage it with cards like Wisdom of the Elders, just drawing more cards and having more cushion. We see some fringier cards like Accelerated Evolution and Thunderstrike Dragon giving that same experience, just not quite as good of a rate as Jotun Hurler and Zhou did. So that blend of that change to those 2 defining cards of the format with all of the new stuff from Valley Beyond, the format is very different, and that's represented here with the deck list that we're seeing. It also mirrors my experience on live. I play a lot of Throne, and the way the format has changed in 2 weeks is so dramatic.
All right, let's check out Phoenix's deck list while we wait for both players to join up in the match. And so this is an updated take on the Combre deck that we got to see a little bit ago in that LCQ. And what you've got here is a deck that is just trying to survive the early game. Like, look how few cards this deck is playing that cost less than 3. Just Builder's Decree, Desert Marshal, and Pillar of Progress. So we'll have to see, can the Rats get rocking and rolling early? Because if so, this is not the quickest deck out of the gates for Phoenix. They are really looking to play a long game.
And something that is going to be very useful for Law Warrior in this kind of matchup, one of the ways that the Combre Relic strategy has a strong matchup against units broadly is with Equalize. You're not playing units, you're just developing your power, you're playing relics, and then you just pick up so much tempo and so much card advantage. When the deck is built around relics, it is easy for Law Warrior to apply pressure and get their hand empty with a way that isn't just completely exposed to Equalize. So that element of this matchup is going to be very interesting.
All right, so Law Warrior's got a very light power hand, but we're off to a fantastic start, especially being on the play. We've got both a Dinosaur Nest and a Bloodseeker with a subsequent Dinosaur Nest. So let's talk a little bit about this new relic from Valley Beyond. At the start of your turn, you play a 1/1 Dinosaur, and it'll either have Flying, Charge, or Killer. It'll be random. After 3 turns, that relic flips over into Sheltered Valley, a relic that gives all of your dinosaurs +2/+2. So it's really potent at creating an army, and if you can kill the relic before that first turn, it just doesn't do anything. But if not, I mean, especially they stack really well with multiples.
Right, but this is a card that where a card like Equalize does actually play cleanup duty pretty effectively, because the leftover is just a +2/+2 your dinosaurs, and you don't have any dinosaurs left over. That said, it's so much pressure out of the gate that it's not like Phoenix has the luxury of just waiting for the ideal spot. Some of the stuff just has to kind of get played when it's possible to play it.
So here we go. Look at all these dinosaurs being spat out. Meanwhile, we got 2 elves in the mix. I think Law Warrior does have Lethrite Dead Drop in their market, which is a card that you can play out of your market whenever you've hit the enemy with 2 elves this turn. But instead, they're going to go for that Porcelain Mask and silence an enemy unit. This is a great play to do before attacking, because if there was a Desert Marshal on the other side, you could silence it and remove its ambush.
Yeah, and another thing that I like about this line here from Law Warrior is, you know, it's really unlikely that your elves are going anywhere. There's no 4-cost sweeper that's likely to happen the next turn, unless it's Equalized, in which case Phoenix is discarding most of their hand. So you're very likely to have an opportunity to bargain that draw to the following turn.
All right, here we go. Furious Magniventress time. Gain 3 armor, stun an enemy unit. But now here we go. That first Dinosaur Nest is ready to flip over, so those dinosaurs are all 3/3s. Yet to hit a killer one for Law Warrior, but they did hit a charge one off of one of the more recent ones, so that one gets to attack right away. And they're just pushing damage like crazy right now. Look at everything coming across, trying to do so before any kind of sweeper like an Equalize or a Harsh Rule Shenra Speaks card. And now for Law Warrior, the question is, do they want to develop any further? Do they want to play a Lethrite Dead Drop? They've got 2 copies of Huntmaster Vikram in hand, but there's still a time, influence, and a power away from playing either of those.
I think this is a great opportunity for the Dead Drop here. You really don't want to advance your board very much here because you're already rolled up and it's just more exposed to the sweeper. Also, if you Dead Drop and you get hit with some sort of sweeper, that can clear the path for Vikram just to pick up charge and finish out the game that way.
All right, so Phoenix is going to be able to play a Stormhawk Plating to gain 2 armor in the hopes that it can keep them alive for another turn, and then they play a Pillar of Progress. But with the second Sheltered Valley being flipped over to the Dinosaur Nest, Phoenix does not have the tools right now to survive another turn. If we see an A space here from Law Warrior, it's going to be game 1 in their direction.
Yeah, Law Warrior wants to do a quick check here to see if Desert Marshal mucks anything up, but again, the position here is so overwhelming. Desert Marshal wouldn't even trade effectively with anything, so I assume we're going to see an attack here in just a moment.
Yeah, I mean, there's literally 15 flying overwhelm right now. And a 5/5 killer could just kill the Magnaventress. Biggest risk to Law Warrior right now is that they time out. But they killered the Magnaventress, they attacked with everything, and game number 1 is going to go to Law Warrior here. So, you know, the Elf Rat deck did exactly what we expected, which was it came out and it just had some kind of aggressive force early. No real, like, potent synergies coming together, except for the fact that one copy of Dinosaur Nest works really, really well with the second one, especially when unchecked.
Yeah, the Elf Rat deck did exactly what we expected. Played a bunch of dinosaurs. well, the big thing there was you just had enough elves to enable the draw 2,
Yeah.
which it didn't break that way because Law Warrior didn't draw the 4th power, and there was no sweeper anyway. Phoenix's hand just never developed into anything that could defend themselves. But that could have been critical depending on how the game went. As it stands on the play, you know, just 2 strength, 1 power unit along with some dinosaur nests, and without a harsh rule, without a Shenra Speaks, without anything of the sort, just way too fast for Cambrai relics.
Yeah. Yep, definitely deck is lacking this particular build of Cambrai. We see other players playing with some Gavel's Insights in their Cambrai decks. We'll be seeing that card a little bit more, especially in Expedition. But yeah, without ways to interact with the Dinosaur Nest, that card can really mess you up. As Phoenix gets us going here in game number 2, playing a Crest of Progress on turn 1. They're going to scout and see a Shenra Speaks on top of their deck. And now that's a great, great card in the matchup. But with only 2 power and a Stormhawk Plating in hand, I think Phoenix correctly decided they have to give it up and rely on these units to keep them alive. Our Rat Cage gets us started here for Law Warrior. Nice thing about Dinosaur Nest, it is also a relic, so we might see that one appear next turn. And now for Law Warrior, they'll have to decide if they want to attack a rat into 2 open power. Phoenix only has the 4 Desert Marshals. There's 0 Defiances in this list. So is it worth it to get this card out of their hand?
My inclination here is to not attack, just because the Cambrai Relic deck past turn 2 does so much. I'm going to spend all my power developing my board on my own turn, that if it's not now, it's never, or it's going to be so deferred that you don't really care that much.
All right, a very interesting decision here by Law Warrior, Patrick. They decided to not play Common Cause, which could have unlocked that time influence, and instead played out Secret Passage to give that rat unblockable, and since it's a relic, it makes another rat. And I think what's going on there is that Law Warrior kind of decided that for this game, they're feeling pretty good about their chances of just attacking with the Rat Cage and maybe trying to hold it for a follow-up. But now here comes the Dinosaur Nest now, so yeah, not sure exactly, but it seems like Phoenix has managed to get through the first couple of turns relatively unscathed.
It wouldn't also surprise me here if part of the reasoning is this is it's not actually that bad to induce the Desert Marshal here, because it frees up the Hex Drinker, believe?
Livia Hexweaver.
Hexweaver, excuse me. If you assume that what's going to happen long term is a block on a rat, post combat you snipe it off, and that's a way to do something with a card that otherwise is kind of hard to profitably cash in the matchup.
All right, so we are going to get an attack and a block, and now we might see Livia Hexweaver finish off the Desert Marshal. Not going to play out the second Dinosaur Nest, and I think, again, this is, I think for Law Warrior, there is some element here of trying to pace out how they play out their relics, how they play out the dinosaurs from Dinosaur Nest, not wanting to ever lose too much to a Shenra Speaks or an Equalize.
Well, also to make it inconvenient to time it, right? Like, if you get everything with your Harsh Rule or your Shenra Speaks, then that just cuts out all the work that the Dragon Nest did. If you can sort of measure things and pace things such that you're applying enough pressure where it's appealing to play something like Harsh Rule if they have it, but you get one more dinosaur after the fact. That doesn't seem like much, but those are the kind of exchanges that allow the beatdown decks to sort of edge out that last point or two and not just be completely demolished by someone with a timely Harsh Rule.
Well, here is a Shenra Speaks now being picked up by Phoenix after Huntmaster Vikram steals the Magnaventress. Huntmaster Vikram exhausts and steals the enemy unit, but because the Magnaventress had endurance, it could not be exhausted. So when it was stolen, it was ready to attack. And keep in mind also that Magnaventure is very much a dinosaur, so it would get buffed by Law Warrior's Sheltered Valley on the next turn. But that's all going to come to an end as Shenra speaks, wiping out the board. We will see Stormhall plating be inscribed to set up for a Grodov Stranger next turn. Now the Dinosaur Nest will play the last one, a charging 3/3 Sarasaur, and Law Warrior is going to have to start rebuilding here, probably with a follow-up of another Dinosaur Nest.
But the timing of that Shenra speaks there, of course, that's good for Phoenix, and this game is going much better for them than the first one did. But that timing there was critical. That Law Warrior was able to get another 3/3 token for their trouble, and to be able to attack that turn with a charge unit. That timing, can you force the issue a turn ahead or a turn behind a schedule, is a lot of what Law Warrior is trying to manage here.
All right, so Glen Pathcutter gets played, and now they'll play out Found Painting. Meanwhile, Grodov Stranger, when you play a Stranger, play a Sigil from your deck. And a Huntmaster Vikram off the top can threaten to steal that Grodov Stranger, and that is huge, as now it'll open up some attacks and threaten for the Grodov Stranger to be attacking back next turn.
I mean, this is, I was right about to say, you know, you're still seeing that vulnerability for relic strategies on display here with just a big unit. The Shadow Relic decks, the Rat Cage decks historically have not been that good, but Huntmaster Vikram, I mean, just what timing there. That is as good as it gets. Now, Law Warrior's leftovers here are not that good, and if you go and take the Grodov Stranger and get hit with another sweeper, maybe you want to try to pace it out a little bit. But whether or not it happens now or a turn or two down the line, that Huntmaster Vikram is going to be awesome here.
So an interesting play here from Law Warrior. They decided to attack first and be willing to trade off the killer, and they decided to just play the Sunset Stone instead of taking the Grodov Stranger. What do you make of that?
I think it's one of those, so Phoenix is in a jam. If they start attacking to draw cards, they're not blocking on the way back. If they play a sweeper, you still have your Huntmaster Vikram. I mean, this is, I think basically this is Law Warrior saying, like, the table looks good to me. I'm happy to play exactly on these terms, and I don't think you can win by sort of just managing the board as it is. You're either going to have to do something really, really powerful, or you're going to have to play a sweeper, and in either instance, I'm better off having Huntmaster Vikram on the way back.
All right, a nasty little sequence there. Phoenix, when you attack with Grodov Stranger, in addition to drawing a card, you can shuffle a player's Void back into their deck. And so when you shuffle the rats back into the deck, it's, well, you might draw a Dirty Rat at some point if you're a Law Warrior now. Now picking up a Display of Knowledge for the turn. Not sure if there's a great relic here. I mean, you could start and try to find yet another Dinosaur Nest.
Yeah, a former designer at Direwolf Digital and dear friend of mine, Ben Lundquist, we had a number of Gear Cruncher versus Lumen Reclaimer kind of games that you were drawing some grindins there.
All right, so we steal the Furious Magnaventurous because it can both attack right away and it gets buffed by the Sheltered Valley. Now, Grodov Stranger could just block and bounce off of it, or we could see a block on one of the dinosaurs, which, you know, is pretty nice because now you're not going to have to worry about it getting buffed, as the second Dinosaur Nest will flip over into Sheltered Valley next turn. Huge attack, down to 8 now for Phoenix, but with a Builder's Decree in hand, there's some real possibility of turning this one around.
Yeah, but it's tough because you gotta be able to stabilize against this deck going wide too. It's hard to manage both things at the same time. Where I feel like the Relic deck is really humming is where it simultaneously has a couple of key cards along with a wide board, because typically one type of card answers one half, another type of card answers the other half.
Whoa!
And if you have both going at the same time, we got to find some cards here. I mean,
yeah.
Hanging back on defense is not tenable.
All right, so both Grodov Strangers attack here, picking up a Speaking Circle and a Diana Faith Shield. So we might get a very, very exciting swing here if we play out that Speaking Circle.
Yeah, Speaking Circle's got a lot of just huge hits here. It's also got, you know, some misses. But the rest of the hand here, I just don't feel like...
I mean, if you get to hit something that interacts with the Huntmaster Vikram, you get that Furious Magnaventurous back. It'd be phenomenal.
Yeah.
But a lot of options here for Phoenix. You've got another Magnaventurous. You've got a Diana Faith Shield. They're going to start off with the Faith Shield and see what that one draws. It picks up another Magnaventurous, but Speaking circles the high roll here. If you hit something that interacts with the Huntmaster, it is beautiful. There's also the possibility of just trying to hit the last card in hand with that Builder's Decree, and I imagine we will see that if we're doing this. Yep, Builder's Decree will lock out the display of knowledge. So now send an agent. Oh, killer dinosaur.
I think this is, I mean, I guess this is.
Yeah, we got
1,
lethal.
2, 3, 4. Oh yeah,
Killer
this is
Diana,
way over.
Send an agent, the Magnaventress.
Yeah, way over.
And, yep, this is going to do it. So Law Warrior is about to take down Phoenix here. They have found the line. Rat Elves, 1-0 on the day in the Throne format.
Beautiful start.
Yeah. Master Vikram. Really taking advantage of how much Furious Magnaventress there is this weekend and recognizing that that card is quite vulnerable to Huntmaster Vikram in particular because it gets to attack right back on the other way and then remove that armor it just gained.
Yeah, and you know, our intuition there was like, well, yeah, of course you just take Grodov Stranger, right? Of course.
It did
It's
seem
really,
obvious.
it's really telling there. The Law Warrior there in a couple spots where, you know, I have not played their deck before, but I'm getting a little like antsy of like the board's starting to get away a little bit, and I feel like you've either got to just play Vikram here to sort of force the issue on a sweeper or not, or just start doing like something to get the game over with pretty quickly. And Law Warrior's position there seemed very much like, no, you grow out Stranger, that's okay. Just go do whatever you're gonna do with that. Like, you want to ramp a power, fine. You wanna draw a card, okay. Well, you're not blocking on the way back. And Law Warrior's confidence to win a long game against these are hallmark power cards out of the Cambrai Relic decks. These are the things that bury all sorts of archetypes. And to just hang around with your 1 and 2 cost relics it was really impressive. And Law Warrior saw that the whole way through. There was never any panic, never any rush. Just knew that, you know, card to card, my spot here is not bad. And actually, I'm drawing to more haymakers like Send an Agent than you are.
All right, let's go and check out Boxer versus DDD. I believe the Boxer is up a game here in this match, and we've got a matchup of two Zenin decks here. Boxer with some Silent Sandstorm Titans and All-Head Ascendings. Meanwhile, DDD's got an All-Head Ascending of their own that is just one time influence away from getting up to that 8-cost power of when you play a unit, All-Head Ascending picks up its stats. So not going to be waiting around for that, though. Going to get down the Sandstorm Titan right away. An immediate attack here. Now Nash, Desert Prince shows up. At the start of each turn, Nash is going to play a 1/1 killer. There's that 8 hit points for DDD. Exploit going to the bottom, Patrick. Not the time of the game for that one.
No, everyone's just sort of playing with they draw a card and then it gets played if it can be.
So taking advantage here, when you attack with a unit while you have All-Head Ascending, attacking units get decay. And so looks like what DDD's trying to do here is just sort of wipe the board out with a Saloon Massacre, and hopefully the decay plus the Saloon Massacre kills everything on the Boxer side. But the Boxer is not immediately going for it here. They're going to take some licks.
Yep. I mean, their position here is really strong. No real reason to trade off here. You fall to 17. Your Nash is just so much long-term value, especially with DDD going down to the last card in their hand. You know, like if it is Saloon Massacre, I'm not 17 with a Nash. You've got nothing. Like you know, it's not a lock by any means, but I'm happy to play that spot out 10 times out of 10.
All right, so the Boxer finds an Aurelian Merchant, threatening to break this game open here as they go into the market and find Grodov's Burden. Fortunately for DDD, a Sabertooth Pride Leader was picked up. That'll answer the burden right back. So here we go. Grodov's Burden likely putting Sandstorm Titan on the top of the deck, and now we'll see a killer attack here, trying to take advantage of the killer plus exalted combo with when their units would die, they would pass along their skills, but now that the burden's blown up, that plan is over. And now DDD top decks a Smuggler, so they're threatening to, and a subsequent turn gets Link right out of the market. Could be a burden of their own.
That play from Boxer was great on two fronts. One, trying to do that killer exalted synergy that you spoke to, but two, probing out the response window to see if there was a Sabertooth there. Because if you just go attack with Nash, Grodoff's Bird is blown up, and now you have this great double block on the Nash. So it kind of cuts in both directions there. It isn't just about trying to do that, but trying to see if there was an ambush unit there that could really be devastating if Nash attacked as the first order of business.
All right, so for the Boxer, they have picked up a Twin Spiteling. It's a 1/1 deadly unblockable that plays a Timekeeper, and a Timekeeper is a unit with stats equal to your time influence. So it's another payoff in this deck for going deep on time influence along with All Head Ascending, and we've seen that for some of the Xenon players this weekend. So we're going to get to see an attack here. Now Nash has been emboldened, not worried about that double block thanks to that Send an Agent picked up, which kills a unit or relic with 1 faction or less.
I wonder, so if you're going to make this attack, and this attack really loudly signals I have a removal spell to blow up the double block, I wonder if you're better off concealing it with just a spacebar. Because then you have the part of the range is, well, if you double block, you're taking 15. This is sort of putting your cards on the table a little bit here. Maybe it's still fine on balance, but my instinct here is if you were going to send in Nash to also just get in the killer units as well.
All right, so another Ebon Dune Smuggler has been picked up. DDD is being pretty cautious here, and they're going to be pretty frustrated here as an exploit. He's going to take one of the smugglers.
And it locks out the other smuggler too.
Yeah, right. And once again, we're going to be ready to go, thanks to that Send an Agent. And this is a great gamesmanship by both players. DDD not making the block, recognizing since Nash didn't come in earlier turns, it likely means that another removal spell has been picked up. We are starting to get to the point of the game, though, where DDD can't afford to not call bluffs, so to speak.
Well, next turn, I think a spacebar is just, it essentially requires a block on the Nash to not die. So the hand's just kind of getting forced here.
All right, so how good is the market this weekend for DDD? They exhaust the Sabertooth Pride Leader with time etchings, and they got an end of an era. So this very nicely kills all of the Aranas and the Aurelian Merchant. And when you kill 5 or more cards this way, you get to draw Dizo's Office.
I gotta, want to mention now that if you know that card's in your opponent's market, I think you've got to cash in the 5 killer units on one of the 3/5s the previous turn. Because this spot is, it can actually go wrong from here.
All right, so we're going to see DDD try to ride the Office to victory here.
Well, Office plus cut ties doesn't get you anywhere. Well, it's another turn or whatever, but
yeah, it's another turn. And well, I mean, and then the subsequent turn you get to scheme with it. If all the attacks go to the Office, you could just let the Office go.
For sure. Yeah.
So we're going to see a cut ties there on the 10-10. It's interesting that we didn't kill Nash. I guess, I kind of wonder at a certain point is 6-6 and 10-10 kind of the same, but one of them is making more units.
I'm actually not sure. I mean, you are you're going up to 6 here on the chump block. You have another unit. Your units will continue to have lifesteal. Maybe you're right that it's just the Nash is just too much value over time and going wide is a problem here. But it's not I think 6-6 and 10-10 is still different enough here. It's
Okay.
worth at least.
All right, so we're
Consider
going to
it.
get to scheme at the start of the turn with the Office. Reminder, the Office gives all of DDD's units lifesteal. And sooner or later, the Cabal Chairman Dizo will come down.
The Nash trading with a Nash is so sick here, and if it was the 10-10, you'd just be chumping.
Sure.
So heads up play there by ddddd.
We do love heads-up plays. All right, so here's a Nash on the other side. Now, does Boxer have a card to break this open that they can go for in the market? If so, they could just exhaust that Arana that they just made. They're going to, of course, make the Silex and go through the treasure trove. So whatever they're getting is not too expensive. And yeah, Send an Agent here. No, this isn't lethal as it yet. Do they have an Obelisk? An Edict of Grodov. Well, this will do it.
Yeah, you just need something that can blow up the smuggler block.
Right, because the smuggler block, you need the lifesteal from the smuggler block in order to survive. But they're not going to get it. So we are going to see Boxer in the Zenin mirror take it down. Oh, Zindel revealed next turn. It would have been a fun one, but not going to happen. Edict of Grodov. Put a primal or shadow unit on the bottom of its owner's deck. The Aranas and the Spitelings come across as DDD is vanquished in this round. All right, Tom, how are we looking for matches? All right. So Zen and Mirror there. Nash trying to deal with flyers. And looks like that's going to be it for round number 4. So we'll get right into our break, and that way we can get right back with another round of Throne action coming up.
So much fun. Really disappointed no one played even Shadow Mid this weekend, but I'm enjoying the games regardless. And, some great brews, great play. Excited to come back for the next 2 rounds to wrap up our day.
All right, we'll be back in a few minutes. Stay tuned.
Hello and welcome to our winner's interview. I am joined by Adam Schulman, aka Law Warrior, the champion of the recent Cold Hunt Expedition 5K Open. First of all, Adam, congratulations on your win. I got to cover it myself. Was really impressed by your deck and your play. Your deck was something that was kind of, I think, off the radar a little bit. So congratulations on a very powerful and unorthodox win last weekend.
Thanks, Patrick. I'm glad to be with you.
So before we dive into all of the tournament, let's talk a little bit about yourself. Where you're from, your life outside of Eternal, just a little bit of sort of your life and personality outside of this game.
Sure. So I'm originally from near Philadelphia, but I've been down in the DC area for about 20 years since undergrad. And I live in Alexandria, Northern Virginia, and I work as an attorney for a nonprofit organization and called the Hamilton Lincoln Law Institute. And we do First Amendment. We sue the government if they violate First Amendment rights, or that's one of the main things we do. And the other main thing we do is we object on behalf of consumers to unfair class action settlements where the lawyers are taking all the money and leaving class members with coupons or nothing. That's
interesting. So in regards to your First Amendment work, how similar or different would you describe your work to kind of like what someone imagines the ACLU kind of profile looking like?
Yeah, we do we would, some of our cases would be similar. They if a state passes a law that, for example, yesterday we filed a complaint against a California law that was just passed, which basically establishes a bubble zone outside of vaccination sites, so that people are not allowed to approach within 30 feet of somebody seeking to enter a vaccination site. If they want to pass out a pamphlet in support of vaccines, they can't do that, and that's in fact what our client wants to do. So we do cases like that. ACLU would do similar cases.
Cool. So backing up a little bit, when you say outside of Philly, this is something very close to the design team, because Andrew Baeckstrom, my colleague, identifies as having grown up outside of Philadelphia, but he's actually from New Jersey. So so I guess the question is, what side of the bridge did you grow up on?
No, I grew up in Pennsylvania. Yeah. I was Western suburbs. Now I think it's technically legit if he's from Cherry Hill or close to the bridge to call himself from the suburbs of Philly, but yeah, we
I
try
think
to
that's yeah.
dissociate from to New Jersey as much as possible.
Yeah, Cherry Hill's exactly right. So that's like the
Okay.
line where you're allowed to do it, but it's still, as someone from Central Jersey, it still raises my ire a little bit. So I was curious if you were on the Jersey side IDing as Philly or actually from PA. So
No.
good answer. So setting aside kind of the personal life stuff, how long have you been playing Eternal? How'd you get started in the game? What really jumped out at you at first?
So I've been playing for several years. I think I started in 2017 is what I'm thinking. It might have been 2016 even. I don't know. You know, it's a while ago at this point. And before that, I played Hearthstone, and then I was looking for a different game. I don't know why, but maybe I was on the Reddit and somebody recommended Eternal, so I jumped right into Eternal. And I haven't been disappointed. I don't play Hearthstone anymore, but I still play Eternal.
So how much of it was sort of just the game itself was really appealing to you versus the organized play system maybe being a bit more accessible, or was it a combination of stuff?
I would say mostly it's the amazing free-to-play experience that Eternal provides. I liked the complexity. So it's a little more of a complex game in my view than Hearthstone, which I enjoyed. I never, Magic the Gathering is something I had always wished that I had done a little bit more seriously. I played like very casually when I was younger, but never really got into it. And I was like, well, this is a good way to jump into a similar game where I don't have to, commit a lot of investment beforehand.
Cool. So you said you went back to all the way back to 2017. Is there like a particular format or card that stands out to you as being really influential for your experience, or something that really got you hooked on the game?
Well, my favorite format's League for sure. No doubt about that. Especially, and actually, to be more precise, week 1 of League is what I really enjoy most. When you have to dig deep. Do you want to play 3-4 faction and get screwed on power occasionally, or do you really want to play some garbage cards? And so I really enjoy that. That's what sort of keeps things new for me, and keeps me wanting to play.
So do you find yourself enjoying formats, whether it be constructed or draft, where there's like, let's say, volatility and power level? It's not just about identifying the best cards and slapping them all together, but actually trying to cobble something functional out of the scraps. Is that something that you enjoy?
Yes, I do enjoy that. I enjoy that quite a bit.
Pivoting a little bit, we have a question here that's now very interesting for me, given that your responses here is, what's the bad card that you can't quit playing? I assume that you have a wider net for this sort of answer than maybe the average constructed tournament winner that we interview.
Oh man. This is a tough one because I do have, I've got experience playing with a lot of bad cards.
Me and you both.
I don't know. You're stumping me on this one, actually. There's no card when I'm trying to build a deck. I don't like, I'm not trying to put bad. My deck was obviously very cobbled together and not fine-tuned or anything like that, but I'm not trying to put bad cards in it.
Sure. So I'll give you my answer to this question, and then maybe this will provide some inspiration.
Sure.
Mine is Recombobulate. I can't quit that one. And I think part of it is like, there's a moral hazard involved, because the times where it's good, it's so absurd. But it's often just the game's not about that, or it's too much power to play or whatever. But when I'm playing live at the office, which I do, during lunch breaks and stuff like that, anytime it's going to be good, especially if it's on the top of my deck, I like call over my coworkers. I'm like, check this out, check out what's about to happen.
Right.
So the fact that the ceiling is really high on that one, I think is part of the reason that I can't quit it.
That makes sense. That makes a lot of sense. I mean, my favorite, I don't know if it can't quit it, because I think it's still a reasonable deck, but World Pyre is probably my favorite card. And part of that is that I when that was back in Expedition, I built that deck with my he's now 6, but my 5-year-old son at the time, because he's attracted to obviously large power cost cards, which you can't do in an ordinary deck. So I mean, I still have fun playing that on Throne regularly. It's probably not top tier, but it's enjoyable.
So my son also watches me play. He's 4 now, and so a lot of the mechanics are, you know, he can't necessarily follow that, can't read yet, but he has identified. He is aware that even-handed golden is a really powerful card. So anytime I play it, he gets really excited, and anytime my opponent plays it, he gets really upset. So I'm optimistic by the time that my son is your son's age that he'll be into it. But right now, all
Well,
he
that's
knows is that
advanced
even-handed golden.
because I mean, yeah, I mean, if you're just looking, it looks like, what is this puny 1/1? He must be nothing. But then, you know, he knows enough to know that hand advantage matters, card advantage matters. So
Yeah, he keeps telling me he keeps telling me you got to kill that robot anytime my opponent's got one. I try to explain to him, it's like, dude, the damage is already done here. I mean, I could kill it or whatever, but that's not really what the thing's about.
so in that World Pyre deck, I do play a weird card that I've never seen anybody else play, which is the oh shoot, I don't even remember the name of it. The 8-cost red, where you need like 4 or 5 red power, and it does 5 damage to 2 targets. It's a 10/5.
Oh yeah. Right. Yep. The name is also escaping me,
Yeah.
but I do know the card you're talking about. Yeah.
And I mean, I don't play red in my deck, so that's only coming out when I hit World Pyre. But I sort of enjoy that one. I guess I can't quit that one. So I guess that's my answer for that question.
Welcome back. It is World Championship day number 1. We're getting down towards the end of the first day. We've got our second to last round of the day, round number 5, and we're still in the throne section of the tournament. In the first throne section, we got to see what was the name the community had for that deck? Was it Dirty Nest Elves? Dirty
Nest Elves. There's a lot of
I'm sure they've had a lot of fun with that one. And then we got to see a little Xenon Mirror action. For this round, let's start by talking about Watchwolf92 in the deck they brought this weekend. They've decided to bring a Huru Kira build, but you know, anytime we were talking about Huru Kira, this is a deck that's gone through a lot of different forms, a lot of different card choices over the past few years. Certainly, it's one of the staples, and this is sort of the premier deck to play if you're interested in sort of like tempo aggro decks that can protect their units well. And so starting off, let's talk about Kira sending 2-cost 2/1. When you get to that 4th Justice Influence, picks up this ability when you play a spell on Kira, draw a card. The 6th Justice Influence, gaining +2/+2 in Endurance. And then that 8th Justice Influence, when Kira attacks, give another attacking unit her strength and health. So really phenomenal, and taking advantage of lots of Justice symbols and Justice Influence to be able to pick it up. But some of the other choices are pretty cool this weekend. We've got Argenport Nobles, which is definitely a nod to the possibility of running into dinosaur nests. And then Helena Skyguide is a card that I'm not used to seeing too much in the throne builds of this deck, more often because they're trying to use spells to interact with their units, trying to leave all their power up. And you know, one thing that really doesn't happen when you play Helena is you have your power up.
Right. Well, it is a little dissonant with the strategy, but if you're expecting a lot of copies of Hailstorm and a lot of copies of Boomstone Vanguard, it's got some play there. And again, just kind of on rate, something that can happen with this deck is you have all these disparate pieces, and there's something to be said for just a normal, strong, stabilizing card. Maybe it's not the most synergistic thing in all spots, but it is something that works towards the deck's goals, and also is just a normal card you can play. Something that can happen with this deck sometimes is you get hit with removal, you get hit with exploits, and you just got this weird collection of cards that doesn't really go anywhere. And having something that just sort of works all the time on its own, there's a lot to be said for that.
All right, and with a bevy of 1-cost spells, a lot of play available here, not just in terms of which things you play them on, but also how you sequence your units. Do you go for that Hojin on turn 2, try to go for a really potent turn 4 play with Levitate, something like that, where you're going to get a huge attack through the air? But you can also wait and sandbag these units and try to get all of their value. Ikaria, Valkyrie, Captain, a great exception. You play that one when you got 5 power, you can both play Ikaria and ultimate it, but you're not getting maybe the best possible world where you play it on turn 2, ultimate on turn 3, and then turn 4, you've got a Sididi coming down off the top of your deck.
And I think this deck here is a great call for this weekend. In my own experience, this deck is kind of vulnerable to cheap shadow interaction, basically not present this weekend.
Very little of that. All right, so Argenport Noble comes down and silences the Dinosaur Nest, a great play. Now there's Dinosaur Nest number 2. My guess is that Watchwolf92 is going to have a good fighting chance against one of them, but if it was multiples that popped and turned over into Sheltered Valley, I wouldn't like the chances. So they are attacking with that Argenport Noble, nicely picking up some extra lifesteal there. And meanwhile, Iron Man now has got their Silex online. They're going to be able to use Maveloft Huntress combined with Barry Cathane to potentially take out the Noble. Now we'll see Barry go to the hand and make one of these spells more expensive. They're going to hit the Justice Etchings. With a Sididi on top of the deck, you certainly got to think about if you're Watchwolf92 just playing the Justice Etchings, and they will. Now the question is, are we going to throw out a Kira? We are. Really hoping we don't see a killer dinosaur pop out on the other side from Iron Man. And it's going to be a flyer, so that's all manageable. Now I'll pause for reflection. Picked up Iron Man. They're going to treasure trove here. So Iron Man is coming out of the gate swinging, and they're going to flip over into Sheltered Valley next turn. But Watchwolf92, with Akira in play and some spells in hand, has got a real chance to fight back here.
No question. This spot's about to get really, really strong here for Watchwolf. And the part of the strength of this Hero deck is it really puts you in a bind. There's some times where Bubble Shield is the thing. There's some times where it's Intrusion. And all those cards exchange so efficiently, just in terms of power, that if your opponent ever guesses wrong, it's just over.
All right, now second Kira sending paired up there with that Silverblade Intrusion, threatening to draw a bunch of cards. We did hit the charging Ceratosaur off the Dinosaur Nest. Now Watchwolf92 has kept their health total very clean, but this attack coming back is going to put them to the test here. All right, I love these blocks, and I assume we're going to see a Silverblade Intrusion before that Maveloft Huntress would eat the Kira Ascending. Now Iron Man can bounce the Kira back with that Pause for Reflection in hand if they'd like.
But this is such a sharp play here from Watchwolf, that block there. So if you're worried about Pause for Reflection, you put the non-ageist one in front of the 3/5, because that way if the bounce happens, that was on a block where you weren't going to eat anything anyway. So even that little attention to detail there from Watchwolf, really, really brilliant.
All right, so for Watchwolf, that Finned Herbisaur on the other side will make each dinosaur, make the first dinosaur and the first spell Iron Man plays on their turn cost 1 less. And then, thanks to its contract 2, gain an Aegis, they've got a little bit of insulation for the moment.
Yeah, the downside here for Watchwolf is there's nothing in the hand that allows them to win an exchange at fast speed. Their shields are kind of down right now. And with this deck, you ideally like to kind of keep a power up at all times, because then your opponent's just in this squeeze of, like, what do I even do? So it looks like Watchwolf, because there's not even any, they don't really have anything to do anyway, it's just going to say, back to you, I have the biggest unit. It's going to be hard for you to attack, and, we'll just take it from there.
So look at this. Iron Man picking up the Maveloft Huntress with that Pause for Reflection. Looks like they might be using it to try to clear out the air to enable these hatchlings to power through. We're going to see Maveloft Huntress trade with that Sididi. And now we've got Finned Herbisaur and the hatchlings coming across for the 10-point swing. But I really, really like Watchwolf's spot at this point here. We're going to really start to see them take over now. With multiple Kiras going, they are just one Justice Influence away from getting them up to that 8 Influence mode where they can start passing around stats. And they can start passing it to each other.
Right. I mean, at this point, the only thing that we need to cover against is just sort of getting killed on the way back. That's all that Watchwolf really needs to focus on at this point, because the stat generation from these Kiras is going to get overwhelming so quickly. Assuming that we have an 8th influence. What's up? Okay,
yeah,
there we go.
Let's do that. And you got to consider playing out another unit first in case you maybe want the buffs to go somewhere back. But I guess if they buff each other, it's going to help you a lot here. Well, they both have Silverblade Intrusion on them. So there's not too much that can happen that can go wrong.
This is just a freebie here.
But it does make makes blocks impossible if they buff each other. And Watchwolf's thinking about this option here, but they are going to commit to the attack, and Kira will buff Kira. This is like that meme with Obama giving a medal to Obama, if you've seen that one.
I have.
Yeah. All right. 20 damage coming across.
Topical.
Yeah. And now Argent Port Noble and Valkyrie Enforcer. Equivocate. Can't equivocate. The Valkyrie Enforcer. I mean, the real problem here is that you're going to realistically need to equivocate the Argent Port Noble, because if that thing picks up a buff from Akira and successfully connects, that's game over.
And we've talked a lot about the Noble here as being an answer to Dinosaur Nest and certainly to this game, but the 6 points of health that Watchwolf picked up in this game were also huge. There were a couple spots where, the attack was coming in, maybe Watchwolf was falling a little bit behind on the board, and I looked at their health total and I said, you know what, I think they got enough cushion here to be able to eventually stabilize this game. And 12 versus 6 right now would be a world of difference.
Yeah, you said it. All right, so Iron Man looking for a way out of this one. Gonna start off with Evelina, Valley's Guardian. She can't really attack into that 12-9 Kira on the other side, and if you got to play the Equivocate now. So gonna deal with one Kira here, but with, and I guess this opens up an attack with Evelina, but I do think Watchwolf's gonna recognize here that they have a deterministically lethal line. If you just take this hit, no problem. Next turn, the ability to send Kira into the air with Helena Sky Guide, buffing up the Valkyrie Enforcer, will create 2 flying lethal threats, and with only 1 flyer on the way back for Iron Man, it's looking like Watchwolf's going to pick up this game. Let's get a Scavenging Vulture down first. Why not?
That's out of my playbook. You know me.
I do know you. This is the guy who, when you kill somebody with Extract in testing, will spend a lot of time tanking about the scout decision.
Oh, there's nothing I love more. Nothing in all of testing I love more than playing a card with 4 lethal with scout and just like looking at a top card. And just, I mean, it's a joke, but really in that moment, I'm admiring my work. I'm just thinking about all the brilliant things I did leading up to this moment and whether or not this card would have helped if it somehow they had an answer. And the answer is almost always, it wouldn't have mattered whatever they had, but I do like to admire my handiwork. And Watchwolf, much the same. Maybe it's a New Jersey thing. I don't know. But it doesn't seem like it made its way down south.
No, I'm above that. And don't ask my friends for any evidence otherwise. All right, so that was game number 1 here. Watchwolf picks up game number 1. Iron Man will be on the play for the subsequent games, but this is a little bit more of an aggressive take on the Kira archetype. Just by nature of playing with cards like Helena, you're a little bit less in protecting everything and a little bit more about getting the game over with, which, in a format with Dinosaur Nest makes a ton of sense. And we see, there's players playing with Sandstorm Titans and Moonstone Vanguards. You definitely need to have some ways to make your units a little bit bigger than maybe you did in the past in order to punch through on the other side. And when you've got tap out cards like Helena, that's a great way to get the game over with.
Right. And something I really like about this deck for this weekend in particular is, for me, the line of good matchup versus bad matchup for Hurukira is essentially how safe is it for you to play one of your 2 cost units on turn 2. The more that they have cheap interaction, the more they blow that up. You have to wait until turn 3. A lot of your power enters play depleted. The tempo of the game's all off. Those are the matchups. Those are the individual cards that are problematic. This weekend, that time deck, the Dinosaur Elysian stuff, you are pretty safe playing yourself on turn 2, especially on the play, and that could be just awesome for Watchwolf this weekend.
All right, so Iron Man's going to throw back their hand. Now they've got a hand with a turn 2 Dinosaur Nest. They're feeling good about that. So we are off here with Watchwolf. Not the best draw, I would say, Patrick. Only 2 influence, and this is not a good mixture of cards and effects. And with a Siditi on top, ay.
Yeah, I think this one's going to be real rough. These cards aren't very good, and there's nothing to go with them.
Oh man, if we hit killer here, Dinosaur Nest. Yeah, that's a flyer. Though Iron Man they had a copy of Twilight Hunt in their redrawn hand, not in this one. Nonetheless, we're going to equivocate that Ikaria Valkyrie Captain. So the nice thing there for Watchwolf perspective,
I know that one.
it's not good for Watchwolf.
No, but they're all exciting.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so Shadow Creeper, that Mandrake they got equivocated to, says that nothing can have Aegis, and this is a deck that sometimes has Aegis.
Yeah, but like you don't know how the game's going to go. That's part of the joy.
Not well if Watchwolf never draws a 3rd power.
No, that part. I'm just saying from Watchwolf's perspective, we're just like, oh, well, who knows what's going to happen over here? Something we can work with.
Okay. So Iron Man rocking and rolling now. The 3rd copy of Kira Ascending has been drawn from Watchwolf92. And now we're going to levitate. A unit that already has flying. It's an odd play.
No reason to do it.
Sheltered Valley time, Killer Dinosaur time, and if I could be so bold to say, concession time.
Yeah. Kept a 2-power hand that was probably not going to be great, even if Power 3 was found in time, and Power 3 was not found in time. So there you go.
These things happen.
All the time, constantly.
Yeah. It's like in like a multiverse sense, or like in this universe.
Tom, what's going on? Can
This
we
is-
get back?
That was a. Yeah, that's the thing. It's when the players join we get to see the next game, and until then you have to answer my questions.
It's this universe.
Oh, this universe. Okay, cool. Multiverse is so hot right now.
I've heard.
Yeah.
It's sort of outside of my
You
My
show me like
wheelhouse.
your 20-year-old X-Men comics.
First of all, they're like 60 years old.
Oh,
And
nice.
secondly, yeah, that's cool.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's just a different thing.
Yeah. Multiverse was cool in the 60s, less cool in 2020.
Because it wasn't in a multiverse.
Oh,
It's
okay.
a different.
Alternate reality. Different word. All right, back in action here. Watchwolf92 kicking things off with an Ikaria Valkyrie Captain, and hoping this time something will actually happen with the card, and it's looking good. Iron Man drawing a lot of dinosaur nests. I'm sure they're not unhappy about that. Meanwhile, Ikaria is going to ultimate. Plays a Justice Sigil from the deck, +1/+1 to the Valkyries in hand. And for Iron Man, can we get a killer unit? It's a flyer. They'd love to get a killer dinosaur down before the Ikaria goes ultimate here and gets that 6 Justice Influence. But, you know, with a Maveloft Huntress, they've got outs. They got outs. Now we'll see Justice Etching's costs go up thanks to Derry Cathane, the Ripclaw Raider. And there's Finn Herbivore. Not going to contract for Aegis. Yep. All right. So lots of options here. We could go for attack, Hoover Banner, play a Siditi.
Yeah, there's a question if you would want to offer up that trade at this point. Like, you can slow play it a little bit here with, like, Kira plus Etchings. This seems, yeah, this is pretty good, too, I think.
I mean, there's like a 1 out of 3 chance the next one is just going to be a killer and the Ikaria will just get sniped anyway. That's kind of what I was thinking.
Yeah, and I guess eventually the 1/1 becomes a 3/3 flyer too.
Yeah.
Sure.
You don't have your yeah. So, Watchwolf92 going to go for Valkyrie Enforcer. It's going to slow down the pace that Iron Man can play this game now, by losing that dinosaur's abilities of making your dinos and spells cheaper. But for Watchwolf92, the only question is, do you want to just attack and get this trade over with, or do you want to Justice Etching? They're actually going to play Kira. So this is quite a different sort of way to play the game, where you're just willing to throw out Kira now, and
Yeah, this plus the Huntress this is going to be a rough turn.
yeah, things are definitely shaping up for Iron Man here. 1/1 killer down, and there's no real unit you can imbue that would let the Huntress survive here.
Right, because everything's either got not enough strength or not enough health.
Yeah.
If you want to, assuming you want to go for the Enforcer here.
The Enforcer is going to be an issue long term, because Akari is only going to be a 4/3, but yeah.
4/3 versus 4/4 is just a huge difference here. You're cranking out a bunch of 3/3s.
All right, and so Terry X Mount's going to stick around. Watchwolf92 not going to block with the Akaria. Awkwardly, you can't get Akaria up and Justice and play Sididi, but I think you just got to settle for it.
Yeah, this is really like equivocator bust. Like this game is pretty bad here for Iron Man if they don't find a way to get the Sididi off of the table, at least for a turn, like right now. There's just no attacks.
Yeah, Sididi's a big deal. It's 7/7. Put a Curse of Provocation, and you get that when you play Sididi when an attack's been made in the same turn. That Curse of Provocation, now resting on Iron Man, says that when there is no damage dealt during the enemy turn, you get to draw a card. Now, Evelina, 6/5 Valor, thanks to the Sheltered Valley, trades off with Sididi, so we're in a decent spot again for Iron Man. That was big.
Right, but that trade is nice there for Iron Man, but I think Watchwolf's logic is whenever I can stick the biggest thing, suddenly that Curse of Provocation becomes really problematic, because you just can't. You're either running stuff in or you're letting me draw cards. So just being patient. Eventually you have to answer that large unit anyway. But if we can sort of grind the game down, and with the Justice Etchings, it's pretty strongly implied you'll be able to do that. Eventually, it's not going to be really manageable for Iron Man to keep attacking unless they find a big draw. And you're at 23. So that Curse of Provocation, the fact that your market's probably a little bit stronger for a game that goes on long, all of these are advantages for Watchwolf here.
All right, well, speaking of which, Watchwolf is going to use Justice Etchings. Exhaust that Akaria, thanks to Endurance. She'll pop back up and pick up Koryavat Palace. The Hervu site. The Fortress of Kosel. And it's going to get its cost increased by 1 thanks to Derek Cathane. So that's a pretty disruptive +1 cost if Watchwolf92 doesn't draw power here. This is not fun. You're not looking forward to trading off just all of your Valkyries here. We're going to see one get bitten. And now another dinosaur nest. Well, this is getting annoying here for Watchwolf92. We could start off the turn with Levitate. See where that gets us. Yep.
Huntress is a pretty big draw, though.
No. So that's power number 7, though Maveloft Huntress could plunder that into a treasure trove. Now remember, you can't imbue, it's an endurance unit, you can't stun that Akaria. So it's just going to be a 3/1 killer, potentially just picking off that Sarasaur on the other side. Could be waiting around for the Silverblade intrusion, but no, it's going in there now.
Yeah, I think at 16, it's a pretty rough sell in that spot to just say go and hope that next turn is good, especially if you draw a power, you're probably just going to deploy the Palace anyway.
All right, so there is Ace, an Avasaur hatchling coming down. Now all head ascending means that Akaria has really no good blocks because those units now, attacking units now have decay. A nasty piece of business there. All right. Is there a possibility to do some cleanup here? With that Rhyme Conclave Smuggler, we can potentially use that. Oh, we also got Siditi here to warp. Very nice. That pause for reflection. That might spell doom here.
Yeah, I mean, we're going to see real quick if it's a bubble shield, and if it's not, I think this attack's just going to be a bit too much.
Yep, so we're going to have 11 coming across. 16 rather, and Siditi can block some of it. Oh, and the Dairy Cat Thanes can ultimate. So that is going to do it for this match. Iron Man takes down Watchwolf92 Elysian Dinosaurs. Getting it done.
Yep. I mean, there was a really critical inflection point there, I think, around turn 5, where, you know, basically Watchwolf has the choice between just play Valkyrie Enforcer, turtle up for a turn, just play Kira Ascending, spin off a little bit, or put the shields down, play both, and if you get to the next turn, your advantage is going to be huge, but you have a lot of exposure to killer in that moment, because the rest of the hand really had no sources of card advantage or ways of just getting bigger onto the table. And that killer dino coming off of the nest there, taking care of the Kira, the house of cards. I mean, the game went on for a while there, but that exchange, Watchwolf was just swimming upstream the entire time after that happened.
All right, let's check out another match from this round. All right, so we've got the Boxer here versus LightsOutAce. Another one of these Xenon mirrors. There was a couple different versions of Xenon were popular this weekend. I believe these players tested together as they do have the same list. And now we're getting in and trying to get after that Zenon Temple here. As LightsOutAce is rocking with that Xenon Temple, deciding if they want to just trade off the all heads to keep the Xenon Temple around. The decay damage is coming across here.
Yeah, I mean, it really is just what's the value of the last node there and the threat versus swallowing up the Zubicon.
Sandstorm Titan comes down. What's the last part of Xenon Temple? It is Xenon Initiation.
Well, that makes the block there, I think, the previous turn a no-brainer. Because if your 2/2 is going to pick off one of the 1/1s anyway, then it's just keep the Temple around, you know, force another very tenuous attack the next turn. Not the worst thing to have a 2/2 unblockable anyway.
Yeah, this is an interesting one, Patrick, because, you know, if you could try to trade up and just deal with the Sandstorm Titan. But if you want to kill Zumicon, I guess I really don't want to give up a 2/2 on deadly unblockable, considering the Boxer is only at 6. In fact, it's kind of tempting to just attack the Boxer's face and just make this game over in a couple turns.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of really interesting lines, and a lot of it sort of falls out of what's going on with the market right now.
All right, so we will see LightsOutAce going into the market, picking up an Edict of Grodov, so that can bounce a unit or spell, and if it's Shadow, you get to put it on the bottom of that player's deck. Now, Send an Agent is a Shadow spell, so we could see Edict of Grodov here. We will. That's going to get rid of the Send an Agent. Now, all the units are going to try to stop Sight from spitting out Worldbender. And now for LightsOutAce, they've got that 2/2 deadly unblockable Twin Spitling. They picked up another card that can go into the market in the form of Time Etchings. And how close are they to finishing off this game? There's a Nash Desert Prince going wide. Sounds great. It's bigger than the Sandstorm Titan. Dropping the Boxer down to 4. They picked up their own Twin Spitling. They can't block each other. So Boxer's going to get one more look at this. There we go. Rana takes out the Twin Spitling. A logistics expert. Amplified up to a 4/5 overwhelm. Twin Spitling is not going to get it done as Xenon Initiation. I don't think we even saw the killer get used.
Nope.
Just a +1/+1 bonus to the Twin Spitling. Good enough to get it done there for Lights Out Ace as your world champion wins this match. And we are going to be wrapping up now round number 5 as we look towards the last round of Throne. When we come back, we'll recap the standings. We'll watch the last round of Throne and then get everything set up for tomorrow with those expedition rounds. But for these players, it's one more game for their Throne decks and trying to put themselves in the best position to have a great Sunday.
Yeah, and right now, Lights Out Ace, our defending world champion, looks like they are poised for another day 2 run in the top 4.
All right. We'll be back in just a few minutes. Stay tuned. We got one more round of action here at the World Championships for day number 1.
with people.
So why don't you kick us off by telling everyone at home a little bit about yourself, who you are, where you're at these days, and sort of what's going on with you. I mean, obviously we've all had an eventful year. How have things been going for you?
Yeah, it's going pretty well. So let's see. I guess I'll just say I graduated from college with a math and comp sci degree with a minor in physics. I ended up working in tech for a while. Now I'm trying some trading. But throughout my whole life, ever since I was 7, and you could probably figure out my age from the Watchwolf92, I've played Magic the Gathering. It's been a very important part of my life. I feel like it's made me a better test taker and allowed me to meet tons of people that I wouldn't have met otherwise and really influenced my life. So then eventually I ended up picking up Eternal during the pandemic, just wanted something else. Always being virtual and online seemed like a cool thing to try out, just like I said, something different. And it's amazing that I started a year ago, ended up here, and it's still kind of surreal to me, but here we are.
John, what would you say was the first card that jumped out to you when you started, looking at Eternal and then playing Eternal? What is sort of that card for you?
This might not be the most interesting answer, but I would probably say it was Grenadin Drone. So the magic equivalent would always cost 2 power or 2 mana magic. And here it costs 1. I'm just like, okay, what's the catch? Okay, you start with 25 life. Okay, that's different. Then I started to realize that both the Grenadin Drone and the Grenadin it makes count as units in the graveyard or void for Kato. And just that simple card being slightly different just caused me to ask tons of questions.
So for Eternal, what is your favorite format to play?
I really like draft, just any form of limited. I really like things that involve combat math, being creative. When do I need to take more risk? Can I play 15 power in this deck? Do I need to play 18? Just all these forms of decision making. The market being restricted to 5 cards in this game is very interesting. Yeah, just and always like a good opportunity to beat down. Attacking is my favorite part of any game. I tried playing poker a little bit casually and had to learn it for work a bit, and the action of betting and raising is not the same to me as just bluff attacking or just getting in some good points of damage. Like that feels a lot better.
What is your all-time favorite deck in Eternal?
So this deck definitely isn't known by this name. It's a deck that I came up with during last year's expedition season for an ECQ. So it's a Rakano deck that played the Prodigy or Kira Prodigy and Varret. So 2 cost 2 3s. There was a lot of salvos in this format, so that mattered a lot. And then the 2-card Monty combo, or however you want to put it, was that with Wind Conjuring. So I just tried to shove Wind Conjuring on it. It's just like, hey, 6/7 with either of them, either Varret using its mastery or Kira just being Kira and holding on to it. And then I played all these other cute pump spells to go with, say, Kozin with Finest Hour. I played Jack because Jack was really, this was when Jack was first printed. Well, one of the Jacks. And it was really cool because I was relatively new to the misplay at the time, and not too many people knew me in Eternal. And I just was rank 1 very easily with this deck, and no one was copying it or taking it seriously. And then, you know, people started to catch on maybe like Thursday before the ECQ. And it's like, oh no, like, do I just play the deck now that the cat's out of the bag? And spoiler, I ended up playing Praxis, and which I also tuned a lot and was really sweet. And the way I build my aggressive decks is I always try to have a good plan for when it's on the draw, because everyone's good when they're on the play. They go first, they get to do whatever first, they have more power on average than the opponent, but you want to build your deck to be really good going second. And what I found was all the fire decks would play Milos, and, you know, 3-power, 3/3 charge, overwhelm, like that's all well and good, but that doesn't go well with your Finest Hour deck, and it's not very good on the draw. You can just play any 3-drop. Like the Seasoned Drill Master is pretty much the same card as Milos a lot of the time, except it's very synergistic with Kira. It's very synergistic with Kozin. So I found myself wanting to, what I said in my team chat, slay the sacred cow that is Milos. So I call this Rakano deck Dead Cows Rakano.
What would you say is your overall favorite card?
So I guess this is just as interesting as Grenadin Drone, but my favorite card is Spark Hatcher. So just a 2-power, 2/1. When it dies, make another Grenadin. So Spark Hatcher, I discovered, and when I started playing, that was around when Echoes of Eternity came out, and everyone's playing Kato. And I'm just like, wait, why are people playing so much Shiftstone for Kato when they could play Spark Hatcher? Kato just makes a bunch of O1s, and the game's not going to last that long. I just need to beat down. And the amount of people I've been able to beat with in my early career with just, all right, I'll overcommit into a board with 2 Spark Hatchers out too. And then they're like, all right, Hailstorm. I'm like, yeah, Thunder of Wings, because I still have this 1/1 and I'm stuck on 3-power, but it doesn't matter because I have this thingy left over. So he was kind of my mascot and right-hand man throughout my early days. And, you know, I owe Spark Hatcher a lot.
Do you have a card art that you particularly enjoy or like?
So I don't know how much of this is necessarily tied to the emotions from the previous story, but Thunder of Wings, just it just feels like there's just a rush of like, it's gonna get you. And growing up, I thought dragons were really cool. In fact, you know, I'm Watchwolf92. My Magic Online handle before that was Dragon92. I made it with my dad because I was like into dragons at the time. But then, you know, I had to make a new one due to how their system works, and Watchwolf's my favorite Magic card, so that's how we got where we are now. But it's just something about dragons just flying out, killing the opponent. It's a good time.
If you could have a battle skill in real life, Jonathan, what would it be?
So it would probably be, I think it has to be regen. It's either regen or Aegis. So much, I don't think this is necessarily uncommon, but for a lot of my life, I've had a pretty big like fear of dying, like uncertainty and all this stuff and not really knowing. And as I get older, I come a little bit more to terms with mortality and just trying to live it up in the moment and make sure everyone's lives straight, not just mine, because we're all only here for a finite amount of time. But sometimes in the back of my mind, I'm reminded by just how fragile humans are. I would really like to just break that regen shield and be like, okay, that was close. Like, now, thanks for the wake-up call. I'm gonna make sure that I tell my loved ones everything I want to and whatnot.
You know, I was gonna ask what your favorite tribe in Eternal is. I'm guessing it's Grenadin.
No, it's
no.
not. So once again, a lot of the discovery process in this game and just looking at things and thinking what's cool and what attracts me. And I had to look through quite a few tribes to make sure that it wasn't Grenadin or Yetis. Yetis just have the best voice line. I mean,
They really do.
Whoever gets to voice act those definitely just has a field day. But I think my favorite's probably Unseen. You guys take advantage of being a digital card game. It's just like, hey, like Unseen's getting random abilities. It got buffed because regen just got added. Or like Decay, maybe I don't want Decay because I really wish I just got Unblockable instead. And just all these different things can happen. And I like that things like Reckless exist too. You can just get whammied sometimes. And I really like how the design team, you guys really chose to embrace how your game works for how Unseen was designed. And I really appreciate that.
If you could take any card that currently isn't an alternate art and make an alternate art for it, what card would you want to have become an alternate art?
I would love a Sparkcatcher with me just chilling in the background, like like just side by side. Like I kind of picture Sparkcatcher a little bit like Minions from the Despicable Me, or I guess they're their own franchise now. I feel like we would just have a good time in some sort of alternate art picture.
Welcome back. It's time for the last round here of day number 1 of the World Championships. Andrew Baeckstrom and Patrick Sullivan, designers here at Direwolf Digital, bringing you the action all day long, and we've got one set of matches left to go before we take a break and come back for day number 2. For these players, they are trying to reach one of the top 4 records among the 16 players once we get through 9 rounds. We are entering into round number 6, the last round of throne action. And for these players, you know, a win could get them in great position for day number 2. And if they pick up too many losses, it could mean they're already dead. So with that said, we are going to be checking out the Overmaster this round. They are one of our 4 4-1 players. We have no undefeated players left in the field. So still very much anyone's action here. And you see DDD, TheBoxer, LightsOutAce, and the Overmaster as our 4-1 players. They are really in the thick of it right now. And then JNL, Ronan X, and Iron Man with positive records. As we get farther down into the standings, those 3 lost players, this is a very good chance that this is an elimination match coming up for them. But you know, if they can get back to 3-3 and then rattle off some wins tomorrow in Expedition, they could be right back there. And once you're in the top 4, the records all go away.
Right, and our defending champion, you see here, LightsOutAce, at the top of the standings here, tied with ddddd and TheBoxer at 4-1, and looks like we are going down.
All right, yeah, we did not want to miss anything here with the Overmaster, as their deck is fast. Playing a blistering take on the Praxis aggro archetype this weekend. So fast they forgot to pick up Fire Influence along the way, so they got a Dinosaur Nest now on turn 2, but it's going to be potentially jammed up in the future here as Send an Agent, fantastic, going to pick away at that Dinosaur Nest. And you got to respect all the players who brought Zenith this weekend, recognizing the strength of getting to play with Send an Agent, Banish, and Exploit, all cards which can trade with Dinosaur Nest. Now using Exploit to clear out one of these cards. And I think Aurelian Supplier is the best of these just by virtue of being an instantaneous draw 2. All of these cards are not playable without Fire Influence, but going to take out the site first. Not wanting to fall behind to that one. All right. Fire Influence off the top here in the form of a Praxis Insignia. And if you're the Overmaster, is it going to be into the market with East Annex Smuggler or getting some more cards with Aurelian Supplier? We're going to the market first. Grabbing a copy of Slow. And this hand's not that expensive, Patrick.
No, I mean, you know, we're kind of, I guess you could either take the Banish and kind of take it off the table for a little while, or take either Send the Agent or Owlhead and try to keep ddddd off of playing 2 cards next turn. But this is a pretty modest slow.
Yeah, it's very tricky. I mean, it seems like I can't be Send an Agent just because none of your good cards are single faction at this stage. Banishes will be gone for a long time, and then all head, really the advantage you're getting there is they can't do both things. But they could just try to play that all head and stabilize. Moonstone Vanguard will be very nice against this board if they can hit power number 5, and we're going for it with DDD. Oh, interesting. So if they play that Xenon banner, it opens up Moonstone Vanguard, but it does mean they don't get to play Sentinage at this turn. Overmaster's coming out swinging. Aurelian Supplier, draw a card if the enemy player has more cards in hand than you, and draw a card if the enemy player has fewer units than you. We hit them both, so we got to draw 2 cards. Hit an assembly line. We are crunching in, dropping DDD all the way down to 13. So now it's all on big ol' Moonstone Vanguard. 5 cost, 5/5. When it blocks, they gain health. And so that's going to really do a ton to stabilize this board here.
Yeah, I mean, at that point in attack, it basically it's like no traction whatsoever. One of your 2 strength units is blocked. They pick up 5. It's like you're dealing 1. So yeah, I think you're in a bit of a holding pattern.
So both players just immediately passed on their turns. The Overmaster maybe not wanting to commit any further in case of a sweeper, and then DDD. You know, they got lots of fast action here with Ebon Smuggler, Sentinage, and then Banish all at the ready. The Overmaster is passed again. And please avert your eyes.
That's
Patrick.
all, folks.
Oh, no. Oh, no. End of an era. Kill all the units and relics that cost 3 or less. If you kill 5 or more, you get a Dizo's Office. What a card choice that was this weekend to have in the market. It has looked fantastic
Bunch
every
of
time we've
spots.
seen it.
Bunch
Yep.
of spots.
So we're going to decimate, pick up Nash Elemental off that emblem of Shavka. Just not playing out these assembly lines and Grenadin rescues. And Moonstone Vanguard is doing its thing. Now we could see the Desert Prince. We could see holding up some more Banish action. It's going to be Nash Desert Prince. No flyers stuck on the bottom of the deck. But that 6/6 is getting ready to rock and roll. Meanwhile, for the Overmaster, it's going to be assembly line. But if we can get this Dizo's Office down and get a turn of all of our units having lifesteal, I do not like Overmaster's chances of coming back. This is a deck that is very heavily based on winning with tempo, pushing a ton of units onto the board, and then pumping them up and going wide. And none of that is going to be happening right now. Instead, we're going to see Brodov's Burden pulling off the Exalted Killer combo, going on to the Moonstone Vanguard. It's going to get to Killer Attack, and even when a Killer attacks, it still gets to draw a card. So really just setting up to wipe out the Overmaster's board. And you can make all the Grenadin in the world, as the Overmaster's deck is capable of doing. They don't match up very well against these units.
Yeah, Grenadin drone on the way back there, not really a great play. You can warp the zoom point here. Just playing it out, you know? Just playing it out. You don't know what could happen.
Yeah, that's technically true. I mean, DDD is just crashing here.
Just yeah, the Overmaster here. Tough jaw.
Yeah.
Taking some hits here.
All right, 2 more Grenadin, and then Grenadin Rescue for 2 more Grenadin. Ebon Smuggler, what you got?
Just something to make it nightfall, or
Zendo revealed. Okay.
I assume that's good. With other interactions that are happening right now.
Well, it makes deadly unblockable units, but they're factionless, so
Yeah, that part's not good.
yeah. Now, the lifesteal is good. Did we cut ties at Grenadin?
Yeah.
Okay.
If you're gonna play it out, you might as well spin the ball on your finger. Oh,
That's true. That's
Yeah.
a good point. All right, so end of an era didn't immediately end the game, but yeah, it ended the game.
it was an overwhelming advantage
Woo.
generated by the Dizo's Office, along with all of the players' cards not being in play anymore.
Moonstone Vanguard, fantastic. Sentinel. It and Sandstorm Titan really do a great job of helping this Xenon deck catch up against aggressive strategies. And I mean, in general, that's going to be the big thing for the Overmaster is how are they going to deal with units that are just bigger than all of their tokens that are threatening to make it so it's not so easy to just attack a space every turn.
Yeah, slow in the market is supposed to be that thing. The amphitheater, being able to mine fire, you get a little bit of that there, but endurance plus size is a tough combo.
Yeah, and the Overmaster did hit the fire influence, but it just kind of felt a little bit too slow, so they had that awesome start with Initiative of the Sands, but they would have loved to have maybe played a 3-drop on turn 2. All right, as it stands, a turn 1 Grenadin drone being backed up by a power cell or a Grenadin rescue is going to open up some nice go-wide options here. Saloon Massacre in DDD's hand.
It's really strong against this deck.
Yeah.
A lot of the decks have not played it either because of time influence requirements or just expecting a metagame with too many large units. But I have a suspicion it is going to be good in this matchup.
Yeah, you know, the other decks in the top 4 among the 4-1 players were all Zenin decks. I think the Overmaster is going to be very happy that we're switching over to Expedition after seeing this.
Well, I think the matchup is just not necessarily bad for this practice deck. The Saloon Massacre definitely has got to tip it over. That card's just a nightmare.
Yeah, the experience I've had watching, let's see what the Overmaster's got has been every turn we get to see a new card in DDD's hand in each game and turn, and it's like, oh, that card looks really good against this. But, you know, East Annex Smuggler going to go and maybe pick up something like a Behold the Truth, a Fire Conjuring. Ooh, a Phase Out. All right, so that card shifts out an enemy unit. So if the Overmaster's plan was to block, that would be really good. But the Overmaster's plan is to go to the Saloon and have a Massacre. And massacre my boys. All right, Granite and Rescue. 2 more 1/1s. Deal 1 damage to the enemy player. Play a Practice Banner. This turn's going to be taken up by some contracts. 1/1 Grenadins poking on in. And this is...
It's your turn.
The Pride Leader. Or the Zumikon.
Yeah, it's hard to say which one's actually better here. They're both, pretty...
I think it was better for DDD to play Zumikon, but I do not. Because, like, this is what's going to happen.
I also think Zumikon's just more likely to get a concession here. So, as if you're weighing that in.
We have seen no evidence that DDD is looking to get any game over.
That is true. The Overmaster here has shown a willingness to play it out. All right, shift it. Nope.
Another Saloon Massacre off the top. Yeah. The Overmaster. They're
Look, sometimes your opponent has cards. That's part of playing games.
That's very true. But, like, why is it always to me? All right, Nash, Desert Prince. Initiate of the Sands. You got to phase out that Nash. It'll still make a 1/1 killer at the start of turn.
Yeah, take that Zumikon.
How do you Zumikon? Ah. The Initiate has been killer attacked. It was an unforeseen event. The Overmaster has had a ton of success over the years in tournaments. Brought a lot of great decks. A really cool take on an aggro strategy. That's one of the biggest beatings I've ever seen in a tournament.
That redefined not competitive.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah, it was every turn was the worst.
Yeah.
It's the worst card anyone could have against you every single turn. So
Yeah.
it goes. Still not a bad day 1 on the balance. We got more
4 and
action
2.
here. I don't mind leaving on that note. I love a good just straight
No, we got another match
end
to watch.
to end just thrashing, but didn't take that long, so I suspect we have something else waiting for us here.
All right, let's check out Lights Out Ace versus JNL.
Great.
We're going to see our world champion in action, a Zenin master. Zenin, strong choice this weekend.
It's strictly worse, even Shadow mid, but it's fine.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well,
It's fine.
if you're somebody who enjoys the challenge of overcoming a dinosaur nest with no cards that directly interact with it, Mono Shadow even mid-range is
Not even-
what choice?
Twisted Farmer interacts with it directly. Burglar in the market.
Twisted Farmer interacts with directly.
They attack eventually.
Okay. I do like the Twisted Farmer. All right, JNL. Dinosaurs. Look at that big dinosaur there. And then we got an Evelina. Coming on in. We got a dinosaur nest on the other side. What is the 7-5? Wait, make that out because it's exhausted. We'll pick it up on the way back. Lights out ace. Drawing a Moonstone Vanguard. And their Silex is making a treasure trove. This is very peachy. Look at this. It's tough to exploit when your opponent's so power screwed like this. Because it's like, yeah, JNL has a couple of cards. They're kind of medium, and they'll be able to play like one of them maybe.
Yeah, but even just, taking care of one of the equivocates probably sets you up for, if you take an equivocate, you swap your Trove into a power, play your Vanguard. That's a lot of pressure to have to equivocate the Vanguard again, and then that could open up Merchant plus whatever.
Okay. So the exploit does take care of one of the equivocates, and no plunders there for Lights Out Ace. They're gonna throw. Interesting choice here. And a Venera. Oh, it was an ominous Vorlunk. Very cool.
I don't know if I know that one.
3/1 killer overwhelm. Dinosaur.
Oh, that was called something else in testing years ago.
Yeah.
Whatever. Not important.
Might be omnivorous. Hard to remember. It is omnivorous. I knew I said it wrong. Because, some things are carnosaurs, some things are herbivores, and some things are omnivorous.
JNL here, writing on the wall, realizes End of an Era is almost certainly coming.
Yeah.
Trying to cash in some chips here on the way out the door.
Yeah, I mean, this End of an Era will kill the Sheltered Valley for Lights Out Ace. It'll kill their Logistics Expert. It'll kill their Timekeeper. I don't think JNL knows there's an End of an Era coming if they equivocated a cheap unit.
Yeah, that's
Oh my gosh, it turned it into an alchemy student? Oh, that's really, really, really bad for JNL. Oh.
so it goes.
Equivocate. It's not always the best.
No, you high roll them sometimes.
Yeah. All right, so JNL picked up a time etchings. Now, JNL is a little bit short on that time influence. They're going to need one more before they go into the market, but they're just going to play it for the draw a time sigil mode, and that'll get I'll head up to its 4 time influence ability of your attacking units have decay. Meanwhile, nothing really else for JNL to do this turn.
They're trying to bluff a whatever.
I guess a Twilight Hunt is the, or pause maybe. I mean,
Maybe
they'd permafrost. Yeah, I don't know.
Timing out, maybe just rope it. Just
Oy. Lights Out Ace picked up Ascendant Agent. That'll hit that all head anytime it wants to. But Tokas, a popular option this weekend among some of our Xenon players, works nicely against Kira strategies. Very good against Twilight Hunt.
good call.
Yeah. All right, Avisaur Patriarch plus Allhead. We're getting a little something going. Oh, Exploit? Might discard a Plunk? That's fantastic if that happens. Though I think Lights Out Ace may have seen the hand at this point and knows that's a Plunk.
Or it just has other, who even? Just got other stuff.
Timekeeper, knocking him down to 3.
And also, J&L can't really afford to pay the 2 anyway.
Nope. I agree with that. All right. So J&L can play out their hand. Evelina, buff all the dinosaurs in your hand. Plunk is just a Yeti Explorer. Oh, Plunk is an Explorer, right, of course. So Plunk also procs Evelina to buff the non-existent dinosaurs in J&L's hand.
I like, of course.
Yeah.
You know, of course.
Well, you'd have to be somewhat of an explorer to go into Sherganth's cavern. Searching for something. Alright, double block gets blown up by Ascendant Agent. Next turn, Dizo Office online. Look at Tokas twisting. A little twist and shout.
Ooh, Phineas is here. Maybe a little late to the party, but you know, it's nice of you to show up.
It's always nice to have fitness. Cut ties with the Avasaur Patriarch, and J&L is going to concede as Lights Out Ace advances to 5, or sorry, I believe they were 3 and 2, so they're up to 4 and 2 now. J&L are going to drop down to 3 and 3. Back in the studio now. How are we looking for matches?
I want to check out I'm Straight combo deck. Combo time.
Yeah, we got the 2. All right, I'm a straight Law Warrior. We're going to see this one here. They're going to game 3 or in game 3, tied up. I'm Straight is on Eccentric Officer combo and the dirty,
Rat elf,
their dirty
dino,
rat
yeah,
elf,
dirty
dinosaur
elves.
nest.
Head on down.
relics. Yeah,
Head on down.
the
Tom leaving
the
me out to
platter
dry.
of time primal
Just
shadow.
leaving me out to hung me out to dry.
Our
Said we had a
producer
match.
Tom is doing an admirable job and gets us to these matches as soon as he can every time. And then you ask like he's waiting on something. Eccentric Officer! Randomly rearrange all the costs of cards in your deck, and then you probably turn something ridiculously expensive into a card that costs 1, and Crown Watch, Press Gang, or Reweave will find it from your deck.
Right.
Law Warrior, on the other hand, gonna try to figure out something to do about this, because this game ain't close to being over. Or in terms of them killing I'm Straight. The game is very close to being over as far as I'm Straight is concerned.
Yeah, bad news here. I think, you know, you could maybe get your mask here and hope to silence the one smuggler or what have you.
Oh, I like that play, but yeah. We're gonna go for a little pitfall trap. And, you know, the hope with this is maybe you can, like, mess up the reweave or something. You know? All right. Lethrai Courtier, taking up a power when you, the top power of your deck when you play a relic. So, very nicely done. Yeah, I guess Law Warrior might be thinking about doing a little pitfall trap plus killer attack on the Eccentric Officer.
I mean, it's, you know, why not, I guess, but it doesn't really work that way. Once the officer's done its thing, it's done its thing.
Yeah, that's true. That's a good point.
Trust me, first time I played against this deck, I'm like, okay. Well, if I kill the eccentric officer, that's gotta do something. I was wrong.
There's a warning shot.
Can we open with warning shot? I don't think so, because we need all of our power to do a little smuggler plus reweave action.
Reweave. Sacrifice a unit. Play a unit from the deck that costs less shifted. Eccentric Officer did its thing. And now it's time for Kairos or First Flame to do its thing. Kairos. Draw 2 cards. 9 cost seek power.
All right, we'll put, you know, we got a smuggler for that. That's not that. That's okay.
Yeah, I mean, the press gang's gonna mess this up because it's gonna get like a second Kairos or a first flame.
It's really hard to for the deck to miss from this spot.
Yes.
Has been my experience.
Here's the brutal part. You see that Kairos there?
Yeah.
Shifted. Can't seal it with Unmaster Baeckstrom.
No.
Can't play abilities, spells, anything on a unit when it's shifted. Can't attack or block with it either, but as far as Street is concerned, that's not the part of the piece of the puzzle that they need right now. And next turn is going to be completely absurd for Street.
Well, it's just lethal. It's not even. It's not fair to call it absurd or even a turn. Man, shifted is good against Vikram because you can't take it and it don't get charged.
Yeah, that's brutal. So normally when Vikram can't steal anything, it gets +3 strength and charge, but
just a little more salt in the wound.
It gets if there are none. And as far as I can tell, there is a unit. I don't think I've ever seen a Vikram that didn't get charged or swipe something.
That's a new one.
Yeah.
All right.
Crown Watch Press Gang. Go and find a 1-cost unit from the deck. Oh, look at that. It was a first flame.
That's a good choice. That's a really good deal at 1.
Yeah. And now it gets to hit the enemy.
It's a million. It's just a
Well, it doesn't stop.
It doesn't. Yeah.
Because you hit, and then the Flame Fangs hit, and then first Flame's like, okay, I guess I'll make another Flame Fang. And then Kairos is like, all right, I guess the Flame Fangs get to hit for 3. And then first Flame's like, all right, I guess I'll make some more Flame Fangs. And that's a combo.
There you have it. Congrats, I'm straight. Going to get a little shine for their beloved combo deck on camera here. Don't know their record, but well, actually,
I believe those players were 2 and 3.
So now 3 and 3, and ostensibly still live for top 4 tomorrow. We'll have to come back and see.
We will see in the expedition rounds. Was that our last match of the round? Oh, we got one more.
Let's go.
All right, Karnage. And congratulations, Karnage.
Wonderful.
The fastest game of the day.
Mm-hmm.
So that was it for the round. A little bit of a weird ending, but you know, that's the way it goes.
That's what it's live TV.
We
live
go,
TV.
you go and you change the channel, and sometimes the show's in the end credits.
Right.
That's how it goes.
That's how it goes.
All right. So that's going to wrap it up for day 1 here. We've got a great field of competitors, and they're ready to battle with their expedition decks tomorrow. And tomorrow we'll be breaking it down to that top 4, crowning a world champion. And we'll take a quick peek at the leaderboard before we head out for the day. And as we could see, some players are starting to distance themselves from the field. DDD and LightsOutAce up at 5 and 1. Then we got a few more players at TheBoxer, Overmaster, and Ironman at 4 and 2. So those players are sort of in prime position. And then a number of players at 3 and 3 that are going to need to really go on a run tomorrow. And then for our players down at 2 and 4, likely we've reached the end of their world championship champion dreams, but they still have cash prizes to play for. As in our prize pool, you get additional prizes if you finish as you move up the standings. So
tomorrow's going to be really exciting. You know, there's very little in terms of separation in the field right now relative to what you would normally expect. We have 2 players at 5 and 1, no undefeateds, no players at 1 and 5, no players at 0 and 6. So as far as it goes, it's a pretty clustered field, and I think that's going to make the rounds very exciting tomorrow because we have no one locked for top 4 at this point. We have a handful of competitors who are probably on the outside looking in for top 4, but still playing for a significant finish. And then 3/4 of the field still live for the top 4. So it's going to be really exciting as we get into the expedition rounds tomorrow morning.
all right. So we're going to sign off here from day number 1 at the World Championships. Come right back to this channel, 11 a.m. Mountain Time tomorrow. The best Super Bowl pregame show in town. Me and this guy crowning an Eternal World Champion, and we'll look forward to all of you at home joining us.